Sports Network, the Steel Curtain Network, and also in combination with Draft Nation. We want to give them a shout out because they obviously are being a big part of this, and next year when we're hoping to have an in-person gathering in the city of Pittsburgh, which should be a lot of fun. So go check out draftnation.com, check out Fans First Sports Network at FFSN.com, and of course the Steel Curtain Network here on YouTube, every platform, and steelcurtainnetwork.com. I'm Jeff Hartman, joined by a great trio of guests here, and we have Jeremy Betts, Dave Schofield, and Roy Countryman. Let's go to the esteemed guests first. Roy, welcome to the show. How are you?
Hey, I got to tip the cap to all you guys. I was watching in night one there, and you guys did a great job. I love the way you guys actually were following when the picks were tipped and not taking 9 hours to get them announced here. So I loved hearing your guys' evaluations, and I love that I've seen that the NFL is trying to figure out a way to speed up the draft a little bit here. And I was thinking, just contact FFSN. Like we can make sure we take care of that. We have the evaluators, like, hand in the bag here. But no, you guys did great work. Proud of being a part of the group here, the initiative that we've been pushing forward with, and just really honored to be able to be on here to go along with some of these day 3 picks, as Jeremy was talking here before we got on. Us real sickos. So get ready for some draft evaluation.
And before we even get started, as people are starting to file into their seats, I want to make sure everyone knows Roy Countryman's podcast, The Black and Gold Blueprint, can be heard on the Steel Curtain Network's podcast platform. And he has his own podcast platform as well. You can listen wherever you'd like, but that's on Steel Curtain Network every Friday at 11 a.m. following my Let's Ride podcast. Go check it out. Roy and Rob do a great job. They talk about the latest news and rumors, really good stuff. So make sure you go give him a shout. And we'll be talking about his work at Big Country Scouting throughout this show, as he is talking about all the latest news and notes as it happens with day 3. But Dave Schofield, welcome to the show. How's it going?
Here it's been a grind, especially when you think about last year at this point. We were talking about 4 Steelers draft picks, and we were the year before. So this year, with the fact that it was only 2, it's like, all right, let's get this process going, because we've only got a third of what we're supposed to get. So today is the day that we really get some more fillings in. I mean, Roy's going to be able to really help us to how it's really going to impact the Steelers in 2025. Because to me, when you're looking at 4th round and later, these are guys that if they can get on board, which the recent draft classes have. As I said last night, my little fun fact on the roundtable was that in the last 3 drafts, the only 2 players that aren't still on the Steelers are Kenny Pickett and Chris Oladokun. So hopefully we'll see this. But to me, this is stuff that could shape to really look beyond 2025. Taking some shots for guys that could maybe develop into something after year 1.
All right. And then save the best for last. Jeremy Betts is back. How's it going, Jeremy?
It's good. And it's the bets for last, just to clarify there. And Roy, I wanted to just say, there's a group of Steelers now that in these 2 guys that they picked that really feel like if you were lining up players from this draft and you said, who are the Steelers? You just found 2 of them. And you didn't have to make them a selection to know that. So I think that the Steelers have a plan. They have specific players that they want. And I think we can see those types of players at this point. And if you're complaining about the Steelers draft so far as a fan, I think that you're missing the point of what the plan was all along for this team, and that they're executing it under Omar Khan, Andy Weidl, and Mike Tomlin.
Well, I want to go back to Roy, because I know Jeremy's take on the Steelers 2 picks. I know Dave's take on the Steelers 2 picks. Roy, I heard your takes on Derek Harmon, but for those that didn't hear your podcast, what were your thoughts on not just the selections of Caleb Johnson in round 3 and the round 1 pick of Derek Harmon, but also the process, meaning who's been available, what they do, how they're patient, they wait, they don't move up or move back. So Roy, what are your thoughts on how everything's gone down the day 1 and day 2?
Yeah, to me, it's really, I kind of echo the sentiment Jeremy had there. It's nice to see that Khan and Tomlin, they're kind of in lockstep here with the process that we've seen. And it kind of has followed along with this free agency class, that we're starting to see the building through the trenches, We want to get younger. Now they're talking about they want Benton and Harmon. And as comfortable as they are as seeing Jaylen Warren being their top back, they also know they need a hammer beside him. We lost a lot of carries going out of here. Caleb Johnson was a guy, Jeremy, you said about if we were in the schoolyards and you were the Steelers picking, both these players are one of the top maybe 3-4 picks out of the school line there. Johnson has some of the best vision among all the running backs here. Just an ideal fit for this zone blocking scheme and Arthur Smith. And I think he's a little underrated. Everybody wants to say he's Najee Harris. He's got way better vision, and he does not run up the legs of his offensive lineman. He has patience that Najee just simply did not have. And he was the second highest tackle breaking running back last year to Ashton Genty. So he also has some more explosive runs. To me, one of the things that was most impressive about Johnson was his ability to get the top speed quickly. It was about 2 steps in, and he's already there. He might be a one-speed runner, but he gets that top speed, and he's already having linebackers on their ankles, and he's big enough to make defensive backs make business decisions. So that in coordination with Warren, that's an excellent 1-2 punch. And Derek Harmon,
let me interrupt you for 1 second before we go to Harmon. Who's your comp for Caleb Johnson? And I really don't like the Najee Harris comparison, and that's what's been all over social media since the pick was made. So who's your NFL comp for him?
To me, that one's a hard one because like some of his patience, he does have some notes of Le'Veon Bell, but he doesn't have that kind of gliding ability that Le'Veon had. To me, I kind of throw it back to a Michael Burner Turner because Burner Turner had some speed, he had some tackle breaking ability. Johnson's a little bit taller, but for me, that's a little bit of a comp that I was looking at as a Michael Turner, and I also think he's a pretty good pass catcher. It's just he was underutilized as that in Iowa. So, but I think he's going to be a high quality back for us for a number of years here.
All right. Well, sorry to interrupt. Go ahead and talk about Harmon.
No, that's fine, Jeff. It's Harmon. I just love the youth. Both of these players are 21 years old as well. And to be able to stick to the process, going back to Tomlin and Kahn, not panicking and thinking we have to take a quarterback. I love being able to see sticking to the plan of you want to get younger on the defensive line and then also add to that running back room. So I just like being able to see the plan come to fruition here. I still think we're going to take a quarterback here, in the 4th or 5th round of this coming day of the draft. I'm not so sure it's going to be Shadeur, just because of the pomp and circumstance that goes around with the Sanders name. I think Aaron Rodgers basically gave him the assurity he's going to be there, and I think they want somebody that's going to put his head down and work in that asset. So Harmon's a great asset. Johnson's an asset. Both those guys are going to get a lot of snaps in year one.
Okay, now I'll ask you the same question I asked Jeremy on Friday's Let's Ride podcast this last Friday, not this past one. Who's your comp for Harmon? He said Cam Hayward. When I just looked at the guy, just watching some film, I kind of saw some Stephon Tuitt in there. What do you think? What's your comp for him?
I'm more Cam Hayward. And it's not, I mean, Tuitt and Hayward were both similar players, but for me, with everything I found out about this guy off the field, it echoes the sentiment that Hayward had coming out of Ohio State. Leadership qualities. Not saying Stephon Tuitt wasn't a leader, but this guy's going to be the one that takes on the mantle of the defensive line. That Steelers way moniker, he's going to be the one that's going to be leading that charge for the next 10 years. And I think just that asset on top of the power and the quickness, Cam can win in a variety of ways. We know he has dominant power. To be able to have him in the stall next to him, just learning from that it's going to be great things ahead for this defensive line.
And what about Keanu Benton? And in terms of what do you think the Steelers are going to do with him? He's played some nose and he's also flexed out a little bit. What is this going to look like in your opinion with Derek Harmon now in the fold going into 2025?
So I was initially of the opinion that we're going to slide him out to 5. I still think we're going to see that. I think we're going to see Cam Hayward snaps reduced just to try to keep him fresh down the line. I really think here in this 5th, 6th round, we're going to go out and get a 2-down nose plugger, 2-gap and nose tackle, kind of like a Yaya Black or somebody of that ilk that you might see play early downs on pure running downs. And we're going to let those 3 be unleashed on sub package work. So I think it's really going to be a three-headed monster. You're going to see Hayward maybe pick and choose on the amount of snaps. He's going to get some early down run, but it might be Keanu and Harmon taking them early down snaps and just letting Hayward, really be unleashed in a limited, almost like the way Calais Campbell's been used in the last few years. Whether it was the Dolphins or in the previous stops that he's had there, that they reduced his snaps somewhat and they let him eat on maybe second, third downs, get him off the field in first, and let these younger guys take those snaps.
All right, let's go to Jeremy. Jeremy, let's talk about day 3 a little bit, round 4. I pick 123. I think the Steelers have. What's your prediction there? I mean, what do you think the Steelers do? You can talk positionally first, and then we can break it down by prospects that are available. What do you think the Steelers do? What direction do they go?
Well, I really do think quarterback is on the table at this point. I think that they've addressed their two most glaring holes outside of that position, and it's been clear throughout the whole process that they've been gunning for 2026 to really address it as like we're going after a starter. But at this point in the draft, if you're looking for guys that have the opportunity to come in and be developmental, like AR2 was talking about yesterday, and step into an environment where there's literally zero pressure on them to do anything other than learn from Aaron Rodgers, get into Arthur Smith's system, and just kind of be a body back there and another student of the game in Pittsburgh. I think that's going to be something that they're looking for, and there's some guys that fit that. I kind of agree with Roy. They passed on Shadeur Sanders twice now. I don't know if he's on their board. I just don't know if that's actually going to be the case, and he might even go earlier with some of these other guys that are there. So I think that you start to look at the Will Howards and the McCords and even the Quinn Ewers types at quarterback on day 2. In the 4th round, that makes sense there. In the 4th round, that makes sense. But also they could pursue offensive line, guard, corner, something along those lines.
All right. Is everyone still here?
I'm still here. I think Jeremy
froze up a little bit. Okay. Dave, would you be cool? That's okay, Jeremy. Dave, would you be cool with a quarterback in round 4?
Yeah, I'm fine with that because like I said, the Landry Jones role. Landry Jones was drafted in the 4th round. He was how many years was it that he was I have it here in front of me. I should be looking. How many years was he a backup with the Steelers? I mean, he was drafted in 2013. He didn't actually even play in a game until 2015. So, with the Steelers for at least 5 seasons, I can't remember if it was anything beyond that. Those are just some of the numbers that I have there. That's the kind of role you're looking for. So the question is, I know the big thing is with Shadeur Sanders, I don't necessarily feel that he's not on the Steelers board. But if the Steelers' philosophy was they weren't going to be taking a quarterback until round 4, they probably didn't even have it imaginable. So now you have to reconsider. And they had from last night until the draft today to say, hey, is that the kind of, if we're taking a quarterback in that kind of role, is he a guy that could actually fill that role? Would be the thinking there. Or do you say, hey, if we're going to take a quarterback there, we might as well take someone who has a shot to be something that could be great. Or you could say, do you even want to have to deal with what comes along with it? Now, if any team can handle the deal with it stuff, we've seen how the Steelers have handled wide receivers, and even currently and in the past. So maybe they are a good spot. I got to yield to someone who knows a lot more about that than me, but I could see them going quarterback here. It could be as early as their next pick, or they could wait depending on what's going on. I still think Will Howard sounds like a great player that would fit a Landry Jones role. Not that he is comparable as a player. I just think that would be a good role for him in the NFL. And once again, when you take that quarterback in round 4, and that's what your hope is, that that's when you occasionally find somebody, like Tom Brady, you're not going to try to repeat that, but it's not that those things can't happen, or a Brock Purdy or, someone that you took later on that you never imagined would be your starter, but then you get them and they're like, hey, this guy really has something that we can work with. So if you take one, you're not drafting them to be your starter. You're drafting them to be solid depth and then just let the cards fall where they may with the rest of their career.
So, Roy, if the Steelers do go quarterback in round 4, is there a quarterback in particular that you would like to see them take?
Yeah, for me, I'm along with these guys. I would love to see them take Will Howard. I know Shadeur is the biggest name there, and I do want to kind of speak just a little bit on Shadeur here at this point.
Good. I want to hear Royce talk about Shadeur.
Shadeur Sanders was my 15th ranked player in this draft. I am a fan of Sanders' game. I understand why he dropped. A lot of it is the other stuff that's dealing with it, and you see. To me, I wish he would have just had a party with his family somewhere. But the guy, it's a little microcosm, I think, of what the headache that these evaluators are looking at whenever you have a guy that's, even if he doesn't in a room, but at least to the outside looking in, a sense of entitlement. When you have a multi-$100,000 room made just for draft day, what do you think these evaluators are going to be looking at you as if they don't think you're a first-round prospect? I will say, when you put the tape on, he's one of the toughest quarterbacks I've evaluated in probably the last 10 years. I mean, he's got pounded at Jackson State. He got pounded at Colorado. He's accurate. He can layer throws. He has enough arm to make all, the two layered throws. Some of those deep passes, they get a little bit wobbly, but I mean, we have Geno Smith that's worked his way into being a starting caliber player in this league. And I think that would be the ideal fit for him. I think he's best off at one of these first picks in the 4th round going to Las Vegas, where he can have Tom Brady as a conduit to kind of keep him in line. And then you also have a guy in Geno Smith. It's probably going to be his ceiling as far as a quarterback in this league, to where he's basically an average to an above average quarterback. And I just don't understand where this come out. Like, Mel Kiper's been on this rant for 2 days straight about, and even Skip Bayless, that, oh my goodness, we're blackballing this kid. Do we realize how low a percentage amount of college football players get into the NFL? This kid's going to sign an NFL contract. Even if he does not get selected on day 3 here, he's going to be in a camp. He's going to have a career here at some point. We need to get over the fact he just has not went in the first 3 rounds. This guy's going to have a career. He's going to start games in the NFL. And now it's on him. Now the onus is on him to take this as the chip on his shoulder. And if we want to talk about a guy that's probably going to be our quarterback this year, Aaron Rodgers used that chip to become an MVP in this league. He proved guys wrong after seeing a drop, maybe not of this historic rise, but to use that and feed his ego. Now, was he quirky personality? Absolutely. But he didn't have – I mean, there's questions with Sanders. There reportedly he had some issues with Brian Daboll and his X's and O's on the board. We don't know, this is going to be the first time we see Sanders play without his dad being his head coach. Is that a plus or a minus? We don't know. We don't know how he's going to react to that. So there is some questions as far as the other stuff. When you put on the film, he should be at least an average starting quarterback in this league. At this point in the draft, not taking him is leading to more questions into that aspect than what I have of him between the hash marks. So I think you're going to see him come off the board here quite early in the 4th round. I'd be really surprised if we see him drop to the 5th. 5th, I think, is the absolute floor for him, because it's just too good of a value at this point. Even teams that don't need a quarterback, you're going to have to start having that conversation about him. I just don't know if the Steelers want to have that, because at this point, I think we've basically committed to next year's draft. We have the 1-year window here with Aaron Rodgers. We're going to try to push all our chips in for this year. You look at the picks here in our 1st and 3rd, they're both now production type players. We're not looking to evaluate for the future. Will Howard, I love your comp there. Landry Jones, even Mason Rudolph-esque. Great backup, has some traits that could develop into a starter. Could win us a few games, but I just don't know if they want to take a chance on a player that he thinks he's a starter and is going to take it as a slight if that's all we see him as a backup. I think they're going to kind of shy away from that. And the big picture approach, as we talked, they're going in the next NFL draft looking for their franchise guy.
Now you bring up the Raiders. Now the Raiders have the 6th pick in the 4th round. My question is, I'm looking at the other teams ahead of them. Tennessee Titans at 1. No, they just took Cam Ward. They probably are going to keep Willis. They're fine. But what about Jacksonville? If again, we're in backup quarterback territory here. I don't think anyone that selects Shadeur Sanders would say, yeah, this guy's going to come. Hey, he can come in and compete. But if you're coming behind an entrenched starter, that's a different situation. So the Raiders make a ton of sense. And I'm not saying that you're wrong. But well, who just got drafted in the 1st round by Jacksonville? Oh, his buddy, Travis Hunter. So I'm wondering if Jacksonville says, hey, we'll bring in Shadeur Sanders and he can be the backup quarterback and he can, make everyone more comfortable, especially our number 1 draft pick, our top draft pick. And I don't know. What do you guys take on that? Jeremy, do you have a team that you think will take Shadeur or is it just Vegas?
No, it's Jacksonville's in play. They've got 2 picks there. So why not use one of them on a future backup and a guy? I mean, this is a new regime. Liam Cohen and Gladstone. This is a new coaching staff there. And I know they wanted to come to Jacksonville because of Lawrence, or at least that was the talking point. But it would make sense that Shadeur comes in as some competition, some push for Lawrence, and then a backup plan in case things don't work out. I mean, I also look at the Jets with the 8th pick here. They've got a quarterback in Justin Fields under contract through 2027, but they could move on after this year if they wanted to. So the Jets could be in play. And then there's a couple sneaky ones too. Let me just throw these out here. Roy, I'd love your opinion on this. What about San Francisco? I mean, I've been saying this since the start. The 49ers and their ability to win with quarterbacks that don't necessarily have elite high-end traits that can just operate the offense and work the field. Why don't you take a flyer on Shadeur Sanders and maybe give yourself a backup plan in case the contract negotiations with Brock Purdy don't go well? I look at the Colts with the 15th pick here, the Dolphins right before them, and then a little bit further down the board, the Rams make a lot of sense too if the Steelers were to pass on him. So those are just some teams I'm keeping my eye on in the Shadeur Sanders day 3 sweepstakes. Are we calling them sweepstakes at this point?
I don't know. It's weird because he would have almost like a 1st round aura around him. If he were to be selected by any team, I would assume he is going to be selected in round 4, but he's a 4th round draft pick. This isn't a Mason Rudolph. Well, we had a 1st round grade on him when they drafted him and you got him in the 3rd. I don't know, Dave, what's your take?
Yeah, to kind of throw it all in here a little bit before I can see if Roy sums this up, because then I have a question for him. When you're taking him now, the question you have to ask yourself, if you're someone who has that entrenched starter in Trevor Lawrence, in, with what do you think, Brock Purdy, with any one of those teams that you bring up, do you want to bring in a player that feels that they are an elite starter and all you're doing is holding them back? You have to think about that, because to me, this was a mistake of it. It goes to show. I'm like, Roy Adams said he said he had him ranked 15th. Let's call him a top 20 talent. This is what happens when you have a top 20 talent trying to bring off with the attitude and the manipulation of a top 3 pick. Yes, Abdul Carter didn't go visit anyone that was picking outside of the top 5. That's because he was going to go top 5. He didn't seem like he blew off teams, even at the combine or things of that nature. They were trying to spin this and manipulate things for themselves and have the attitude of this is a guy that's going 1, 2, or 3, when really this was a guy that should have been going, and you could say this is even generous to say top 20, because obviously he's not even top 100. But the reason is he's not top 100 instead of top 20 because of his on the field or because of everything else. Do you want to have someone, do you want to draft him now as a backup if he doesn't have the mentality of a backup? I saw someone say something about this after day 1. It was
the Cam Newton type effect. Like Cam Newton was a great starter, but you always question if he could transition into a second phase of his career to be a backup, because he was always a starter. You didn't know if his pen chance for work and ability to, be quiet behind the scenes. Not just saying it's a bad thing to have a gregarious personality, but when you're the guy, it's one thing. But when you're the guy holding the clipboard, can you be working for the starter, basically, not yourself?
Yeah, and so if you almost have to find a place here for Sanders that he could potentially be the starter, but it's okay if he's not. You almost have to be in that little neat area to make this the best possible pick, because just think of what you're bringing in. I'm even going to, this is the question I have for Roy. Aaron Rodgers obviously is not signed with the Steelers. The indication are that he is. Is there any possibility that they're like, well, does he want to go to a team that then drafts a quarterback high, that then he's coming in, even if they say, hey, you're the starter this year, we just have someone behind you. Maybe he didn't want to do that. Is there any possibility that he's saying, I am not signing somewhere where I have to have this player or that player in my quarterback room with me? And would Shadeur Sanders possibly be somebody that he would say that, based on everything that's been presented of Shadeur, interviews at the combine, other things in the media? I mean, I'm just throwing it out there. I'm not saying it is, but I mean, obviously, he says he has a lot going on in his personal life. Could this even still be that the Steelers need to make sure that they have the right situation if Rodgers is going to join them this year, if that's what they really want?
I mean, you bring up a valid point. I don't know per se, because for as quirky as a personality as Rodgers had, by all accounts, all the quarterbacks that he's been around, he's been a willing teacher to him. Now, the willing teacher, is that Big Ben to Mason Rudolph type teaching, or are we talking about actually mentoring guys?
Yeah.
Like, I'll give you an encouraging word or maybe help you out with, preparation. But as far as it comes time to practice rep, they're all mine. That's where you look at. So I don't know if he would come in and play that card per se. I just think that at this point, I mean, Jeff, I liked your suggestion even of Jacksonville. I hadn't thought about that one right off the top of my head. With 2 picks here right away, I mean, Trevor Lawrence has had some injury problems even right now in the last few seasons. And you look at Liam Cohn, who came from Tampa Bay, and that system that they were running there, at least some people in that room while he was in Tampa Bay have some friendships with Tom Brady, who's been mentoring Sanders throughout this process. That wouldn't be a bad pick to kind of hedge your bets behind Trevor Lawrence, because, I mean, they have nothing behind him. They have Nick Mullins and John Wolford as their backup. So if you're looking at, frankly, just improving the quarterback room, you could make that pick, and you have another guy in Hunter who's been with him in every step of the way in college football, at least trying to hold him accountable as far as preparation, if that was the issue. And if Lawrence winds up turning upside down, he fits a Cohen offense with that accuracy. So that would be an interesting one. I also wouldn't discount the Eagles. The Eagles have
I think that's a pretty good spot.
I think that one with Sirianni, to be able to just have him work behind the scenes, even just to have it for a year or two, prove some guys wrong and flip them for a pick. I could see Philadelphia being a forward-thinking type team like that. Like I said, I think the Raiders would be definitely interested here. Just kind of looking through. I don't think the Jets would bring him in because I think they want to actually give Fields a shot here with their new coach. I don't see a play like there. Just going through. And the San Francisco one, as Jeremy brought up here, that's intriguing because I like the skill set to a Shanahan offense. But they brought Mac Jones in this offseason to be their backup, and I think that's kind of their hedging of bets if Brock Purdy goes down, because Shanahan reportedly was extremely high on Jones in that draft class. So I think he was excited to work with him. But I think, Jacksonville might be interesting, Las Vegas here as we get kicked off. And if he gets to our pick and Will Howard is maybe taken before, as we've seen Dylan Gabriel here has already come off the board before Shadeur Sanders. At this point, I'm not going to be upset at a 4th round pick for Shadeur Sanders. To me, it's great value. And even if he doesn't pan out here, maybe he flashes in preseason, you can flip him for a pick, or maybe we see him start some games down the line.
Speaking of Dylan Gabriel, what was your takeaway when the Browns pulled that trigger? That was insane to me.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a fan of Dylan Gabriel, but I'm not a fan of Dylan Gabriel in the third round. That to me was just a hair egregious. I had him here at 126 on my board, so which would have been a 4th round pick. Going to be a great long-time backup. He's going to basically be a left-hand version of Chase Daniels. That's kind of where I sat with him. I guess the Browns are accumulating weak-armed quarterbacks that are very accurate. Whether it's Kenny Pickett and now him, and I don't know. That's going to be an interesting quarterback room because if it doesn't pan out next year, he might not even make the roster, and you just invested a 3rd round pick in the guy. So
it was interesting.
Cleveland, I'll say this too, Jeff, just to kind of curtail off here at the Browns. Me and Rob had this conversation when we were watching the draft live. First of all, I question that you trade out of a generational talent in Travis Hunter. Okay, if you're going to trade down from getting Travis Hunter, why wouldn't you just keep accumulating picks? Like, I wouldn't just took Mason Graham at 5. I would have dropped the whole way down to the mid-20s somewhere, got myself like a Walter Nolan or somebody of that ilk, and recouped another 1st rounder for next year where I could have had 3 1st rounders or even a high 2nd. And then immediately on Friday morning news dump, I have released Deshaun Watson, and I'm telling everybody that we're washing our hands of this. We basically recouped all the picks that we sent, Houston's way. We fully committed the 2026 draft to getting our next franchise guy. And this year it's Pickett and Flacco. And then next year is when we're getting our guy. So that to me, it's like jumping halfway in and out of the bathtub. You're going to get frozen by the time you get out with the bubbles off. I don't know.
I've got one for you, Roy. What if the Browns, because we mentioned this, Jeff and I, somewhere everywhere we've done shows the last couple of days, they all run together. What if, didn't the Falcons trade away next year's 1st round pick?
Yeah,
to move up.
I believe.
What if the Browns would be willing to give one of their 2 firsts next year for Kirk Cousins, as long as the Falcons are eating a good bit of that salary? Because to me, the more salary you eat, the higher the draft pick you should get back.
Yeah, but Kirk Cousins, so his cap hit for any acquiring team is $27.5 million. So even at that much, if I'm giving up that entire amount, I'm still only going to give up a 2nd rounder. I can't give up a 1st rounder for even that much money.
Mm-hmm. Now, if you give up a 2nd, knowing you have 2 firsts,
that's a possibility. Yeah. I mean,
we are talking about the Browns. Keep that in mind. Yeah. Okay, so anything is possible.
They could overpay, right. And I want them to have Cousins because I don't think he's got anything left.
I mean, yeah. And I mean, that brings up a point here about our quarterback situation. That we were talked, early day one about the draft and, with Rodgers, and then the report coming out about Josina Anderson saying they wanted assurances 48 hours leading up to it. I basically think with the picks we had the first two days, it's happening. It's going to be announced probably this coming week that he's going to be our quarterback. Mm-hmm. If not, we definitely would have been looking quarterback, I think, a little early, or we would have probably been going after Kirk Cousins here by day 3.
I did see that Caleb Johnson and Aaron Rodgers work out together at the same facility, and he had a couple photos with Aaron Rodgers. I was like, well, that's intriguing.
Yeah. Did he maybe give him a list of a couple guys that intrigued him in this year's draft that they were already maybe interested in? I don't know. That is
I don't know.
Kind of interesting take here to look into this day.
We are getting ready for round 3 to officially start. The Tennessee Titans, I believe, are on the clock. Are that not officially yet?
Goodell was at the podium. Remember, I'm about 30 seconds behind.
He's up there running his mouth about something, Lord knows what. And so
I would love for Shadeur Sanders to go early here, just so we don't have to hear anything more about it.
Yes, thank you.
It's been exhausting. And
that would be great.
I agree with what someone said on day 1. I don't know who it was. It might have been Dave yesterday when we were talking with Coach Kevin Smith before we went live on day 2, where it's like all this talk has been centered around this one player, and you're forgetting about the players that did just get drafted for a specific team.
Right.
So even if it is Dylan Gabriel, no one's talking about Dylan Gabriel. Everyone's talking about why is Shadeur Sanders not picked? And it's like, well, Dylan Gabriel shocked everyone by getting drafted in the 3rd round. Can we not say congratulations to this guy and talk about him? It's been exhausting. The media machine definitely continues to churn, but we'll see. But I want to give everyone a little rundown of what this round looks like, at least the top 10. We have the Tennessee Titans 1, the Jaguars 2, the Giants 3, the Patriots 4, the Jaguars again at 5, the Raiders at 6, Bears at 7, Jets at 8, Eagles at 9, and the Saints at 10 to round out the top 10 in round 4. And again, that for those Steeler fans out there, they pick 21st or the 123rd overall pick in the 2025 draft. So, all right, we'll see.
Stuff.
We'll see. On the clock officially. What is it, 5 minutes now that they have to make a pick?
Yep. These will come quick too, usually.
They should.
Because they're not going to do they won't show every announcement. They'll only show announcement. They might show more in the 4th round, but definitely when you get to the 5th round, they're only going to show the announcement. Oh, I mean, come on. If Shadeur Sanders gets drafted, they're going to hold everything up.
It'll be 4 hours worth of coverage of Shadeur Sanders. And then, oh, by the way, we made 74 other picks in the background we're not going to tell you anything about.
So do you have it on there, Roy, that you can see?
Yeah, I have it on. I'm on NFL Network.
That was my question. Which one you're watching? I'm on NFL Network.
I'm watching NFL Network on my man screen down here. I got 120 inches on the wall. So
there you go.
We got a projector in the man cave down here for this is my scouting cave. So this is where I do all my evaluations, and we're ready to rock here. I was just going through my big board and positional rankings so I can see who's the best available players, at least on my board where we're at here.
So what do you have on those rankings?
Let's see. So big board wise,
I have all of it on one page, but you can barely read it from Roy's stuff. I printed it up.
So 15, my 15th available player still available. We said Shadeur. The one guy I want to say here that I'm quite intrigued if he gets to our pick is Marcus Mbo from Purdue. A lot of guys are talking about making him a guard, which maybe that's your long-term guy. You give a chance to play left guard after Samalu's done, but this guy really reminds me of Zach Tom from Purdue when he went to the Packers and has been their starter at right tackle since they drafted him. Has some of the most unique pass sets among the offensive tackles here in this entire class. He almost looks like a basketball player. He'll play games with the edge rushers, flashing them one thing and then going to another pass set. So that's what I was really high on him. Like I said, 45. Then we got a couple players here. I got 3 left in here between 51 and 75. DJ Giddens, the running back from Kansas State, which probably not interested in another running back. Another guy that's more of a running back build, but a receiver, Jalen Royals, the receiver from Utah State. I really like him. If we're looking at receiver here in this 4th round, he has some explosive ability, especially after the catch. That would be kind of a nice pick here to supplement. And then we have Alec Ayamaner from Stanford. More of an X receiver, outside, rangy type player. Miles Frazier then is the next ones here from like 76 to 100. Miles Frazier, the big guard from LSU. Ty Robinson from Nebraska, which I was joking with Rob. I said he's my Dollar Tree version of J.J. Watt because the dude has meat hooks for hands. They are heavy as all get out and can play up and down the formation. So if we want to double dip here, Robinson might be a nice pick from Nebraska. They has experience running that 3-4 scheme. So, and then Quincy Riley was my 84th feisty cornerback from Louisville. Then we have 2 more running backs, Martinez and Sampson, and even Ollie Gordon. And then we have linebacker Chris Paul Jr. from Ole Miss. Really just a tackling fiend. Rangy edge rusher Brady Swinson. 95 was Will Howard. Then Jack Sawyer. Big defensive tackle Josh Farmer, and then free safety Billy Bowman and Torrey Horton, the receiver from Colorado State, in my top 100. So that we're left here. Any guys you really like, Jeremy?
I love me some Torrey Horton, the last guy you talked about there. He's really intriguing because if you look at the tape from the last couple years before 2024, when he was hurt, he was on a early day 2 trajectory, maybe even day 1 trajectory, and he's got the length and body control that you like from like an outside receiver. So if the Steelers were looking for a George Pickens body type replacement for the future to develop, he would be a guy in that range that I like. And then Marcus Bowe is awesome. You were compared with Zach Tom. I was surprised that he wasn't picked by the Packers yesterday. Maybe he would be today. They love to take their tackles and move them around the offensive line. So he would be a guy I would love to bring in to this roster for sure.
Nice.
Trying to see if we're going to get any preview picks.
Well, the Titans pick is in, and it's wide receiver.
Yep.
Tamiri
Tamiri
DK.
DK. Yep.
Tamiri DK. Okay.
All right, come on, Jeremy. You know the rule. What do you do?
What I said, wide receiver.
Yeah,
but he's from Florida.
Florida. Okay, because that's what I keep saying. Give me position in school, and I can put it in more context. Yeah.
The thing is he's an explosive jitterbug, more of a slot type, but he actually was at Wisconsin before Florida, so he traveled around with Graham Mertz here to Florida. Explosive playmaker, gritty, going to be a nice player for them across the slot here for Cam Ward. I thought yesterday they might take a swing at Kyle Williams, try to match him back up with Ward, but got to tip the cap to the Patriots. That was a nice ad for Drake May yesterday, that Kyle Williams pick.
The Patriots might have my favorite draft of anybody so far. It's really good.
I don't know. There's a lot of teams that I think value it, like Arizona, Walter Nolan, and then you're getting Will Johnson in the second round.
Yeah.
Woo!
It's good.
I wasn't big on the Nolan where they took him, but when you pair that with Will Johnson in the second round, that makes it that makes you feel much better about the two combined picks, because I said it, I think it was last night that I guess it had to be last night. I said, if you just told me that a team got those two players, I would assume that they had two picks in the top 25.
Yeah. And the thing you got to remember too here, Calais Campbell's back in Arizona. So you want a guy that's going to be mentoring that dude? Calais Campbell's going to be in the ear of Walter Nolan, and that's a dynamic type of presence to have beside him to get everything out of him.
Roy, I'm wondering if you have a favorite of the nose tackle types that the Steelers could target today.
I was just really ask him that. Good job, Jeremy.
I like Cam Jackson from Florida. You mentioned Yaya Black. I mocked him to the Steelers in the sixth round of my mock draft, and I mean, there's a few guys. I think even CJ West might be able to play some nose tackle, and he's a lot of fun.
Yeah, CJ West kind of reminds me of Javon Hargrave because he has a little bit more juice than just the two gapper. You can play him in some sub package. I also am really high on Jordan Phillips from Maryland. I think there's a lot of untapped potential there. He is, as far as strength and weight room, freak there as far as that comes from. We know the Steelers love taking guys from the Maryland program. I think that would be a guy that you can maybe see him double dip, knowing they haven't seen his ceiling yet. Putting him beside guys, like Cam and even Harmon now and Benton, letting him just two gap and run stuff. But I think there's still some untapped potential there. Yaya Black is another one. And I gotta throw my guy out there throughout the whole process. I want Desmond Watson, man. I don't care if he's a seventh round or undrafted. I want that 6'6", 464 in the middle of my defensive front.
That's a big boy.
That's a big. He looks like he's going to Whataburger whenever he's crossing the line of scrimmage. Like, it just reminded me of Casey Hampton. I'm not here to run 40s. I'm here to play ball. Like, that'd be his way of running out in the field.
It used to be an annual thing when Casey Hampton would fail the conditioning test for Bill Cowher, and he would be held out of training camp for a few weeks.
Absolutely.
Bashal Tootin to the Jaguars.
Speed.
Yep.
Wait, that was someone.
That was Joe from Draft Nation who said he liked him.
Yeah, and somebody else said that they had liked him to the Steelers too. But I mean, of course, you get Caleb Johnson. To me, yeah.
But they're going to be back on the clock. The Jaguars are in not too long here, because with that pick in, the Giants are on the clock, Patriots, and then the Jags are back. So, Roy, I wanted to get your take. What's your take on Jackson Dart? He's a polarizing character in a different way than Shadeur Sanders, but what's your take on him and the Giants going back into round one and getting him?
Dart, to me, you said it best, polarizing. I wasn't a huge fan of Dart. I think he had a lot of tendencies to drop his eyes. He wasn't able to read full sets of the field. I know I had him right there on the line of the 32 on my big board, but I think that's a lot. He does have the arm to make all 3 level throws, but I think he panics a little bit too much under pressure. I don't know how that will translate to the NFL game. And I always worry with guys that don't have the ability to cycle through progressions quickly at the college level. It's a small amount of time that they're able to get better at that when you get to this level. We know Josh Allen's got better, but I think they should have waited and instead of jumping back up. But I think this is a thought process of a coach and GM that know they're on the hot seat.
Yep.
And this is hopefully maybe going to buy him a little extra
Pick
time.
is in. Giants
Yeah.
are selecting running back Cam Scatterboo.
Oh, Cam
All
Scatterbo.
right.
So I liked him to the Steelers, but not let's just say it. I had 1 running back in tier 1, 2 in tier 2, and I probably should have had Johnson as he was he was close to that because some people had him as the 3rd running back.
Mm-hmm.
So he was, if you put everyone else in tier 3, there was definitely a lot of separation there. But this is someone I wouldn't have minded if the Steelers had, but not when they got Caleb Johnson.
Yeah. I'll actually Scatterboo's one of my favorite players in this draft. I love that big head and the ability to break tackles. I'm not sure he's going to be able to break tackles like that at this level, but Peyton Willis just comes to mind as the guy that you're going to see, especially in short yard situations. They have Tyrone Tracy to do a lot of the pass catching downs there. This is a nice, handcuff for them on that backfield to have some ground and then a little bit of flair coming out. I really like that combination in this pick here.
All right, so picks are happening. Hopefully, a little bit faster.
Sorry, I hate to break the 4th wall, but Jeff, did you get these alerts?
I did.
Now we're not
Something's
streaming on Twitter right
going
now.
on X or something. I don't know.
Oh yeah, sorry, X. So hopefully sometimes that'll kick back on if you just give it time, but we'll see what happens.
We shall see.
Yeah.
Downhill violence is how they're describing Cam Scatterboo.
Rolling ball of knives. Rolling ball of knives. That's the way I wrote down some of my notes. Rolling ball of knives. Like the guy's head looks like it's a hubcap whenever you see it coming down.
He's got good vision too.
Yeah, there's that. Yeah, there's that catch against Texas where his helmet gets ripped off. Yeah, that's the let you see everywhere.
I kind of felt like he had some Clyde Edwards-Helaire to his game.
Plinko chip.
He obviously wasn't as highly rated, but he's got a lot of that do it all pass catcher out of the backfield type, but he's a little bit more powerful, I think.
Oh yeah, definitely more powerful. We were talking here. I said I love this combo pick with him and Tyrone Tracy now in that back.
Oh yeah.
You can have him as your grinder and the glider as Tracy as that background with the wide receiver there.
Yeah. 2 disclaimers. One, the ones at the bottom, everyone's got to remember, we're not waiting. If we get word of the pick before it's on TV, we give it. That's 1. And 2, all of us need to understand, do not take offense. If a pick comes out and you're in the middle of talking, we're going to interrupt and say, hey, here's the pick. Here's the pick. So
absolutely. Would not expect any different.
Yeah. Yep.
We don't care about your take. We care about what's going
on. We can get back to the takes, but when it comes to Scatterboo, I was told I was saying Scatterbo was wrong. Okay. I'm like, where's the other O at the end? Come on. This is my my Dave's grammar school was really kicking in hard here. But we took him in the 3rd round of our live chat mock draft Tuesday nights, but Caleb Johnson wasn't there.
Yeah.
So and we had traded back and got Kenneth Grant, which obviously he wasn't even there for the Steelers. I'm just giving Roy the recap. And then in the 2nd round, took a wide receiver. We took one of I can't even remember which one of the Iowa State guys we took. And then the 3rd round, there's so many, Scatterboo was the best running back that we had there, and we took him. So to me, I like that in some places the Steelers are overperforming. Like we couldn't draft Derek Carman in ours. He was already gone by the time we picked. So I kind of like seeing some of these. Hey, the Steelers are getting guys that when you tried to run mock drafts, Steelers fans might not have picked them because they weren't there. But then again, anyone who takes Shadeur Sanders in the 4th round can be able to say that pretty easy.
Yeah. Yeah.
The Patriots pick
I
is
messed
in.
up when I said Scatterbo. I didn't say running back Arizona State. My fault. I got called out in the live chat.
Hey, we all know
guys are
that guy.
right. You're right. You're exact. Just because I actually knew it, as I'm the guy that doesn't always know these things, doesn't mean that
Arizona State running back.
Yeah.
That's
too funny.
Jeremy just put this in our Slack channel. Derek Harmon, his jersey number has been released. He is wearing number 99.
Yeah.
He's the new Brett Kiesel. I
was surprised it wasn't in the Slack channel yet, so I was like, "Oh, I better put it in there." Just
I
in
thought
case.
somebody had. No, I got it as an alert from the Steelers, and I was thinking I saw it in the Slack channel.
All right, the Patriots pick is Craig Woodson, the
Woodson.
safety out of Cal.
Yeah, combo safety. He was actually recruited by the Steelers' new safety or defensive back coach, Alexander. Big time instincts, great tackler. Had some interceptions. That 4.45 looks pretty impressive. I'm not so sure he runs up to that on the field, but really cerebral type player and uses good pursuit angles.
Yeah, and I will say that was our 7th round pick to the Steelers in our draft, our mock draft on Tuesday night. So that always happens. The guys that we pick up late in that draft end up going in the first 4 rounds. So that's a name I actually knew for that reason.
At this point, the big boards, I mean, they go out the window for the most part because every team's is going to be so much different.
Yeah.
And
it's
you're
a lot more positional now.
Schematic fits and stuff like that you're looking for. Once the athletic traits start to go down, and the pedigree from that angle starts to go down, teams are looking for guys that fit their systems better. And a lot of times that means you get projected consensus 7th rounders going early.
Yeah, well, and Jeremy, you're summing up what Coach Tomlin said on Tuesday.
Yeah,
that's like, hey, when you're talking about these he's like, those animals at the top is what he said. They're going to fit into any scheme, but as you get further down, it is a lot more. You're looking for people that fit specifically with your scheme because they're not offering those athletic attributes. So
Jaguars pick is in.
Yep, just waiting to see who it is.
Yeah, Woodson just screams a Patriots pick to me, especially with Vrabel, like that hard-nosed type player. That's going to be, as you said, scheme fit. I think it's great. They're having a great draft. Will Campbell, Travion Henderson, Kyle Williams, Jared Wilson, and now Woodson. That's solid right down the board for the first Vrabel draft in New England.
Jack Kaiser, Notre Dame linebacker.
Okay.
That to me is a reach. He is not a huge NFL athlete. Going to be a special teams demon. He had over 1,000 career snaps on special teams at Notre Dame. But as far as, I'm not so sure he has the quickness and straight line speed to be able to contribute more than being a special teams player there. So I don't know. We'll look.
Well, that Jaguars defense is pretty set.
I guess. Yeah. I don't know if I would have made that pick there. There were some other linebackers. Like you said, it's all about schematic fit. If they think that's where they want a 2-down run stuffer, that's what you're looking at. But there's other guys that were out there a little more athletic, like even Barrett Carter, Jeffrey Bossa, Stutzman from Oklahoma still on the board. And they went out and got Jack Kaiser, who
Chris Paul, who you mentioned earlier in your rundown of top 100. Yeah.
Yep.
All right, so next up is the Raiders. The Las Vegas Raiders are on. Will this end Shadeur slide? We will see. I don't know.
Please stop the pain.
Yeah, I'm with you.
At this point, I mean, stop the pain for him too.
Right.
Oh, for sure.
He's a kid, he's a kid living his dream or trying to live his dream. So,
right. Great fit. I think that would be, like I said, the culture, him sitting behind Geno. Just think that would be the best fit. And then, it gives them a rookie contract too to put behind Geno. And then you have a guy like Aiden O'Connell who can be the backup. They can let him be the third quarterback this year and just redshirt basically. See what happens.
Play the heck out of him play the heck out of him in the preseason.
Go the Joe Milton route. See if you can't get some better draft capital for next year, unless you really think he could be your quarterback.
And the Raiders pick is already in. They didn't waste any time.
Nope.
And we won't find out about it for another 10 minutes, probably, Gosh darn it. NFL draft
Raiders
wants
took
to know.
wide receiver Dante Thornton.
Okay. Wow.
That was from Connor Hughes on X.
They like his vertical speed.
Yeah, big time X receiver. That one is, he reminds me of Marquez Valdez-Scantling. Big, lean X receiver going down the field. What was it, 4.34, 40 speed, had a big vertical. Athletic traits out the wazoo, but really limited in his route running ability. But if you need a home run hitter, I mean, Gino's probably going to like him running 9 routes. So,
yeah. The one note I had on Dante Thornton was that he never has gone up for a jump ball in his life. It's all over the shoulder or catch and run type stuff. He's not going to be a 50-50 ball guy.
Nope. He's a run past you, and I'm going to catch it on my way to the end zone.
Yep.
He's not combat catch Kobe Hamilton. Is that what you're saying?
Nope.
That's right.
Kobe Hamilton. I still have that 83 jersey somewhere.
Is he so bad of only catching it in the breadbasket, Chase Claypool?
Oh,
That was in the bike. He caught everything on his
That's
body.
what I'm saying. Yeah.
Yeah.
He would only,
The greatest body catcher of all time is Antonio Brown. That guy never caught with just his hands. I mean,
Well,
go
unless
back
it
and
was a
look at.
sideline catch when he's Tony
Well,
toe tap.
There's a few of those. You're right.
But no,
The Bears, they're on the clock.
But also, why catch with just your hands in situations where you don't have to? So, I mean, that's honestly something that, like I say, when it comes to offense, wide receiver is the furthest away from what my specialty is. So, I don't know much. But, I mean, if you have the opportunity to catch it with more than just your hands, do it. But then some guys get so used to catching with their hands when they don't, when they could secure it a little bit better, they're just used to it.
well, and I think a lot of it goes to what style of receiver you are.
Yeah.
If you're the chain mover, I have no problem you being a guy that uses your body more with positioning.
Go over the middle and take
Oh,
the hit.
trade.
Yeah.
Buffalo Bills. Trade
yeah?
up.
Sure did.
Yep. What? That was the Bears, right? Jeremy, you said?
That was the Bears. Yep.
Okay.
I'm trying to
Going up
find the
Going up to get Shadeur.
compensation.
He's going to replace Mitchell.
Mitch Trubisky. There's the compensation.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Swap force and get a 5th for the Chicago.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but I mean, that's moving back significantly in the 4th round. I mean, you're moving back 13 picks. You're moving almost halfway back the round. So, but to gain a 5th.
Buffalo could be coming up for like a Jalen Royals
Yeah.
wide receiver.
I think right now you're going to see wide receivers and running backs if people trade up because that's the first few positions that have gone earlier. They're like, they're starting to go. Better trade and get
More
one.
safeties at this point too. I wouldn't be.
Well, I'm just
surprised.
saying what started on day 3.
Yep.
Those are the biggest ones. But yeah, you're right. Safety is one that if you want one, you better get them.
Yeah, because that one's really the eye and the beauty of the beholder. There. What do you like the most?
Pick is in, and we won't hear it for 15 minutes. Golly, NFL, come on.
Well, today's the day they send it off to Timbuktu for the report of the pick.
So for some of these, they have to wait because they have agreements to announce it.
Yeah.
I mean, so I'm just saying if the NFL wants to improve their product,
Yeah.
they ditch this stuff.
Yeah.
Yep.
See, because the problem is the Bills traded up, made the pick quickly. The people that were going to announce it, they weren't ready. But if you promise people an opportunity to announce a pick, okay, it's their international fan of the year.
Deone Walker.
Kentucky defensive tackle.
Thank you. They still hasn't showed up on my
They were about
screen.
to say it.
One of the most looks like Tarzan, plays like Jane player in this draft. Physical,
Yeah.
physical assets, 6'7", 350. He should be just mauling people, but I think the guy's going to be Dan McCullers.
I was going to say, is that
gonna
the
say.
shade tree?
Just
Big
did
shade
not
tree.
take over games the way he should have at Kentucky.
I remember Dan McCullers, he would get pissed on the field sometimes, and he would just throw people around. I'm like, why doesn't this guy do this all the time? And then, yeah, he just gets stood up.
Yep. I mean, you look at it, 6'7", 330 pounds, just over about 5'3", 40 time. Big rangy guy, got length for days, should be able to two gap, but like you said, it's just flashes, man. It's just flashes, and it's Dan McCullers all over again. I wanted to like him so bad because of the traits, but just couldn't do it. Just could not do it. Especially in the fourth round. I mean, that goes back to the Parcells planet theory. You only have so many guys that are that big and have that athleticism.
All right, so the Jets are on the clock, and this is pick 110. Steelers pick at 123.
13 to go. The thing to me with Deion Walker was when he won quick, he was good. When he could get the angle on the offensive lineman and shoot the gap, he was much better. 7.5 sacks last year. But when somebody was anchoring against him, he was not able to shed that very much. And you'd think at his size he would be a better run stopper than he is as well.
That's what I mean. He almost looked disinterested whenever they told him he had a two gap. Like, to me, it was almost like a Najee Harris type thing. Najee was 6'2", 230, 240 pounds. You're a downhill sledgehammer, and he wanted to act like a jitterbug in the background. Deion Walker, you're 6'7", 331. Just go take that guy 10 yards down the field and just do whatever you want to him. Like, it just didn't know their body type and how to lean into what the assets they have.
Georgia wide receiver Arian Smith is the Jets selection.
So that's a big time explosive down the field target. Not the tallest guy. He struggled with some drops this year, but when he's focused, that's a seam stretching presence down the field there.
I liked him a lot for like round 6 and 7, not necessarily for round 4. But he does have some speed. Watched him a lot at Georgia, and it was so many times that he was wide open down the sideline and the ball just bounced off his face mask or something like that. And you just get so frustrated because if he could have put it together, he would have been very interesting.
Yeah, he was a track star in high school. High school. So that stuff translates. And I know another guy here kind of had that same background that you're going to see dropping right is Isaiah Bond from Texas. So similar player, but we all know he had some off the field issues, and we'll see if he winds up getting picked here in the last maybe 6th, 7th round. But Arian Smith's going to have a role here on that Jets team with Justin Fields, so throwing the ball down the field.
Yep. Did you have a surprising reach, Roy, from yesterday, like in the 3rd round, that you thought would be available today that isn't?
Let's go back here and look at the picks for sure. I think there was a couple here. One of the guys that I thought would maybe be around maybe the 5th round was Justin Wally from Minnesota. Steelers brought him in on a visit. I had him ranked way low, around the 7th round. I just think he's one of them feisty guys, but we see the, ascendance of a nickel corner now into the league, even more valued as a 2-down run stopping nose tackle. So you're starting to see that value start creeping up from guys like Mike Hilton, who had to be undrafted guys, to now being mid-round picks. And that was one to me that I was kind of surprised by, either him or Caleb Ransall from Tulane. But there's
that was one there for sure.
Also Isaac Tesla, not so much in the 3rd round. I thought he would probably go 4th, 5th. I really like the player. He's one of the more gritty types. I think he was cut to be a Sean McVay type. He just loves blocking and above the rim playing. So that might be interesting with that Lions match that he got up with there.
That was going to be my pick here. I had comped him, and I know Andrew Woodbard had too. Colts receiver. Oh, why is his name
Alec Pierce
escaping me? Alec Pierce, yeah, just that deep over the shoulder speed, but not much else there either.
Yeah.
So now the Eagles are on the clock with the Jets off the board.
See, the Jets selection is just coming in on the TV.
Yeah. Roy, I'll bring this up. Sean Manahan at 123 says we either take Shadeur Sanders or Kyle McCord. Both are similar type quarterbacks. What's your take on that?
So McCord's an interesting guy. I think we already talked here a little bit. I think Shadeur would be the guy I think they lean in towards if they're able to, take up with the other stuff. I think that value of being a high round value of a quarterback in the way he's able to read the field and make throws under pressure. Kyle McCord, I mean, he got a bad rap there against Pitt. We all know the dominating first half that Pitt had on him. But towards the end of the game in that Syracuse Pitt game, he was one of the reasons why they were coming back. I like his moxie and ability to come back from rough situations, whether it was Ohio State, transferring to Syracuse. He's willing to stand in the pocket too, but I think they're going to lean more towards Will Howard. I just think that sturdy size, 6'4", 235, the running ability, the championship pedigree, I think that's going to be the way they lean even more than McCord or Shadeur. I think Howard would be the pick here, although I think Shadeur is going to definitely be in the conversation. I think those two, even more than McCord here. I think McCord might slip to the 5th round. If he gets to that point, he might be the best of what's left available.
Now, Roy, one of your guys just got drafted, Ty Robinson, Nebraska defensive tackle. He goes to Philadelphia.
Yeah, like I said, guys, he's my Dollar Tree version of J.J. Watt. He doesn't have the greatest length, but, man, those meat hooks. He got some heavy hands, shedding blocks. He can deconstruct them in the run game, and he has a litany of pass rush moves here. Some push-pull, bull rush. He's a really interesting guy here. He's going to be a better version of Bo Allen, who played a few years up there for the Eagles. So probably going to be mostly a run stuffer for him, but don't be surprised he outplays that play spot here. He was in my top 100 big board. That's how much I like this guy.
They're so deep there, and then they add a guy like that. It just they can do whatever they want to depending on what team they're playing. They can put out the personnel for it. That's one of the impressive ways that they are building their roster there.
Absolutely, and that's one of the reasons why they were able to win the Super Bowl. They can play 3-4, they can play 4-3, they can go 2 down linemen, 2 linebackers, and then play 6 defensive backs if they want. And that's just, I think other teams need to take notice of that, and I think that's one of the reasons why Tomlin in his presser here before the draft was talking about how the nose tackle's dying. That I thought that was a little bit of a tipping of the hand that we might not have been on Kenneth Grant as much as we all thought. They wanted guys to be able to rush the passer, and if anything, it was a later pick that they were going to look at a nose tackle. So,
well, I'm still thinking that if, let's say, Harmon was the one who was drafted by the Dolphins and not Grant, would the Steelers have taken Grant at 21?
I mean, I think he definitely would have been in the conversation because of that untapped potential. It goes back to the planet theory. Yeah. Guys like that don't move like that. So you're putting him beside Cam Hayward. I just think that they were happy that the Dolphins went that way and they got the better pure pass.
Because the true test would have been if both of them were there.
Right.
And I still think they would have gone with Harmon.
Yep.
I was big on Grant early in the process, and honestly, it was you, Roy, and Jeremy that kind of, as you guys were covering stuff, that had me more than leaning more towards Harmon by the end of everything.
Yep.
Danny Stutzman, linebacker, is the pick for the Saints out of Oklahoma.
Yeah, he's a big personality on defense. Green dot type player, tackling monster, can run sideline to sideline. Good instincts and coverage as well. So that's going to be a nice player for the Saints defense there for Kellen Moore. Going to probably get a lot of run here early on as they're going to be trying to flip this roster over with Moore. Getting a chance to maybe get the opportunity to build the defense and offense with a new salary cap here.
Yeah.
Good guy to be learning under Demario Davis too. That's a guy hasn't got enough pub over his years. Highly productive player and is always, running sideline to sideline. I think he's 15, 16 years in now. Great guy to learn under.
Yep.
So that means that the 49ers are on the clock.
And they are pick 113, so
We're 10
to
away.
go. I wonder if the Steelers are going to have one of their picks announced from Ireland today.
They are. It's Brett Kiesel.
Is it? Okay. I knew he was over there.
From Croke Park, where they'll be playing.
Sweet.
Everyone thinks they're going to be playing Green Bay over in Ireland. Week 4 is what I'm hearing. Dave's favorite week. Isn't that your favorite week, Dave?
Don't get me started on week 4. Steelers absolutely suck in week 4, especially if they win in week 3. They have never won in week 3 and then won in week 4 under Mike Tomlin.
Wow.
Because sometimes there's buys in there, which like in 2020 when they won 11 straight, they didn't play in both in week 3 and week 4. So, yeah.
Huh.
I think you have to go back even well before Tomlin until they've actually won in both of those weeks.
Wait, what happened in 2020?
They went 11-0 to start in 2020.
The Titans effed them over, remember? And they had to move their bye week.
So their bye week ended up being week, was it 3 or 4? I think it was 4. Because
I think you're right, it was 4. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, it got thrown upon them earlier.
I forgot about the bye week situation. Yeah. That's right.
Yeah.
Seeing inside linebackers get picked up, and I know that everyone has different terminology and different defenses, but man, what a change that position has gone through, kind of similar to maybe like a running back. I mean, the inside linebacker for a defense to be the guy. Yeah. I mean, you even go back a decade and everyone's like, man, like the inside linebackers were definitely in the 90s. That was your bread and butter. Now it just seems like they're smaller guys, sideline to sideline, and they just kind of facilitate. I don't know what you guys think about that.
It's almost, the way Moneyball with baseball is being translated in the NFL. It's right through the center of the defense where it's nose tackle. We talked about that run stuffing presence, your linebackers, and even safeties. None of them guys are really priority adds as far as your salary cap and on those second contracts, unless you have one of the absolute top 2-3 talents that are there. Not talking about the defensive tackles that pass rush. I'm talking about purely run stuffers. Those guys really get, kind of slight-eyed, and they don't get put in that first, second round conversation unless you have an upside to be able to be a top play. Even on the offensive side with center, unless you're one of the better centers, look at Creed Humphrey, did wait to the second round. Zach Frazier, second round.
Yeah. Panthers are taking Trevor Etienne. We don't have the 40 and do we get the
49ers are CJ West,
and then the Panthers are Trevor Etienne. Sorry,
defensive tackle Indiana, and then
Trevor Etienne, running back Georgia. Thank you, because this didn't have it on here.
Yeah. Well, we got the Panthers pick before the 49ers was.
Yes, we're gonna get that sometime.
Etienne, is that a relative of
brother?
Baby brother. Yep.
And he's a good back. He's a good, solid all around back. Good quickness there. Good pass catcher, and can break some tackles. He's does a little bit of everything, but no master of none. So another quality like maybe number 2 back. I really like the CJ West pick. We talked a little bit about him. That and San Francisco's front's a nice add for their depth there.
I was going to say about this running back class. Basically at this point, every player you click on, like the late day 2, early day 3 guys, they're all like 5'9", 205, and Etienne's one of those guys too. And it's just built low to the ground, but explosive, and that's what you were looking at in this class. A lot of guys who can do a little bit of everything.
Yep. Yeah, this is one of the better depth.
So the Arizona Cardinals are on the clock now. Sorry, Roy. Go ahead.
No, you're fine, buddy. Now, this is one of the better classes of running backs of, the different varieties and flavors of whatever your room may need. Caleb Johnson, we said, is more of a power back, but I think he can also evolve into being a 3-down player if given the opportunity. It's just the way of the 3-down running back with 400 carries is pretty much wayward anymore. You got to have a 2-back system. Even seeing Tomlin evolve from that, because he used to be a staunch believer in 1-back system. And then your other guy maybe get 20% of the carries. Now with Warren and Najee, I think it's finally opened his eyes that you need 2 backs in this NFL anymore.
Sure.
All right, so we are pick 115. We are getting closer. We're gaining on her.
That's right. Nearly 500 in the chat room.
Yeah. Appreciate it. Appreciate everyone.
We are. So, did you see when we connected back on X, Jeff? I don't know, but we're there now.
I did not see, but we're back. Yeah.
Yes.
For
those of you that were there, sorry, we don't know what happened.
It's that's not anything we did.
Yeah.
Thank you all for joining. If you're watching on YouTube, give this video a thumbs up, subscribe if you haven't. Make sure you go check out steelcurtainnetwork.com. We'll have a lot of breakdowns of all the players coming up in the next few days. I know Coach Kevin Smith on tomorrow's Sunday, we're going to have a film room of Caleb Johnson for him. So make sure you check that out. steelcurtainnetwork.com, totally free. So go check that out. While we're waiting,
you should tell our their viewers from X that no, it wasn't where Roy killed the feed. We are still here.
I am here. I did not do it. I swear. It was not me. It was not me. I apologize.
Now, for those people that have been watching, Roy gives a lot of great insight. Roy, but while we have a little downtime, why don't you plug everything from Big Country Scouting, what you do for Jim Wexel over there at Steel City Insider, all that stuff?
Yeah, so I've been writing for, I think it's about 6-7 years now for Jim Wexel at 24/7 Sports. Really been found a niche there for him being his I guess you would call it resident draft expert. He really leans on me for the different content along the way. I really encourage anyone to go over there and give that a follow. He has a lot of great articles, a lot of great insight. I mean, the man, he has stories from generations of the Steelers here. He wrote the Palomalu book. Great guy. I've been learning a lot underneath him. And he also has the podcast here on Fans First Sports Network. It gets featured the Steel City Insider Pod with him and Jeremy Ritz. So go subscribe over there, 247sports.com. It's called the Steel City Insider. A little caveat too, if you subscribe there, you also get Paramount Plus for free with your subscription. So it's worthwhile. I mean, you might as well go get your Steeler content there and get a Paramount Plus subscription. Go check out my website. It's been prospectencyclopedia.com. That's a little bit out there why it's Big Country Scouting, but Prospect Encyclopedia. I used to write a book called Prospect Encyclopedia. It may have some stuff in the works here to come, maybe in the coming next 6 months to a year. Maybe get back to it. But I have off-season database, try to keep up with the UFL here. We have all the draft rankings, my mock drafts. You can reach out to me there. And as I said, Rob Robinson is my co-host here on the Fans First Sports Network. We have the Black and Gold Blueprint. It comes out every Friday on our portion, but then is featured on the Steel Curtain Network here. Jeff was kind to put it on there this off season. So we talk about a little bit about everything. Also a little bit of faith undertones there because I'm also an associate pastor. So if it's something that you want to have a youngster listen to, you don't got to worry about any cursing on our channel. So we try to tie a little bit of faith into football as well. We had the Steelers chaplain on early on, and we're trying to have some other guests here as we're going to be going to the Man Up conference as well.
Cool.
As well. So
I was going to say, Roy, there's a chance I might see you on June 7th.
All right. That's what I like to hear.
I'm hoping.
That's what I like to hear.
I'm trying to make sure my schedule's clear for that, but that would be really nice to see you in person.
Yeah, it'd be really nice. I encourage everybody to go. It's like I said, we have some faith undertones in our pod, and that was a really cool experience. If none of you guys know, it's the Man Up Conference, June 7th. And you get to go hear Tomlin if you want to have a breakout session. You get to go hear his story a little bit and talk. They also have Mason Rudolph coming this year. Larry Foote's a part of it. John Kolb. There's some Steeler legends that are going to be there, have different speaking parts. But it's a great thing not only for football fans, but faith-filled fans and trying to find your place as a man in this world. So definitely can't recommend that enough.
Awesome. And I don't want to change the subject, but back to the draft. The Arizona Cardinals took Cody Simon, linebacker, Ohio State.
I love me some Cody Simon, but I am a Buckeyes fan. He was a lot of fun. Big time leader on that defense.
And I will give you that too, Jeremy. Like he waited his turn to get his chance there at Ohio State, which anymore I almost put an extra check mark beside your grade. If you're a guy that's willing to play special teams, wait your turn. I think he plays faster in his 4.6 size or his speed testing. It's because of his instincts. You're looking at a guy that uses that GPS to get into the plays in the backfield. Underrated athleticism in zone coverage. I wouldn't want to put him in man coverage against some of these bigger tight ends. But I think he could be a solid, 6-8 year player in a 2-down facet, and going to get a lot of tackles there in Arizona. So I think that's a really nice pick for them. They really hit a lot on defense, where it was Nolan and Will Johnson, and now with him, that's a quality ad after ad after ad out there.
Dude, did we say about the Texans trading up?
Yeah,
there
the
is
Texans
a trade.
traded up. Yeah. They actually sent a 3rd-round pick in 2026 to Miami and pick swapped in the round.
If that's the going rate, I'd be interested in trading back if I'm the Pittsburgh Steelers at 123.
I'm actually with you on that one.
Let's have like an NFL record for most 3rd-round picks in a draft.
Yeah, but sorry, I saw that, and then you bring up everyone who the Cardinals have drafted, and you're like, that's quite interesting to see what they've done so far in this draft. See, that I don't mind saying that about somebody like the Arizona Cardinals. If I have to say that about an AFC team that is in the Eastern time zone, then I kind of throw up in my mouth a little bit. So,
hey, Aaron Wilson who covers the Texans, just put out a post about Phillip Webb, Jackson State edge rusher. It doesn't say he was the pick, but he's talking about him like he was the pick. I don't know.
Just coming in right now with Houston.
Yeah.
I will say, just to keep an eye out here with the Steelers coming up here in the next couple picks. Both Jalen Royals and Elik Ayamaner both had Tom Arth at their pro day. So that was the wide receiver coach. So just kind of be aware, if we're looking receiver here, that might be a little tipping of the hand that we look.
Who'd you say?
Elik Ayamaner and Jalen Royals.
Okay, that's funny because Alan Saunders put out his top guys by position for the Steelers. Those are the top 2 receivers that he had on of what he had listed.
I'm pretty sure it was Arth was at both of those pro days.
Yes, and Ayamaner is like he's nasty from the slot as like a blocker.
Oh, don't draft him, man. I'll never get the name right.
Ayamaner.
How am I supposed to do a breaking news podcast about that?
Call him Elik. Sorry. You need the earpiece, Dave, where it's just saying Ayamaner.
You got to do what I always do, Dave, whenever I'm an assistant coach here in baseball. When I don't remember the kid's name, you give him a nickname, and then you just roll with it.
Yep.
That way, I can't remember your name. We'll just call him, whatever.
Hey. Oh, it's Mississippi State running back Woody Marks is the pick for the Texans.
So that's actually USC. He transferred for his last year.
Okay. I was just reading the Aaron Wilson tweet there.
So. Yep. Woody Marks is one of those great, solid, all-around guys. Probably one of the best pass protectors in this draft. So it's kind of similar to Joe Mixon. He's an older player. That's kind of, I think, why he's available here. He's 25. So powerful player, good outlet target, and a great pass protector. So this guy, he's had a long run in the SEC, and then finally at USC, they thought he was going to have a little more production this year, but does a lot of things well, but maybe nothing outstanding. But he's going to be a quality pick for them, especially with Mixon on the longer side. You might see him get some run here.
One thing that I'm tracking from the Steelers' first 2 selections, both players are redshirt juniors, 21 years old. So going for some youth so far in this draft. I just looked up Jalen Royals. He's 22 years old. And then I was going to look up AU Manor, but do you know how old he is?
Early declare. He was an early declare. Yeah, I believe he was a junior. He declared.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So that values into the conversation here. And I think we've seen that in day 3 the last few years under Omar Khan, that value is the play. And they brought in all these guys across the range of position groups. Makes me feel like they wouldn't reach for somebody they feel is going to be there later in this class, even if it's a quarterback. So they could go for the best player on their board, which if that's a guy who fits an Arthur Smith system like Elick Manor, then that would make a lot of sense.
Yeah, and historically, the Steelers have always, at least in the first 2 days, like you're tracking that, Jeremy, which is great stuff. Steelers have historically has always targeted the underclassmen, mostly because
hold on, I got a quick question. Because Ian Rappaport said about USC running back Woody Marks, and he says, and the Colts trade right out afterwards.
The Rams moved up.
Yeah, the Rams moved up.
Had we said that?
No.
Okay, just sorry.
The Rams pick is in already.
Okay.
Now this could be a Shadeur Sanders spot.
It very well. I was just going to say, knowing that the couple of these teams could be maybe in that conversation. It also could be a running back because we might be seeing a mini run on running backs here in the 4th round.
That's what Rappaport made it seem like it was.
That a couple of these guys that maybe they and one guy I will say with the Rams that maybe interest them is Lan Larison from UC Davis. Mm-hmm. So we'll see if that's a guy.
Jarquez Hunter, running back Auburn.
So he's a running back.
He's very similar to Woody Marks. Yep. Powerful runner, third down pass protector, outlet target, does a lot of things good, nothing great. So
5'9", 204. Another one of those guys.
And you got to remember, Kyren Williams is up for free agency after this year.
Yes.
So they took I can never remember his name from Michigan last year. The big Corum. They took Corum last year. This might be their guy that they're eventually phasing out Kyren Williams for next year.
Yep.
I always laugh when an NFL player is 5'9" because I'm 5'9". I'm like, I couldn't imagine. I don't weigh 200 pounds though. That's for sure.
Neither do I. Oh wait, we're on opposite ends of the spectrum of that.
I always think it's funny. So, like, I don't know if some of you guys know, but Rob, my co-host, he works for Cam Hayward's house.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. And so we've had the chance to go to some of Cam's different events. Rob always makes fun of me because, I mean, I'm not a small guy. I'm about 6'2", 6'3", almost 6'3", about 300 plus pounds. He's like, that's the only guy I've ever seen make you look like a regular human. Like,
I would love to be able to have that same experience because I'm a little bit taller and a little bit heavier than you, Roy. So that's one thing I was going to say. If we were able to meet up on June 7th, as long as there's not a weight limit at this place.
There's a lot of guys that look like we're like D3 offensive linemen there. You don't got to worry.
Okay, good.
All right, the Falcons pick is in round 4, 118.
Pick up the pace. Let's go.
So we
Billy
had a question
Bowman
here.
Jr., Oklahoma safety.
Who was it?
Billy Bowman Jr., Oklahoma safety.
Free safety type there. I mean, that guy, great pursuit angles, can turn the ball over. Needs to ratchet up the consistency though in his tackling. Has good pursuit angles, but seems to have an ability to jump at the legs a little too much.
Yeah.
But quality player there in the 4th round, more in that free safety build than a strong.
That's back-to-back free safeties. They took Xavier Watts in the 3rd round yesterday. So,
which he got a lot of knocks too for not being a good tackler. That was actually one of my pluses on him. Was his tackling ability. I didn't see that as much as maybe some other folks. So I don't know. That defense with Raheem Morris loves the ability to drop their guys both in the coverage, in cover 2 and even over the top, that they don't have to be tied down with just the Jesse Bates type as the post guy there.
Yeah.
There was a question here in the chat of the YouTube. It said, why do you think DJ Giddens is falling? DJ Giddens, he was one of my favorite players here. I had a 3rd round grade on him. I think it's just really, the taste and flavor that you're looking for. So I think that's where you're looking at now. We're seeing a little mini run here on running backs as we go throughout.
The Bengals pick is in. I don't know what the pick is yet. And we welcome Greg Benevent from Pittsburgh Standard Time. What's up, Greg? How are you?
Hey, what's up, guys? How you doing? I'm so glad to be here. That you guys are still doing this is amazing. I mean, I don't know if anyone's told you that yet, but I'm just floored. Like,
I'm just sitting here talking. I don't think it's that difficult.
Okay, well, all right. Well, but you've been doing it for a minute. As someone that's caught a fair amount of your guys' reactions to the draft picks, I find it rather amazing. But that's all right too. Yes, it involves a fair amount of sitting. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I don't know any of these players, so I just asked Jeremy and now Roy a bunch of questions. So
wow, cool.
Mm-hmm. I mean, Roy even tells us if the school's wrong. He even knows oh no, he transferred. He played last year. I'm like, okay, I'll take it.
My previous stop, they called me the football player Rolodex. So that's just because I'm a big nerd when it comes to that kind of stuff. So
all right, here we go. The Bengals, Barrett Carter, Clemson linebacker.
Yep, that just showed up here.
Yeah, big time thumper there from Clemson. Doesn't really have the length you want to be the rangy type aspect, but downhill run thumper. Good instincts in coverage and zone, but is a guy that you're looking at with their linebacker. I can never remember his name. He always played beside Logan Wilson. I always miss his name. Early on in the offseason, he asked for his release, but they have yet to release him here. These are going to be one of the younger players that they're looking to add to that linebacker. Jermaine Pratt, there you go. Yeah. So they had some quality players with Demetrius Knight, who's an older player from South Carolina State, and now with Barrett Carter, trying to add some more athleticism and youth to that beside Logan Wilson.
See, for me, Jermaine Pratt, he was always the player. He was my consolation prize of Devin Bush in the 2nd round to the Steelers in that draft. And the way everything worked, you're just like, why did they I mean, I was happy at the time they traded up, but hindsight now, it's like, man, the consolation prize had a better career.
Yeah.
The Titans pick is in. We just don't know what it is yet.
Just a couple away.
That's right. We're 4 picks away.
What about Roy? Is there a possibility they could even go like slot corner here?
I mean, definitely is a possibility. I think that would be a nice player that they could throw in there. But I also think they might wait on it and see if they can get Jordan Clark late. I think that was the whole reason they went to Notre Dame, honestly, was to see Jordan Clark and Riley Leonard, was to get their eyes on both the quarterback and the nickel. But I also don't want to roll out a guy like Kobe Bryant from Kansas, who played outside but has played inside. But one of my favorite corners is still on the board here. He's just a dog. Jabbar Muhammad. He played at 3 different programs, a lot outside, especially when he was at Washington. He went toe-to-toe with Rome Odunze, in practice and shut down a lot of those players. So he's only 5'9", about 186. Ferocious and is not afraid to let his instincts fly. He can make a play on the ball. I've loved Jabbar Muhammad. He was about 3 inches taller. You're probably talking about a 1st or 2nd round player just because of the production he put out there.
Did we get Tennessee's tight end
Gunnar
Helm?
Gunnar Helm.
Yeah.
Gunnar Helm.
Yeah.
So Gunnar Helms, his entire draft process went down the toilet when he ran a 4.92 40. He was not that player on tape. He's a good 2nd tight end, maybe a low end starter. Really more of an outlet target across the middle and zone coverage. Knows how to get open.
Jesse James.
Yeah, basically. I mean, but he has a little bit more tackle breaking ability than Jesse James. Not afraid.
Yeah, Jesse James caught that ball, by the way.
I think we're.
I thought that went without saying that we all agreed on that since we were here.
Oh, that's a horrible memory.
Yeah. Well, it's funny. It's so. I said this on the Breaking News podcast last night. I'm like, I don't pretend like I know a lot of what 40 times mean. Like it's Roy says, when he ran only a 4. What did you say? He ran a 4 what?
I think it was a 4.9, but I think it was between 4.8 and like 4.9. It was somewhere between there.
Derek Harmon runs a 4.9 something, and we're like, woo! It really is position dependent, and I don't know what's good for different positions most of the time.
All right, the Buccaneers selection is in.
I'm still not ruling out guard in this pick.
Yeah.
Like Jeremy did in round 4 last year. Remember that, Jeremy? What's one thing the Steelers won't take? I don't think they'll take a guard. Boom. there's
Offensive
basic
guard.
work.
All right,
Yeah.
edge, David Walker from Central Arkansas.
Central Arkansas.
Oh.
Yep. One of the has ginormous production, and this guy, speed to power, bend.
Panthers pick is in. Steelers are on the clock.
Shnikes.
Just really nice player, David
All right.
Walker. I think if he would have played at even an ACC program, it's probably an early day 2 pick there because the production is there, pressures, and he's isn't even a bad run defender. He just needs to add a little bit more weight, but it's more in that James Harrison undersized, under 6'2", about 240, but he knows how to get to the passer.
Yeah, so there's a good chance we'll get the Steelers pick before the Panthers pick here, just because of the Steelers insiders breaking it.
Yeah.
Jeremy, who's going to be?
They could go any number of directions. I'm going to say it's A.U. Manor. I'm just going to make that my prediction here.
I'm saying Marcus and Bo from Purdue.
I was going to say, isn't there a Frazier that's a guard or something?
Miles Frazier from LSU.
Frazier, yeah.
Could they go another Frazier?
Yep, I could say either one of them two. I could see them. That would fit their SEC program, LSU interior offensive lineman.
Yep.
And I'm telling you, if it ends up being Shadeur Sanders, I'm not going to be upset at this point.
No,
I agree.
Absolutely. I could live with it here as well. I was going to be the one to suggest that if you'd asked me, and I'm glad you didn't.
I didn't want to put you on the spot, Greg.
I appreciate it. I appreciate it. I'm warming up to this. I'm warming. I feel like you guys were having a party, and I just kicked in the door. Yes. No. I'm warming up to it. Mm-hmm.
You are fully accepted, Greg. We're thankful to have you on here. You're a part of our motley crew, and as well,
I see that. You guys are tremendous.
Just remember, this is 10 a.m. on a Saturday for Greg out there on the West Coast.
Anyone see
Panthers
anything?
pick is Latham Ransom, safety from Ohio State. I'm getting this fastest on NFL.com, actually, believe it or not.
Okay.
Before it comes up on TV.
Strong safety of sorts, struggle with a lot of injuries at Ohio State, but more of a box safety.
Steelers pick is in. They do not trade back.
Okay.
Wow.
So, according to NFL.com,
Chris Carter's had it first the last 2 days, so I'm trying to find what he's got.
Trying to find what good old CC has to say.
Which, good dude. One of the best guys out there as far as the beat reporting. I've talked.
He started with Jeff.
Yeah, he's one of the coolest guys that you meet, and he's not afraid. And this is coming from somebody, and I'm an outside looking in. I get to go to the training camp and cover on the field with 24/7 a couple days.
Jack Sawyer, Ohio State, is the pick for the Steelers.
Wow.
Can you put that in the breaking news channel, please?
Okay, so
Yeah, do you want ponies or do you want
position?
No.
Edge rusher, Ohio State.
Really?
Yep, edge rusher, Ohio State. Heart, soul, mind of that defense was one of the guys came up with the big turnovers against Texas there. Big time production, rushing the pass rusher. Little T-Rex arms though. He doesn't have the greatest length, but that motor runs hot, and he's got a lot of moves in his variety there. So just improving that depth. I mean, I guess we don't want to go with a veteran on that second team. It just speaks to maybe wanting the same way with Cam Hayward. Roll with some younger guys. Let these guys stay fresh down the stretch with Herbig and now him and Alex Highsmith and Watt being your number one. So fourth round, I can live with it.
I'm fine with edge depth in fourth round. There were some people, if you take an edge in the first round, their depth behind him. Like, you don't want first round depth. But
especially him, that production, it's not just pressures. That's the one thing that always bothers me. Like the Bengals took pressures with Shamar Stewart in the first round. I can get pressures. That's how Myles Garrett won the Defensive Player of the Year. Well, TJ Watt gets sacks. So that's what I want to see when I get him on the ground. And that's what Jack Sawyer does, is rush the passer.
As an Ohio State fan, he really was a big reason that they win a national championship this last year. And it's not so much because he's a flashy playmaker, but he is nonstop. He does not quit on the play. And he's a really good run defender off the edge, like you're saying there, Roy. So if he can improve some of the pass rush ability, then I think he's going to he's going to really be a good pick at this point. I think it is interesting they go this direction with the wide receivers and quarterbacks on the board, but again, they're
wide
sticking true to
receivers
their
and
board.
quarterbacks on the board.
Yeah. I think that to me just speaks to like their comfort with their quarterback room, as it's going to be more that late day
reading.
three, maybe that Riley Leonard type, rather than the guy like Will Howard or maybe Shadeur.
Where was he on your overall board?
Who's that?
Roy?
Jack Sawyer?
Sawyer.
Mhm.
Number 96 overall. So he was a 3rd round pick value here on my
Okay.
big board.
Okay.
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 Hey,
Rugged
Jeff,
point
I
of
put in
attack, power
the
Russell.
Garoppolo
We
tweet.
compare him to
Yeah,
Mike
got
Vrabel.
it. Thank you.
That's a good
Okay.
comparison.
I can live with that.
Yeah.
This is I mean, it's a good pick. It came out of left field a little bit for me here, but it's a good pick. So
Not what I expected here, but it's not that I don't like it.
No, I'm still wrapping my mind around it, but I'm what you guys have said so far is helping me through that part of the process. Okay, I could that all sounds very good right now. I can go with that.
Yeah, and one of the other things, he's absolutely going to play special teams.
Okay.
And he's also going to be a guy that you have no qualms about. Each one of these picks have been leaders. The effort's always going to be there.
Yeah.
You're not going to have guys that worry about that. So 4th round here, you're just insulating yourself. And if we're going on a deep run this year, you're going to need to keep those big dogs fresh down the line. So
it's a Jeremiah Moon upgrade.
Absolutely.
Yeah. There's going to be a faction of Steelers Nation and the media that's going to say, TJ Watt's contract, what's going to happen here?
Oh, it's time to trade him, right?
I'm
You'll
sure
be gone by
already
round 6.
I'm sure if you look in the right spots, it's already there. Has it showed up in our live chat yet? I haven't been looking. No, so far people are like, oh, great pick.
I will say I got a good chuckle from our YouTube comments here. Ryan Parks, Mel Kiper's crapping his pants because we passed up Sanders again. So I just had to give a tip of the cap to you, buddy, out there, Ryan. Love seeing that. So who the heck is Mel Kiper? Somebody's got to say it. Who is Mel Kiper? So,
Todd.
So.
Did you guys see my comp for Mel Kiper in the Slack channel today?
Yeah, that was pretty good.
Yeah.
Roy,
you can't bring it up and not say what it was.
Well, I was going to see if there's a way I can pull it up.
Okay.
Let's see if I pull up the picture set here, but
Yeah, and going back to Sawyer here, I know Ryan Day has talked him up big time as far as being a program builder. So when you think at our second line here, Nick Herbig in his limited amount of snaps is one of the better, pass rushers in the entire league, not just as your secondary unit as pass rushers in those limited amount of snaps. So Alex Highsmith has got nicked a little bit last year. TJ got nicked a little bit. So nice to have those options on the second line to be able to maybe start a game here or there if they need.
Yeah. Okay, so here's the comp right here. Oh, whoa, notifications. Get them out of here.
I have another comparison of before I bolt out of here. It says Sam Hubbard. Does that sound right?
What's that, Dave?
The Bleacher
Sam
Report
Hubbard's
had
a
a
good
comparison
comp.
of Sam Hubbard.
That's mostly looking at the helmet,
Size?
I would say. Yeah, because he's more of a 4-3. Jack Sawyer,
Gotcha.
I think, is a little bit more of a 3-4 outside linebacker. I'm trying to think of a good comp for him here.
Yeah, their big thing here was talking about him being better for even fronts. So I don't know. I mean, I don't necessarily think that has to be the case. So, all right, I've got to bolt out of here to do the breaking news. I will be back shortly, gentlemen.
Alrighty, buddy.
Have a lot of fun.
Now, Roy, did you have any edge rushers ranked higher on your board that were still left?
Now let me look here quick. The only one I had was Braden Swinson, who was that more 4-3 lengthy pass rusher. So I get the scheme fit here that we're going maybe more for the 3-4. But yeah, the only other 3-4 guy that I have close would have been Kyle Kennard from South Carolina, and he can do 4-3 or 3-4. He was the next guy up.
Okay.
But yeah.
Super chat.
Got it, Jeremy?
Sean Manahan, $2. I got it. He says, does this mean Steelers okay with Skylar Thompson at QB2?
Well, Aaron Rodgers is going to.
I don't think he's going to be the QB2.
QB3. It looks like they might be comfortable with. Yeah.
Yeah, we're going to be quarterback
the
3.
The Steelers did the rare thing and got their camp arm first.
Yes. Yes.
Futures contract. It's not like he was a free agent really floating around.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah. And I still wouldn't be surprised if we go out and get another camp arm that had some veteran experience, a la like Allen last year. After the draft, if there's, a guy like Desmond Ridder, who I know they liked in the draft, is still out there. Even Carson Wentz, if you can convince. Bridgewater's still out there, although he's probably going to be going back to Detroit. So there's a few guys still out there that have some starts under their belt that you can maybe go. And maybe get Arthur Smith to pick up the phone and say, hey, Ryan Tannehill, you got anything going on? You want to just come hold a clipboard?
Someone else was sniffing around Tannehill this offseason. I'm trying to remember who it was.
Minnesota.
Okay. Yeah.
Oh.
Yep.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I'll ask Roy who he trusts in terms of like player profiles and breakdowns, but Zierlein of NFL.com has Jack Sawyer as a round 2 or 3 player.
Oh, wow.
So, I mean, I don't know if you say like, that guy's full of crap. It's possible, but at the same time, it's good value, I guess.
I will say I respect Zierlein's grind. As far as some of his player comps, he's not one of my top 2 or 3 guys as far as trusting his evaluation skills. Usually I lean into Dane Brugler. That's probably the upper echelon. The Bruglers, Jordan Reeds. Trying to think of some of the other guys I really respect here off the top of my head. Emery Hunt, he does exhaustive work, especially on lower school kids. If you want an exhaustive search, get Emery Hunt's draft guide. I always try to support him. He's on CBS Sports now. He does a lot evaluations there with I think it's Tucker, the old offensive lineman. So all good guys to be keeping notes on, and I do a lot of note comparison just to make sure that like what I'm seeing isn't outlandish, and then you try to stick to your convictions if you like players in certain ways there. And we did have a pick here about the Packers. Pick 124. They take Baron Sorrell, the edge rusher from Texas, heavy-handed player there. Green Bay wound up selecting to add to their equation out there with Lucas Van Ness and last year's first rounder.
I got to be honest. When I was obviously editing an article as you guys were talking, and I was listening, but I mean, I never would have guessed edge in round 4. To put it that way.
Yeah.
No,
it's left field. No, left field.
It kind of is left field. And I'm not upset with the pick at all. It's just I didn't think positionally round 4 would have been when they actually addressed edge. I thought wide receiver was a possibility. We brought up defensive back, whether safety, cornerback, doesn't matter. Hell, of quarterback, we know that could be a position, but edge, like I'm not going down the road if this means anything to TJ Watt, because I don't think it does. But man, it's weird. It's weird. That's all I'm saying.
I think what it is this is a guy who represents value, and it's at a premium position. And that's the Eagles' way of doing things. And I think it's the way that Omar Khan and Andy Weidel want to do things in Pittsburgh too. I was just looking at the mock draft database consensus board, and Jack Sawyer was number 67 on that board. So they're not playing for need so much. Hey, I'm talking, kid.
That's the junior draft consultant that we love.
Anymore as to value. So.
This is another good question here. Tyler W. Roy, he said BPA as a question mark. Are they just doing best player available at this point?
Absolutely. And I think that, Jeremy just kind of resonated on it there. I think it's best player available at a position where they wanted to improve the depth, whether it was a veteran. We've seen them. They went out and got Preston Smith last year after having some injury questions. They just want to make sure that bottom end of the roster is as talented as possible. You're never going to have enough edge rushers in a year. Whether it's, this guy can just be, an edge or even a down lineman, maybe in a pinch and some sub packages. And I just really like that pick. Like I'm like you. I thought there would be some other positions. I thought maybe Marcus and Bo, maybe even quarterback. But I think it also speaks to best player available and that we're win now. We're not worried about later. We want to improve the depth for this year. Win now. We'll worry about next year when it gets here.
Well, let's also not forget that the past few years, what have we seen? We've seen the same thing with TJ Watt that we've been saying with Cam Hayward. They get worn down by the end of the season. They play a ridiculous number of snaps. Give them someone that can, spell them a little bit more. And so, yeah, I agree with what Dave said. It's an upgrade over Jeremiah Moon. Doesn't mean anything for Nick Herbig. He's still going to have his place on this team, but maybe they don't need TJ and Alex to be out there for 85% of the snaps now, and maybe they can maybe take it down to 75. And I think that's going to be good for the team in the long run.
Right.
You can probably drop Jack Sawyer in opposite one of TJ Watt and Alex Highsmith on early downs and not lose a whole lot from a run defense perspective. And then maybe he gets after a quarterback on a play action pass or something.
Well, what about his pass rushing prowess, though?
It's all motor to me. It's all like, I'm gonna beat you by being more violent than you. He doesn't have a lot of like, what would you say, like arrows in the quiver as far as
not
like
a tactician is what you're saying.
I do like his hand usage. I'm with you. He might not have the depth of the moves yet, but when you have a guy like Highsmith and Watt available, I mean, Watt can show him some different moves with the dip and rip, or you got Highsmith with the spin move. The guy just knows how to get to the quarterback. I mean, I think he had 29.5 tackles for loss and 20 sacks over the last couple years. So when you have that kind of production in the Big Ten, I know it was over 20 plus in each one of those facets. The last year, I don't have the numbers in front of me, but I know that he was over 20 in both, in total over the last 2 years. That production translate, and that's from whenever I was scouting from one of the guys I learned from, it was in the NFL. He said, as far as edge rushing evaluation, when production and sacks and tackles for loss are there or forced fumbles, that translate no matter the level. Now, does that mean you're going to get that same level of production? No, but it means you're going to at least be able to be a designated pass rusher or a rotational piece in the NFL. So definitely and that's the one thing too, I'll give you credit for, Jeremy, is his run stuffing ability is underrated. I know he's not the longest guy, but he can set a hard edge. So if you want to maybe leave TJ out the field, maybe every third rep here or third series, let him come down on early downs and just let TJ come back in on obvious pass rushing downs. There's where you get your snaps that you can hold off maybe closer to playoff time and be at a higher level.
Now, Jeremy, as a Buckeye fan, I want to ask you a question. Was Jack Sawyer the player after Michigan beat them at the shoe this year that caused the fight in midfield? Was he that guy that started that whole thing?
Yeah, he was.
Okay, just want to make sure I was on the same page. I like that fight in the guy. You might have lost the game, but you're not going to disrespect our program by doing that on the field. So, that'll play well in the AFC North, in my opinion.
It's different than when George Pickens decides to fight. It's a different type of fighting.
Send out Jack Sawyer and Darnell Washington. They'll take care of the trash.
Yes, absolutely.
So we had 2 picks just came off the board here. 125 was the Carolina Panthers selected edge rusher Kyle Kennard from South Carolina. More of a 3-4 outside linebacker, but can put his hand in the dirt and rush the passer there. Was a big time productive. I think he had 10 sacks this year. Knows how to get to the quarterback. A little light for run defense, but more of a pass rusher there for Carolina. Need another rusher. And then the next pick was the Cleveland Browns just selected Dylan Sampson, the running back from Tennessee. So Cleveland's getting real about replacing their running backs this year with Nick Chubb probably not coming back now. They have Jerome Ford, Quinshawn Judkins, and then Dylan Sampson, who's an explosive back as well.
Yeah. And
Dylan Sampson is lightning.
And Jalen Travis, Iowa State offensive tackle.
Which I love Jalen Travis. He was, I think, right outside my top 100 board here. Let me go back. Yeah, he was 101. Iowa State, former Princeton lineman, played left and right tackle, has basketball background with that feet and the athleticism. thought he would have been a quality ad here in maybe the 4th, 5th for the Steelers as far as a swing tackle with some ability still to be, mined out of there, as he just had one real year of production at Iowa State. And I know Matt Campbell really talked highly of him in that program, what he was able to do off the field as well.
Okay. We also have a pick from
Jalen Lane to the Washington Commanders, wide receiver out of Virginia Tech. Sorry, Jeff, didn't mean to cut you off there.
That's what I was going to say. No, that's what I was going to say. All right. So, hey, I want to ask Greg. Greg, you came in and things got crazy and chaotic. I want to give you a chance.
No, that's fine. I have learned so much in the 15 minutes I've been sitting here. I was just literally soaking this in. This was fascinating. You guys are great. No, you were actually asking me a question. What's
your take on the Steelers pick so far?
I'm pleased. I am content. I am less anxious than I thought I'd be. I was, when Dave talked to me about this on Wednesday, I was nervous about the idea of what am I going to say if they pick Shadeur or a running back in the first round that's not Ashton. And I didn't have to worry about any of that. This has been, it feels like, I think Roy said it best just a few minutes ago, summed up my exact feeling so far. It was for this season. These are picks that are going to be able to help them this season as well as in the long run. And that continues through the Sawyer pick, even as, frankly, because you guys talked me through it. I mean, as you were sitting here, I just was trying to look up stuff. As I was sitting here, just trying to look up stuff on him, and I saw the line about Sawyer. Still, he's a well-rounded player who would fit nicely in a rotation with some established pass rushers. I got that from Yahoo Sports, which I didn't even know existed. So that made me feel better already about this. No, I feel more content about the draft at this point than I thought I might.
All right. I love it. Mm-hmm. Great stuff. I do want to get the super chat up on the screen here before round 4 ends. Nicholas Gabriel gives us $5. Thank you for the tip. He said, I've known Mel Kiper was a dumb squawking parrot since I was 12. He's a puppet for mainstream media. Clown emoji. Love our draft so far. Can't wait for the season. Thank you, Nick, for the tip. We appreciate it. And I think you're not alone in your sentiments about the Baltimorean that is Mel Kiper Jr. So that's what I always tell people, because I live in Maryland. And so I tell people, like, you have to know where Mel Kiper's from to truly understand why he is the way he is. And then they find out he used to write for the Baltimore Sun. He's from Baltimore. I'm like, there you go.
And he loves pumpkin pie in April. So that always makes me question things as well. Like,
whoa.
Well, pumpkin pie is good any time of year.
I mean, it is, but like, you always really want it like when you have your pumpkin spice coffee and stuff, not in the middle of April. I don't know.
I get it.
It's just different.
Maybe the novelty of only having it around the holidays is what makes it so good.
Although I will say, I got to give that man a ton of respect, because we wouldn't be sitting here where we are right now without his efforts. For some of his takes that I don't agree with, whether it's Jimmy Clausen, and I'm still waiting for him to retire, 25 years later, that he go back and watch that clip. Whether it's who is Mel Kiper? No, ask him, go back and watch a clip about him and Jimmy Clausen, who he thought was the best quarterback. He's had some takes. I'll give him. He said if he's not like an all-pro player and made multiple Pro Bowls and maybe had an MVP, he would quit evaluating players. Well, I think he's on his soapbox with Shadeur where he was with Jimmy Clausen. So, but without Mel Kiper, we don't have the coverage we do in the NFL draft. None of us are sitting here. The interest isn't here. It's going back to what it was in, the 60s and 70s, where they met at a hotel somewhere and nobody had any clue.
So it came out in the paper the next day.
Yep.
Yeah.
Here's your picks.
Yeah, right.
Who the hell is Joe Green?
Yep. And I got to give one more shout out here. I always try to pay respect to those that came before me, especially in the draft evaluation. We're talking about the Steelers here. Bill Nunn. If you don't know who Bill Nunn is, I encourage you to go buy the book, The Color of Sundays. He was a reporter that would come out with an all African-American list of players each year in college football, especially at the HBCUs. Really translated and he wound up becoming a scout for the Steelers. Great book to go read and seeing his impact. That's why the Steelers draft room is named the Bill Nunn draft room. Great impact. So without these guys, we stand on the shoulders of those that came before us. Without them, we're not sitting here talking about evaluation the way we do now.
And there's a lot of information about Bill Nunn and Jim Wexel's book On the Clock, which is another great read. If you've never read that book, that's a phenomenal read. All about the Steelers drafting all the way back from the dynasties in the 70s to up till I think TJ Watt in 2017. So let's update the board here. We've had a couple picks. Actually, one, the Baltimore Ravens, Teddy Buchanan. I don't know. There's an E at the end of his name. Teddy.
Yeah, it's Teddy. It's
That's
Teddy.
Odd. He's a Cal Bear linebacker. Thoughts on that, Roy?
Frenetic energy. This was a guy that if he had a little bit more length and maybe a little more height, he has the athleticism and quickness to get out to the outer peripheries and cover ground. Great instincts and coverage. He just falls off too many tackles. So, but he has the ability to trust what he sees and fly around. So you're looking at a guy that's probably going to be a special teams maven in year one. And what was the one area that the Ravens struggled with last year? Linebacker opposite Roquan Smith. Malik Harrison, who we just signed, played a lot of special teams, but he was more of a run stuffer at the end of the year. He doesn't have the athleticism as what Buchanan has, but he has the instincts what Harrison had. So you're looking at a guy trying to push Trenton Simpson there for the Ravens as far as year 3 going into it, and this guy at least will be a special teams demon.
Interesting. Dave Schofield's back. Dave,
guess who's back?
How'd the podcast go? Good.
Yeah, it went well. I mean, it's funny because now is when I'm getting people in here that just don't necessarily like to pick as much. But because early on they did. It's a wide variety. Here's the thing. This is once again, the Steelers don't necessarily go with the position that you think that they're going to take in the 4th round. I mentioned that, Jeremy, although he stepped out for a moment, saying what's one pick they're not going to take, and he said guard last year, and that's what they did. That's kind of what they do in that range. And then the more I talked about it, I was talking about it and thought about it. This is 2 years removed from taking Nick Herbig in the same round. I mean, if you have your 2 starters entrenched, and like we said, that people will start to bring up the whole idea of TJ Watt, is he not going to? No. If you have your 2 starters entrenched, and you have a guy that you draft in basically the middle round of the draft, 2 years doing the same thing 2 years later because you might lose that guy in 2 years isn't a bad philosophy at all.
No.
And you're going to use 4 edge rushers. So the people that say, oh, it's a wasted pick. No, if you want a quality edge rusher that's not a starter, this is where you have to take him.
And I want to kind of follow up because I think this is where our chat's going right now on YouTube, was talking about, do they know something about the 30-year-old Watt that maybe we don't? No. Can we please, as Steeler fans, try to stop replacing generational talents? If you think the Steelers have any interest of competing this year, TJ Watt is going nowhere. TJ Watt will be a Steeler till the day he retires. Right. Speaking to him personally at training camp, he's never had no facet of going anywhere else in his life. He's a hard worker. He lives and breathes black and gold. This pick, especially, like you talk about Herbig. I love Nick Herbig, and I think he's going to be one of the facets of unlocking the pass rush on 3rd down this year. What was the problem late in the season with TJ Watt? He stayed on one side of the field.
Yep.
EJ himself even said at the end of the year presser when they had media availability that he's got to do a better job on his own of not getting just, basically finding the status quo on that side. He wants to be used more creatively. What better way than to have Nick Herbig take his shot and let him pass rush over the A-gaps? We're going to see that more abundantly this year. And I think when you have 3 guys with Highsmith, Herbig, and Watt, now in addition with some of this other interior pass rush, we got to get to it. And now you have a guy like Sort can also be added into the mix where you can move Watt around and play a chess piece a little more. That's what Cleveland does with Myles Garrett. I think we need to evolve our way up here.
All right. So, cornerback a sneaky luxury pick if they were to go that direction in round 5, meaning they have decent depth there. If Corey Trice can stay healthy, you've got Darius Slay, you bring in Brandon Eccles. You still have Beanie Bishop going into year 2. You should expect a moderate jump from him in terms of having a year under his belt. I don't know. Like, a lot of people in the live chat right now are saying that was a larger, greater need, I guess I should say. What do you guys think about that? Do you think cornerback should be next on the list?
I could be talked into it, but I don't know. Need feels a bit strong.
Send your 5th round pick to the Dolphins for Jalen
For a 4th next year?
Jalen Ramsey. Right.
I think
I
Go
don't
ahead,
think
Jay.
it's
Did we
a
get the
luxury
Saints
pick.
Quincy Riley for cornerback Louisville? Did we get that one?
We didn't get the Jets,
No, we didn't.
Malachi
Quincy
Moore,
Riley.
safety Alabama, or Quincy Riley, I don't think.
Okay.
Malachi Moore I had mocked to the Steelers because I felt like they would be looking at safeties at some point on day 3 here, but he's a spark plug on the defensive backfield. He's a lot of fun. And then Riley was one of the better nickel prospects for the middle portion of the draft. I thought
Riley's is a really good zone defender. He has good instincts. Not the greatest length, not the greatest height, but he's played a lot of games there at Louisville. I actually have him on my top 100 big board. I think he played a lot of quality snaps. He kind of reminded me of Steven Nelson, guy that could play outside but might be better off inside. Malachi Moore, I think, is more the guy that can wear many hats but is master of none on that defense. He played some nickel, played some free and strong, so you're just getting a guy that's filling the depth chart and can also come in and maybe dime packages and contribute there.
he flashed on the screen a lot at Alabama just because when he diagnoses something, he's like a bullet to the spot. So you saw a lot of flashy plays from him, but there were some misses there too because if he was unable to diagnose the play or if they got something past him, then the ability to make up for that was a little bit more difficult to track.
And as far as cornerback being a need for the Steelers, I think they still have high hopes for Trice. I think that we've seen some of that upside last year in the final game against Cincinnati when they threw him in there. I think that showed a little bit of a little tip of the cap for the hard work he's done coming back, and having Darius Slay be able to work with him as a bigger bodied corner as well. I think they still have high hopes, and I think that's maybe why they tended to look away. I'm not surprised that we haven't seen nickel because I know they're really high on Brandon Echols, who played a lot of outside for the Jets. But when he was early on in his career as a nickel only for the Jets, he had some really good instincts and pass rushing ability as well there. Yeah. So they just didn't seem to really trust Beanie Bishop down the stretch. That's why, with Cam Sutton, he wound up taking his place there, even though it always seemed that he was around the ball and came up with big plays. I kind of hope they give him a look there, but I think he needs to hit the weight room and make sure to add the needed weight that he can do with the rigors that they ask for out of their nickel corners, which is rushing the passer and the run support.
This next pick for the Bears is maybe the first name I never looked at one time. Ruben Hippolyte, the second out of Maryland. Roy, tell me you know something about this guy because I don't.
Undersized. He's about 5'11", 230, 228. 4.3 speed, though. That's what's getting him drafted right now for Maryland. Is he had a big time pro day with his vertical jump and 40 time. Can knife into the backfield, make some tackles for loss, but he needs to be able to stay clean on that second level. If he has to take on blocks, he's going to get run right out of the picture. He's pretty decent in coverage, but it's that big time straight line speed is what's getting him drafted right now. Has just done a lot of work on special teams as well. I think that's going to be where he's at, but they're looking for add to speed in that linebacker room behind TJ Edwards and whatnot with the Chicago Bears.
If you're the Kansas City Chiefs here and you look at your team as we're in Super Bowl contention every year, we've got the best quarterback in football. Would it make sense to end the Shadeur Sanders slide here as a backup for you that you feel like if Mahomes goes down for 2 or 3 games, we can win a couple games with this guy and stay on track for our Super Bowl run for when he comes back?
I mean, at this point, that would maybe be a good place because there is no quarterback controversy, as you said. It is what it is. You're going to sit there, and what better way to adjust to the NFL level than to have Andy Reid and those guys working with you? So that would be kind of an intriguing fit for him going in and be able to maybe work and put all the different things that have made people pause, kind of put to bed that you're just going to put your head down and work comparatively to the people around you.
I mean, it makes sense.
I just feel like at this point it's going to be somebody out of left field. Sorry,
Yeah.
Greg. Go ahead.
No. I was just going to say almost the exact same thing. I mean, isn't that the whole thing about Shadeur, is that he's very precise and an accurate thrower, but not a lot of upside. So that's a guy maybe that could get you in and out of a game if Mahomes can't go for a game or two. But yeah, I think you're right. It's going to be somebody that you just don't even think of as needing a quarterback. Is like, all right, we're not going to ignore this value and we'll take him here. But I'm guessing, and it's that I was trying not to bring Shadeur up during the time I was here, and I almost made it. So
well, and then this will just also go that Andy Reid, the quarterback genius, he knows what to do, and this is great.
There you go.
I mean, that would create the narrative that would actually be that would be positive, but we'll see if it actually would happen.
I know he would be disappointed, and his dad would be disdisappointed
because he's not going to knock off Patrick Mahomes.
Not going to be in the starting mix somewhere, But at this point, if you've got to have eaten some humble pie and take whatever comes your way. So
I don't think you're knocking anyone off if you get drafted in the 4th round. I think that's sort of the understanding I have. Jeez.
I think it just speaks to what the whole league's thought was, though, on this quarterback draft. I mean, you're looking at guys like Cam Ward, Jackson Dart were your only first rounders. You had Shuck,
and the other one, and the second one shouldn't have been. Sorry,
Shuck. Well, Shuck to me was New Orleans, knowing that Derek Carr probably ain't going to play this year, and you want to create some competition without paying for a guy like Kirk Cousins, who's also on a division rival. So Shuck and Rattler can go in and battle for it, and you're probably going to be battling for a high draft pick next year. And with the age of Shuck, you can also use the excuse, well, we bombed this year between Rattler and Shuck. They're only backups. We can still go out and
Jalen Royals, wide receiver, Utah State, to the Chiefs.
Boo. Rich get richer. With Rashee Rice being injured and still not sure coming back, that is an excellent pick here for the Chiefs.
That's a good comp for him, like high end, is Rashee Rice. Yep.
Run after the catch, rugged guy. Like I said, he has more of a running back build here than a receiver, but he has some speed to take the top off. He has the ability to run different routes. The entire route tree has some speed to take it down the field, but he can run through arm tackles. So he was my 72nd ranked player on my big board.
Wow.
So, and we're at pick 133 here.
Yeah, that's what you got to look at sometimes. You're just getting great value. Can I ask a question, though? Because I was gone for a little bit. Did you guys talk about the Browns taking a second running back?
We did. We talked a little bit about it, about how Nick Chubb's probably gone now. So you're looking at that. That's a completely different running back room with Jerome Ford now basically the veteran, and Quinshawn Judkins and now Sampson. That's explosive, and powerful running backs. Sampson was a guy I kind of liked more as the Alvin Kamara light, underrated in Tennessee. That's the same kind of back that I think he could have that 3-down aspect, and Judkins might be the more power in between the tackle guys, even though he has, some of the traits to be a 3-down back as well. So I don't know. Stefanski knows how to get the most out of his running game, and those are two quality ads in that running back room.
Yeah. Sorry, Jeremy. I didn't mean to interrupt you. You were getting ready to say something.
I was.
Oh no, when I asked about the running backs things.
No, you're good.
Talking about Royals to Kansas City.
Yeah, I just think that his profile fits really well for what the Chiefs want to do, especially when you're talking about the recent lack of downfield options that the Chiefs have had. The more run after catch guys that they can get, the more that helps with the kind of the lack of explosion since Tyreek Hill's left town. So it would be interesting to see them as they develop Xavier Worthy and get him more involved as a deep threat in this offense. If they've got more Rashee Rice's types on their team, then they'll be able to work underneath as well.
Yeah, because remember, this is a team that went out and got a DeAndre Hopkins that isn't the DeAndre Hopkins of his prime. You have Juju Smith-Schuster that's, not the best speed merchant, and Sky Moore, who's been pretty much a bust. So Rashee Rice coming off the knee injury. Hollywood Brown, who was injured but at his best, is a great down the field target. And Xavier Worthy, who's still evolving. Just another quality add to improve on that depth chart that we seen that they were worried about at the end of the year there at the trade deadline. So,
yep. I'm seeing a lot of Steeler fans, to go back to some Steelers talk here, a lot of Steeler fans that are, crying about the Jack Sawyer pick because it wasn't a need. But I know, we talk about needs-based drafting versus best player available drafting all the time. And it's not like edge rusher wasn't something that they could use, like a fourth edge rusher. And it's not like you don't need to be planning for the future as well. I mean, Alex Highsmith.
Speaking of edge rusher, Denver Broncos, edge, Alabama, is that Q Robinson?
Yep.
Q Robinson.
Okay.
I like him a lot. So I just think that you have to consider, when you're a team that wants to be in perennial contention, that you don't always draft for your most urgent right now needs. You've got to look down the road for that. If you're trying to fill right now needs through the draft every year, then you're probably not going to be getting better overall.
Yeah, you said it perfectly, Jeremy. The draft, the first 3 rounds is where you look to match best player available with a need.
Yeah,
like we see what the Steelers are right now.
I was just going to lay this out. Don't do it, Roy. I was just about ready to do this.
When you get to day 3, you're looking for either traits that you can develop and positions that you want to improve depth. Outside of that, you don't shoehorn picks. We got to remember, players from the 4th to 7th round are only going to make the roster usually and be on the roster for 16 games a season. It's probably under 20% of the time.
Yeah.
So a lot of these players,
the Steelers have recently had these guys contributing is actually the exception, not the rule.
Right. These are outliers. And most of the time, if they do catch on a roster and are developed into a starting player, it's on a second team.
Yep.
That is most likely taking a flyer on a guy that's a day 3 pick that they liked and fits their scheme. So you're looking at a player here, unless your scouting department is really hitting it out of the park, like the Los Angeles Rams. They've done great work in day 3 to be able to develop players, whether they're role players or starting caliber, role players, not, transcendent types, to be able to use that assets where they're at. But you're looking at players here in the 4th, 7th round. Not all 7 players are going to be 16-game starters. Mason McCormick last year was the outlier. We've seen him come in and be able to translate, but he also had 60-plus games of college experience. So it's not going to take him as long to adjust to the NFL game. So, Dave, I hope I did you justice.
Well, yeah.
There.
See, because to me, I would go. You're right. Rounds 1 through 3 is that's where you were addressing your needs the most. Don't reach for. I mean, 1 might just be transcendent player. 2 and 3 address your big needs. 4, that's find great value, even if it's not at a position that you need.
Oh God. 5
and 6. Try to find some scheme fits of some players that you like that could help fill in potentially. 7, this is an undrafted free agent I don't want to have to fight for. I want to have the rights to him. That's how I look at the draft. And when you say that, now, do they have to go that route? Could they have maybe gone quarterback in round 4? Yeah, but they might be sitting there thinking, not when we got this guy that we have really high up our board. I saw so many beat reporters from the Steelers saying, we didn't really have him coming to the Steelers, not because of need, because we didn't think he'd be there at the time they'd actually be willing to take him.
Yeah.
And there he was.
Defensive tackle Tonka Hemingway to the Raiders out of South Carolina. He's quick twitch in the middle of the defense. I like him.
Yeah.
Does he truck people? With a name like Tonka?
Nice.
He hasn't been able to translate that quickness into production. Like, he's able to knife into the backfield, but it's more tackles for loss than sacks at this point. So, but that South Carolina front was talented and deep. So maybe you get him in a rotation and get a chance to pop off a little more here at the next level. That's a nice pick for the Raiders, who need to keep adding quality defensive linemen. And to go back here, not to jump way back, but the last pick before him with Q Robinson, he had to deal with some injury problems throughout the draft process, but Alabama last year in his limited snaps, he's a 3-4 outside linebacker who knows how to get to the passer. He has some different moves that he can go to, nice quickness and strength to power here, or excuse me, quickness to power. Needs to refine his hand usage and continually add weight. He's not a great run defender, but he knows how to get after the quarterback. So a nice developmental player there in the 4th round for Denver.
So back to Tonka. Does anyone else remember the old school
All right,
wrestler?
3 picks to go before we hit the
Tatanka?
5th round.
I do, Jeff.
Man.
I
Stop
remember
it.
Tatanka.
No one
Yes,
cares
the
about the draft
longest,
right now. I care about Tatanka.
longest winning streak to start a WWF career, right? Wasn't that? I remember that as a kid. Maybe
See, Jeremy was probably like an infant when Tatanka was wrestling.
Sadly, this is what I have to contribute. That's my scouting report on Tatanka's winning streak. But yes,
but really, we should have said the Ravens traded out, right?
Oh, sure. Yeah, that's what we should say.
might be worth bringing up.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Jeremy.
Is Tonka going to be the new Ritas today? Is that the conversation that takes over?
It's Tatanka.
Tatanka.
Not Tonka. The wrestler was Tatanka.
See, my screen went blank when you were talking, so I thought I was.
Isn't that really going to go back? Wasn't that the word for buffalo that he was trying to get them to understand in the movie Dancing with Wolves?
Tatanka.
It's been a minute. That's wow.
Oh, okay.
It's funny. I see everyone.
Well, Tatanka.
No, now I'm thinking.
No, I'm looking it up. Tatanka is the Lakota word for bison.
Yeah.
There you go.
Okay.
Okay.
Hey,
solve that.
History lesson, not only draft content here.
Yeah.
I know it's the secondary, for the history show here, but Elick Manor goes to the Titans. That's a good fit for them.
Oh, wow.
Great.
That was one that was supposed to go a lot earlier, right?
Yeah. Yes.
Jeremy is that who you wanted for the Steelers?
Yeah, that's who I was hoping the Steelers would pick, or I thought would be a good fit for them at their 4th round pick. But he would have blended more like future need with value there than Sawyer did in my mind. But I'm not unhappy with the way it turned out.
Yeah, he's more of, like you said, big slot, play X, outside receiver, above the rim, great blocker. But I think that speaks to their idea that they want to see what they got in Roman Wilson too, which we didn't see hardly anything at all last year. Calvin Austin came in, really produced last year for a wide receiving core that was pretty destitute outside of Pickens. So now you have Pickens and DK, and them both, Wilson and Calvin, getting a shot to be that 3rd, maybe 4th target with Freiermuth. That's improving the depth throughout there. So, but Manor, that's a quality add for Cam Ward in that room outside of Calvin Ridley that they have there. Maybe a little bit more size and above the rim ability to play.
So this is an honest question, Roy. I know you could be honest. I know the other guys will. Am I being a little fanboy here when I say that I'm excited for this wide receiving group this year?
No, there's definitely reason to be.
Roman Wilson, no one knows. Like we have no clue because we saw nothing last year. But you think about DK and Pickens, and you're like, crap, you got Calvin Austin, who took a step last year, like you mentioned. And then if Roman Wilson can do anything, those are 4 pretty solid receivers.
And don't forget my guy, Ben Skoranek. There's dirtbag out there. So, like, you're looking at a guy, I want him on early downs, just run blocking people and mauling them. I love his tenacity he brings into that room. And I'm actually really excited by Roman Wilson. I know everybody's down on Roman Wilson, but remember Calvin Austin missed basically his entire first year.
Yeah.
He's turning into a good player. Roman Wilson had some Hines Ward's vibe to him in Michigan with better speed. He's a 4.3 guy, and the agility's there. He's a sub-7 3-cone guy. Never had a problem with drop passes at Michigan. Was able to be a chain mover as well, and he also hit some explosive plays. So I'm still excited by Roman Wilson. I know we all want that instant, gratification in the draft, but sometimes it takes a while for him to fit in. And, Arthur Smith obviously is a big fan of him in the 3rd round last year. So let's see what happens this year. And maybe that's why they leaned away with some of these Royals and Manor here in the 4th round.
We have a trade.
Yeah.
The New England Patriots traded up I'm trying to see who was here before.
It was Seattle.
Oh, yeah,
Seattle, that's
Yep,
right.
it was Seattle.
So they're hopping back into the third round here to select. We'll see. Got 2 wide receivers coming off the board in the last 4 picks. Patriots already drafted one, but they could use as many as they can get their hands on, honestly. So it could be something that they're trying to get ahead of here.
I want to talk about something with the Steelers. When you were talking about wide receivers and everything, just to get from some different perspectives here, because this was something that I was talked about last night. You're at a point now where you have to say, hey, am I drafting a player at a position that can actually make our roster? Mm-hmm. I mean, think about it. If you draft a wide receiver now, I'm sorry, they're going to keep Skoranek as the bottom guy because the special teams are just unreal.
Don't forget they brought back Scotty Miller.
That's true too.
I don't think Scotty Miller's going to make the team. But I mean, they would have to keep 6 for him to make the team because you're already looking at DK, Pickens, Austin, Roman Wilson. Do you think a fourth, what would have been a 4th round or now a 5th round wide receiver is automatic? I mean, we're to a point now where these guys don't necessarily make the roster if you look more historically. So I'm still trying to look across the board and say, where is there room for somebody? Corner, I think you could squeeze one more in. I don't think you could squeeze in both a corner and a safety at this point based on what the Steelers have. Yeah. Running back, no. Tight end, no. Offensive line, yeah, but one, maybe one. If you go there and it might be someone destined for the practice squad anyway. Yeah. I mean, obviously, quarterback is one you would have room.
Pick here. We got Josh Farmer, defensive tackle from Florida State for the New England Patriots. Yeah. Big, powerful D lineman went there from Florida State. I know the Steelers were interested in him as well. Got some pass rushing juice as well, but can 2-gap, has some large mitts, big time presence on the defensive line. So just Mike Vrabel team, keep adding that defense, keep adding them big uglies up front.
He was our 4th round pick in our mock on Tuesday. That's since I keep mentioning that a bunch.
He needs to refine some pad technique because he has a tendency to pop upwards, and then it negates all that power he has in his game.
And the pick is in for San Francisco, which would finish the 4th round once we get who that actually is. So I want to get back to my thing because it's about the Steelers. What do you all think? Where are positions that you could say, actually looking at the Steelers' depth here, this is a player that should have a spot to make the roster? Because I think you got to kind of factor that in right now.
Yeah, I think it's quarterback, defensive line, and offensive line that jump out to me first. Yeah.
That's exactly what I was going to say. Yes, I don't know where else this person that would have this reasonable chance of making the roster could be.
I also won't negate, being we have Arthur Smith as our offensive coordinator, a tight end. I would also not say looking past there because Michael Pruitt, is not back. I know we signed Donald Parham, but he's really more of a pass catching guy. Pruitt was used a lot. I think that if Connor Hayward's going to make the team, which I love Connor Hayward, I think maybe they want to bring him back more to that H-back role that Pruitt was playing last year. Maybe we get a guy that's maybe more of a fullback centric, or
what about a fullback / defensive lineman?
Well, JJ is.
That's what I'm going to say.
That'd be a guy you can have depth at D lineman, and also there that would be a guy that would be definitely in their wheelhouse here.
He can play the nose, right?
Yeah. Yep. He can do a little bit of everything, and he's got some quickness to him as well. There, he's more of a one technique nose tackle. He can hold up on single blocks. I worry about double blocks, but has some juice as a pass rusher too. So why not? Why not bring in more depth at a guy that you can have on a defensive line and play tight end when you need him? So wearing 2 hats and that versatility would be a nice add here, maybe in the 5th round.
Okay, round 4 is officially in the books. Jordan Watkins, wide receiver out of Ole Miss, is the final pick of round 4. We now move on to round 5 with the Minnesota Vikings having the first pick in the 5th round.
Yep.
We have a little downtime. I want to ask you guys a little trivia since the Steelers selected. Dave can't answer this because I've asked him this before.
Okay.
Since Jack Sawyer was selected by the Pittsburgh Steelers and he played for the Ohio State Buckeyes, who was the last player the Steelers drafted from Ohio State?
Jeremy's going to know that.
I don't know.
Well, I don't know.
It's been. I'll tell you. Well, I'll tell you when if you guys can't figure it out. But it's been a while.
Was it Duran Grant?
Very good.
Oh, wow. Okay. I was nervous.
Yeah.
Okay.
What year was Greg? Do you remember?
The year, I do not remember the year. I'll just randomly say 2016.
Close, 2015.
Okay, that was
fourth
right.
round pick, Doran Grant, a cornerback out of Ohio State. That was the last player drafted. And they always say, "Oh, Mike Tomlin loves his Buckeyes." Not really, unless you start talking.
Only been 9 years, right? Anyway, I'm going to leave on that. I'm not going to beat that the rest of my time. I'm so glad I did this, you guys. This was tremendous. You guys are amazing. I'm going to head out. I have to go to the rest of the day. Good seeing you. This was wonderful.
Greg.
Take it easy.
Greg.
Have a good day.
Greg.
Thanks for coming.
So there you go. A little bit of trivia there. It's been since Doran Grant that the Steelers have drafted a player from Ohio State.
Also, remember the Steelers do like to sometimes double dip from the same school.
They do.
In each draft. I think last year they didn't, but they had done it for several years before that.
Which is what made it hurt so bad that Jamari Caldwell went to the Chargers in the 3rd round, because that was my guy I wanted to add to the defensive line. I thought him and Harmon from Oregon, then in the 4th round, I really wanted Caldwell, and daggone a Harbaugh brother, upset that apple cart.
I'll say, okay, I'm trying. That's what Dave said. So they did not have a duplicate last year. In terms of
the year before.
2 players, 2
Benton
Georgia
and Herbig
players
were the
in
same.
2023.
Benton and Herbig.
Well, and to Wisconsin is who I was thinking.
That's
of.
true.
Yeah.
So they
Benton,
double
Herbig.
dipped in twice.
Mm-hmm.
None in 2022.
But I know 2021 that was more
Texas
Johnson.
A&M.
Yeah.
Buddy Johnson.
We have a person in the YouTube chat that's asked us, when was the last time the Pittsburgh Steelers drafted a player from North Texas State? That's my figurine. They're really testing ability here.
All right, so let's see if they have. Yeah, the pick is in for the Vikings, so we'll be getting rolling here in the 5th round shortly.
Yep. Hey, Roy, is Marcus Mbow your top player left?
Yeah, so since we switched over here, we have Shadeur Sanders still at 15, Marcus Mbow at 45, DJ Giddens, which was my 69th. Then we have just a few here in my top 100, Miles Frazier from LSU, Damian Martinez and Ollie Gordon, both running backs, Chris Paul Jr., linebacker from Ole Miss, Braden Swinson, the edge rusher from LSU, and then Will Howard, the quarterback from the Ohio State, and then your guy, Jeremy Torrey Horton, the receiver from Colorado State. The only ones from my first top 100 that are still available.
Okay, so Roy, let me ask you this question. Outside of Shadeur Sanders, who you had 15th overall,
Yep.
Which player is the most surprising hasn't been selected? And here we are in round 5.
I'm going to have to say it's either Mbow or Frazier. I think Frazier, both those players have the ability to be starting caliber linemen in this league for a long time. I thought really Mbow, I was higher on him than most people because I think he can stick a tackle. A lot of people think it'll be guard or center just because he's kind of a quirky type evaluation because he's more of an athlete than a pure power player. But the quickness in the feet, to me, I always look at in tackles, and I think he'd be an outstanding right tackle for a long time in this league, or swing tackle, and at worst, maybe you work with him, a guy like Samalu, and be a guard. Same way with Frazier. He's just a solid all-around guy, powerful at the point, can really, when he gets on combo blocks, get some separation at the line of scrimmage. I think both of those offensive linemen I thought would have been gone at this point.
Okay.
So
the Vikings
is it Tyrion Ingram Dawkins, defensive
Yeah.
tackle from Georgia, going to the Vikings, and the Panthers pick is in as well.
So Tyrion
This should pick
Ingram,
up now.
Ingram Dawkins is a interior defensive lineman, but he's going to be moved around, I think, a little bit like Michael Bennett. He doesn't have the great measurables, but that frenetic energy, pass rushing chops, he's going to outplay his draft slot here. I think he was kind of the forgotten man at Georgia with Nazir Stackhouse and Warren Brinson, who are more 3 technique and nose tackle. this guy did a little bit of everything and it has more pass rush upside. So that's why he went before those other teammates.
And then also Cam Jackson, defensive tackle out of Florida. He went to the Carolina Panthers.
Okay, the Minnesota Vikings have traded for Sam Howell.
Nice.
What?
At this point in the draft, and I'm guessing that's with their next pick. Cam Jackson, to the Panthers at 140 here. Defensive tackle out of Florida.
Big
so the
rangy
Seahawks
tackle.
and Vikings are swapping picks, 142 and 172 for that trade.
For Sam Howell.
Sam Howell.
Move up in the 4th round for Sam Howell.
From the legendary 2022 NFL draft.
Sam Howell got selected before Shadeur Sanders.
Wow. Yikes.
That's funny.
Yeah, I actually had Tyrion Ingram Dawkins listed as an edge rusher in my evaluation just because of that. He was my 112th player on my board, but I had him more as that versatile chess piece than just a D tackle.
And the Ravens pick is in. Those dirty Ratbirds.
Dirty Rammers. I wasn't on when they made their 4th round pick, but how did we feel about that one for them, Teddy Buchanan?
I like I think he's more of a special teams player. Frenetic energy, good tackling ability. He falls off a little bit though, so he has to ratchet up that intensity. But that athleticism and instincts were there. I like him as more of a special teams player early, but they need to push the issue there with Trenton Simpson taking a step back last year.
Yep. Isn't this though where we really feel this class start to lose some of the charm, because that we've been talking about it, there's some day 2 guys that we really like, but then it does kind of fall off. It felt like at this point in the draft, and I think we're starting to see that with some of these players being picked.
Yeah, and I think you're going to see players getting propped up that have versatility and special teams ability even more, because none of these, I won't say none because that's a harsh umbrella word, but a lot of them with the extended years in college with the COVID eligibility, you're knocking down the youth that you have in a lot of these third day picks. A lot of these guys are 25, 26-year-old players that were still in the college program when a lot of times they were on practice squads for a year in a system already.
Oh, here's this guy.
Oh boy.
The Ravens don't have international fans. That's a fact.
Why would they?
They don't even have fans outside of Maryland.
That's a really good point. I don't ever remember finding a Ravens fan outside of Maryland.
Carson Vinson, tackle, Alabama A&M.
Yeah, big time guy at the Senior Bowl. Has great measurables, got the length you want. He's more of a power tackle. He doesn't have the foot quickness that you might look for, but as a right tackle only, from an HBCU, which I believe this is the first HBCU player of this year's draft, at Alabama A&M, I think it is. He really put on a show down there at the Senior Bowl at being able to play up to the level of the program of the players around him. So that's getting him a chance here at Baltimore to develop in the background behind Rosengarten and Stanley. I think he's going to be more of a right tackle only, although he had 44 starts at left tackle.
Okay, so to give you the lay of the land, the Seahawks are now on the clock, and then the Dolphins, the Seahawks again, the Eagles, and then the Patriots are coming up. Steelers.
Okay, so
20 this round.
The
20.
Seahawks traded away a quarterback to move back up to 142. Are they taking one here?
It's possible.
Yeah.
Sam Howell's not good.
trading Sam Howell for Shadeur Sanders, is that
I
an
don't think
upgrade
it's
for him?
Shadeur. I think if anything, I think they would take a Kyle McCord or a Will Howard. If that,
I could see a
Maybe.
McCord, especially in that type system, because you got to remember they also re-signed Drew Lock here, so the
that's
backup
right.
spot's pretty much shored up behind
That's true.
Sam Darnold, and they also drafted Jalen Milroe. So
Yeah, I don't think this is a quarterback, if I'm being
Nope.
honest. But
you might be seeing a linebacker come in here or another lineman in this facet, or a running back too, because
So
Kenneth Walker has been injured a lot. Charbonnet has looked impressive, but is more second back in a system here. So maybe you're looking at an Ollie Gordon, a big hammer running back in that offense that they like to have, more of a power back, or maybe Damian Martinez.
and they have 2 of the next 3 picks, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Sorry, I'm trying to juggle a lot of stuff right now. Doesn't help. I have to do the knee-jerk reaction article today too.
freaking Rich.
Come on, Rick.
He told me he might be back around 2. I'm going to see if he wants it.
This might also be another offensive lineman with Miles Frazier there. Being Zabel was gone, they had Uli Owatami, who played center last year from Michigan, was looking comfortable. So maybe they go Zabel and Frazier and replace both starting guards.
I'm not even looking on X anymore. I don't know if you guys are getting stuff there. Riley Mills, defensive tackle, Notre Dame.
Riley Mills is a quality player who dealt with a knee injury here late in the season during the college football playoff.
Wait, isn't this the guy that of the scout that was on with Jim?
Yep.
That he really liked?
Yeah, which I'll leave my thoughts about that scout for another time. But
I just said I'll listen to the show.
There's a story that goes along with that. I won't go into it here, but I respect my people that have been in this industry for a long time, but some personal experience there with that gentleman. But tip of the cap for his hard work and the amount of years he worked for the Steelers. But that was his guy. Yeah, Riley Mills. Yeah. But he's 24, had a knee injury from an ACL, can play inside and outside more as a 3-4 defensive end, and has some pass rushing ability from there. So you're looking at a guy that might have an upside as Zach Allen, in that type of facet, can play sub package, but also edge rush from a 5 technique. Little shorter than ideal, but has the power aspect, has some different moves in his tool belt there, and his quality 2-gapper from a 5 tech. So Mike McDonald type player, lunch pail, work ethic type guy, good program builder there for McDonald.
Okay. Kind of curious about this story. I'll have to get that from Roy on another time.
Yeah. I don't air dirty laundry out.
I don't expect you to, Roy.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, like, you piqued my interest.
Yeah, there's like I said, he's been a long time scout in the NFL, and I respect those guys. But I don't know. I'm more of a fountain than a drain at sometimes with the people I'm around. So
Jordan
Browns,
Phillips, defensive tackle, Maryland, goes to the Miami Dolphins.
Yep, and the Browns just traded up to that next Seattle pick, so they're on the clock now.
Which for Miami, good job on them. They had a ginormous hole of defensive tackle, and now you got Kenneth Grant and Jordan Phillips. That's some heft there that you just added on the interior defensive line with some athleticism. So
Steelers fans would have been happy with those 2 picks.
Absolutely. Yeah. I'm with you, Dave. That's some nice picks there for a team that needs to get a little more physical and not be so finesse and speed. We need a little physicality. I think they learned that lesson the last couple of years.
The Jack Sawyer pick, does this go back to Art Rooney II, his kind of mandate that the Steelers get better at run defense? Is that part of that?
So far, I think that's what that screams to me, because to me, he does against the run as a backup what Herbig doesn't.
Right. They're opposite ends of the spectrum. And if Herbig had the ability to play the run a little better, I think you might be talking about shopping Alex Highsmith, but he's just not that type of player. But pass rushing chops get paid in this NFL. So we'll see what happens when he comes due with the contract time.
I'll say this, Jeremy, to your question. If this coaching staff needed the owner to tell them that they need to stop the run better, then they should all be fired.
Yeah,
Every single last one of them should
No,
be
they need
fired.
to stop the run against Baltimore better. They did well against everybody else except for Baltimore the last 2 games.
One of them.
But you need that. You need to get better there. That's you can't.
What I'm saying is that if the owner has to step in and say, "Hey guys, we need to get better at stopping the run," and the coach is like, I never thought of it that way. I guess we do. Like then they all need to be fired. Seriously, just give them their pink slips and we'll start over. But
don't start that talk. Then we're gonna have to start talking about if Tomlin's on the hot seat or not, and we're not even through the draft yet.
Someone asked me.
I think another.
They asked me this past offseason if Tomlin was going to go anywhere. I said he's got the golden ticket, man. He's here as long as he wants, and when he's done, and they'll find a new coach. But that's my opinion.
Yeah, I think his next route is the Cowher route, where he's done on TV for the next 20 years. He'll never go back to another team. Yeah. I think he'll just be on. He'll have the freedom to be on TV and do his other things that he wants to in life's work.
Yeah. Good, Jeremy. What were you gonna say?
I was just gonna say I think the other defense of the Jack Sawyer pick is the fact that we saw it happen last year. It was out of left field in the 4th round for me too that they went with the guard Mason McCormick, but then Daniels goes down and McCormick ends up starting the whole year. You don't know what you need until something like that happens. So why not get a Sawyer? It makes a lot of sense that 4th round pick would just be the highest rated guy on their board at a position where, hey, if somebody goes down here, then we're in trouble and we're going to need some help. So you can't have too many good players on your team. Is I guess what I'm saying. It doesn't matter the position because you never know what's going to happen.
It's always about improving. It's not, when you're a bad team, you got to improve the top third of your roster. When you want to compete for a Super Bowl, you want to be having the most intense competitions you can for those last 10 spots on your roster. And not only that, you want to have at least 2-3 players on the practice squad, whether they're a veteran that's just sticking around trying to win a ring, or it's a project that you're investing in, like Alejandro Villanueva or something like that you can see maybe the light at the end of the tunnel, but he just needs some time to, be developed.
Yep.
I don't know. This Cleveland pick's taking a long time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think they go another quarterback, do they?
No.
Or do they go up and take Shadeur again just to create a higher controversy here for all of us that are out there?
Yeah, but why take a 3rd round and a 5th round quarterback? That's
browning it up. Just saying.
Yeah, it is.
That would be the Cleveland thing to do.
I don't know.
A lot of people lauding this Cleveland draft. I thought they pass up on a generational prospect. It's a 1st round pick next year. I get it, but you pass up on a generational prospect, and then, outside of Harold Fannin Jr., I think that they've been meh at most picks for them.
I'm entirely on board with you, Jeremy. For me, Mason Graham is a good player, not a transcendent player. You traded away from your generational talent. If I'm, we talked a little bit about this earlier. It's fully commit to it. Then drop the whole way down to the bottom third of this draft. Grab another 1st rounder for next year and then you could say you have 3 tickets in the 1st round. And I would have did a Friday news dump of I'm releasing Deshaun Watson right now.
It is Shadeur Sanders.
It is Shadeur Sanders.
No way.
Colorado.
This is unreal.
It just popped across on the.
No way.
I love you, Cleveland.
Why would they do that?
Wow.
They slapped him in the face and then selected him 2 rounds later.
He wasn't even the top quarterback selected by the team that took him.
Someone explain this to me. Dylan Gabriel goes in the 3rd round, and you're thinking, okay, they just went a different route. They're going to have Kenny Pickett, Joe Flacco, Dylan Gabriel, and then they get Shadeur. This guy's confused. He's not excited.
Okay, time to switch to Mel.
Oh, he's on the floor. He's exhausted. I'm watching the NFL Network right now. But honestly, This is a very Cleveland thing to do, I guess.
Yeah.
Best player available. He's the best player, right, Roy?
I mean, hands down, he's the best player according to my big board. He's 15th overall. But why would you take your next decade-long backup to the guy that could maybe be your starter?
Yeah.
If you would have told me you flip-flop these picks, okay, you're going to Washington Commanders route when they took RG3 and Kirk Cousins.
Yeah.
Okay, I could have been convinced of that, but wow. I'm a hard person to be speechless, and speechless I am here at this point at 5th round when you took Dylan Gabriel in the 3rd. That to me is just
what's Kenny Pickett thinking right now? He goes to Cleveland.
In the live chat, I just clicked back and someone said,
Yes,
it's going to ask to be traded.
He goes to Cleveland and they draft 2 quarterbacks.
and bring
Flacco back. Yeah.
The
who
pick is
basically
in
got them to the playoffs. So, woof.
Deshaun Watson has to be cut at this point, right? You just got to cut the guy.
I mean,
and move on.
Deshaun Watson,
you're taking those huge hits, no matter what.
Well, see, that's an outlier, Dave. So one of the things that not many people are talking about is how NFL contracts can be insured, and that's the way they can recoup some money. So yes, they'll have a terrible cap hit, but Deshaun Watson's contract is insured. So if they release him, they can get so much amount of dollars back off of that, recouped from insurance-wise, that's not on the salary cap. So it won't show in the paperwork as far as the salary cap, but as far as the owner's pocketbook, he'll be getting some of that back out of it because they've insured his contract.
I don't care how much money they pay. They can spend twice as much. To me, I don't want them to have the cap space. I mean, they have kept restructuring to where he's an $80 million hit next year.
I'm just still astounded that we have Shadeur Sanders to the Cleveland. And then we're not even talking about Mac McWilliams from UCF, college corner, going to the Philadelphia Eagles, he's a feisty guy, not afraid. He doesn't back down from anything at UCF there. I believe he has a 4.4 speed. Like, that's a good quality asset to be added to the background depth chart of the Philadelphia Eagles. But now we're going to get the circus of what we get of Shadeur Sanders to Cleveland.
I cannot believe they did that. That's so funny.
It's strange.
10 picks away. Steelers are 10 picks away, by the way.
Well, let's just say thank you, though, for Cleveland, for Browning, so that we don't have to have that conversation. And then if we take Will Howard or Kyle McCord, we can just get into actual quarterback, evaluation here. Gosh.
So, yeah, I mean, it's one thing if you were to tell me that the Browns drafted Shadeur Sanders 3 days ago, we're like, were they that dumb to take him at number 2?
Or at the top of the second round,
meaning at the number 2 overall that they took him over Hunter is what you would have been thinking. And now it's pick 144, and the second quarterback they take, it's just, I don't know. I mean, it's either brilliant or
no.
I don't even know the word to use.
It's not brilliant.
I had to text Kevin Smith and say, "What is your boy Stefanski doing?" Because he actually knows Kevin Stefanski. And I think
I don't know if you guys saw the Browns draft war room after they made the selection, but they were all just kind of flat faced sitting there going golf clapping. So I don't know. Andrew Berry didn't look pleased.
That to me speaks of an owner pick right there.
That's what I was thinking, Roy.
Exactly.
Like the owner came in and said, "You're taking Sanders because he's going to sell tickets right now. And if I'm Kevin Stefanski, I'm already talking to my agent saying next year you better be getting me a good place to be coaching at because Deion's probably coming to Cleveland."
Oh,
I hope Deion comes to Cleveland. That circus would be brilliant.
Just saying, that was one of the things me and Rob talked about a lot. It's like if you're not Mike Tomlin, who has the golden ticket and has the ability of ownership's ear, if you're a coach like Stefanski, who you've already battled with the owner about a quarterback, Deshaun Watson, that maybe you did not want, I'm saying you better find me a good job because I'm a 2-time coach of the year.
Yeah. You know the Browns would give Shadeur or Deion Sanders a 10-year contract or something stupid too.
Complete autonomy over the entire roster. And hey, maybe Deion would be able to come through with it. I mean, he's built programs at Jackson State and Colorado, but
I know something he would do. He would cut Deshaun Watson.
Yeah,
he's gonna start chopping people off the team. I'll say that. Oh, hey, the Patriots pick here is a great one. It's the edge rusher Braden Swinson from LSU. Yes. That's a fantastic value pick at this point in the draft to me. He had some third round grades from teams.
Yeah, he was 93rd on my big board. Long, lengthy 4'3" defensive end. Has some impressive bend for being that big of a guy. I think he's 6'5", 243. Has some good traits to work with, just hasn't converted into the production consistently there at LSU. So Mike Vrabel gets the most out of his players. Long, lengthy guy, 4'3" defensive end. Keep adding guys to that equation up there in New England.
All right, let's make a pact. Nobody says Shadeur Sanders the rest of the day.
Yeah,
I don't know what to say. I'm just excited to see. I'm glad.
The action article I called him he who shall not be named. You know,
I am
we will
glad.
refer to him as Voldemort from here on out.
I will say I agree with Roy. I'm glad it's done. And we can make fun of the Browns till the cows come home, but I'm glad it's done. And that way, when the Steelers draft next, they go whatever they want, and they don't have that hanging over their head. They take the best player they think available at a position they desire, and let's move on. So
if they wanted him, they would have taken him in round 4.
Right.
They really would have.
Or 2.
That's where we're
or 1.
Or 1, yeah.
We go back to the fact of we know that Aaron Rodgers is going to probably be our quarterback. Mason's the 2. Now you get a guy that's going to be the 3 that's going to put his head down and work and be a guy that can maybe develop into a long-term backup, and we don't have the circus behind it. So,
because unless you think Shadeur is the guy that's going to get you back to, can you be one of the better quarterbacks in the division? Because like I said, nothing that they do is going to get them ahead of 3. Nothing. So right now,
bring up something with you guys. For me, I've already started diving into next year's drafts. Okay.
Yeah.
This one hasn't even been completed. A couple weeks ago, I started looking because I knew the questions were going to come because they're in Pittsburgh. Quarterback situation. I think that's one of the reasons why we went away from Shadeur, is that we're so invested in the next year's draft that they want to see their next franchise signal caller holding up the jersey in Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
What's
Jordan James running back Oregon to the 49ers.
I was going to say this. Yeah. This is a perfect Kyle Shanahan pick here. Jordan James at running back. You knew they were going to pick a running back at some point in the draft. But.
Yeah.
So, go ahead, Roy.
But did any of you guys get a chance to look at just some of the guys that are going to be in next year's draft? I can list some of them off that are going to be draft eligible if you want. Give me your thoughts. You got Arch Manning, who's potentially going to be in next year's draft. Drew, potentially. Yeah. These are all potential guys that have the eligibility, sustained that they could be in next year's draft. Arch Manning, Drew Allar from Penn State, Lenora Sellers from South Carolina, Nico Iamaleva from UCLA now, not Tennessee. Garrett Nussmeier from LSU are the top 5 guys. Then you have guys like Carson Beck, Malik Murphy, who's at Oregon State, Caden Salter now at Colorado, who was at Liberty, Sam Levitt from Arizona State, and Cade Klubnik from Clemson, just to name 10 of them here.
Yeah.
What's your thought process? That's 10 deep that I just named you that are possible, day 1 or day 2 picks here.
Yep.
Who's a guy that maybe stands out to you, at least initially, that would maybe be a guy you pound the table for next year to be the guy?
Can I say something first?
Yeah.
Because I'm not going to say anything about any of them specifically. I'm going to let Jeremy do that because I don't follow college football. So what's going to be interesting for me is if I'm going to probably more next year, not necessarily watch all the games, but follow what's going on a little bit more with these quarterbacks. Because you named 10. If half of them are still at the top, that would still be pretty good. And there's going to be another 1 or 2 that you didn't name that are going to be creeping up there. That's just how it generally goes. Half of what you think is going to be there might not be. And there's going to be other ones that you didn't think would be first or second round guys that are going to creep in. So that from the pure number standpoint of a guy that crunches numbers, That's how I look at it for looking for next year. I'm going to now yield to let people talk about actual players.
And I can go deeper if you want. I have 10 to 20 right now too, but I just figured I'd go with some of my top 10 here that I just wrote down.
Well, and I think that it sets up so much better when you're just talking about the value of the guys at the top of the draft, and you don't have to squint as hard to see these guys being good NFL quarterbacks. But to me, it's the big body guys with some athleticism that I look at for the Steelers. It's the Drew Allers, it's the Lenore Sellers type players. I don't think they'd be in, Roy, on a Garrett Nussmeier. I mean, 200-pound quarterbacks, they don't fit the Steeler way necessarily, but a guy like that may end up being a higher pick than a Drew Aller because you think his game's a little bit more complete. So I think it's an interesting conversation for sure about these guys at just waiting and playing the waiting game for them. But like you're saying, there's more guys that fit the Steelers and what they want to do at quarterback next year than there were this year. And there's going to be more guys with complete grades and higher prospects overall than what you're seeing in this draft. So it makes total sense to me to make your play for that year.
Yeah.
Did we get Hamilton, defensive tackle, Ohio State, to the Rams?
We did not. Who's a big run plugger for Ohio State. He has a brother that plays for the Jacksonville Jaguars, and Devon Hamilton, who also is at Ohio State. Big run, about 330-pound run stuffer there that Los Angeles is adding to the equation with Fiske, and there's more pass rushers there, so more of a rotational piece for the Rams. But just to kind of wrap this up, I don't know, Jeff, if you want to say anything about the quarterbacks here, but my thought process is the national media had us really in the quarterback game. I think that's one of the reasons why our front office wanted some assurities or at least an idea from Rodgers before. And I think it's Rodgers this year. They're going to try to put all their eggs in a basket and go for a one-year run. And if not, next year, that's one of the reasons why we were picking and choosing the guys we went in free agency for, to add more bullets in the chamber, that if we can get convinced of one of these guys that we want to go up and get next year, they're going to go up and get a guy to be their quarterback for the next decade. So just wanted to throw that out there. I thought it was nice food for thought as we got Shadeur Sanders finally going off the board, that maybe instead of looking for a guy to be a starter, they want to be their long-term backup at this point.
I'm with Dave. I don't watch a lot of college football, but I will say that the Steelers, they have a plan, and they've actually admitted to the plan. And so my question coming into the draft was, can they stick to their guns and execute the plan? And as of now, they have done that. Dave, what do you
Cowboys, Jaden Blue, running back, Texas.
For them, that's a great pick because they needed something more than just plotters in their backfield. Jaden Blue was a guy that took a visit with the Steelers, I believe, on a 30 visit. Big-time speed, good pass catcher out of the backfield, more of a get to the edge and get upfield, use that speed and quickness, not a big-time tackle breaker. So adding that to Javonte Williams, who's more of a tackle breaker, who signed from Denver over to the Cowboys, that's a nice added little juice into the backfield for the Cowboys after last year having not much at all in that backfield.
I'd love to see the Steelers trade up so that they get rid of like their 7th round pick to end this thing sooner. But
that's that. Hey, other than last year, that's what Jeff has wished every year with the draft.
Yeah,
because last year there was no 7th round pick,
which was great. It was fantastic. This is just such a long process. Anyways, but yeah, going back to my final thought there with the quarterback talk, you have a plan in place. Next year, the question will be, are you going to get the right one? And so if the class that's coming up in 2026 is more akin to 2024, okay, so like, would you be happy if you ended up with Drake May or instead of Caleb Williams? Because you assume like a team like Cleveland, possibly with 2 first-round picks, might be saying we're going to get the number 1 overall pick. So what do the tiers look like? Like, that's where I'm curious, with this whole situation is I don't know those players well enough. I'm like Dave, I might be paying closer attention this year, but we'll see. They have executed the plan, in my opinion, well so far. Mm-hmm. That's just my opinion.
Yeah.
Well, I think you have a better chance of landing the the franchise quarterback next year. And if that's the case in and of itself, that's worth waiting, especially for a team that wants to compete every year. And then, how are they going to get back up into that range to get a guy? This year, it didn't make sense to try to do that for any of these guys. Next year, it would make sense.
Yeah. The Miami Dolphins are on the clock. The pick is in. We don't know what it is yet. But
so Miami
Sorry,
Dolphins.
I got it, but I was on mute.
Here we
It's
go.
Jason Marshall
Jason
Jr.,
Jason
cornerback,
Marshall.
Florida.
He's more of a zone type corner. Has a little bit of lack of foot quickness that you look for. More of a guy that's picking an area to utilize his instincts. Good tackler. More of a depth piece there as far as I'm concerned. I had him more in the 7th round range. Not a big time athlete, more just a fill in the gaps kind of guy.
So we're only a few picks away for the Steelers selecting in the 5th round. 5 picks to be exact, as the Colts are now on the clock. Any early predictions for this 5th round pick positionally?
I'm still the fact of it's either going to be quarterback or maybe even lineman here.
You took my answer. Yeah, that was it. Quarterback or guard.
Yep. I think that's where we're at here with just the value. And Bo, Frazier's still available, or Howard or McCord. I think those are some of the guys that you look at that just too good of a values at this point that they should still be available.
Pick is in.
I'm going to say
Indy.
quarterback is the positional choice here as well. You still got some good value guys here, and it's 2 guys you've shown a lot of interest in if Will Howard and Kyle McCord make it to you, and Quinn Ewers as well. So that's
okay,
my
so
pick.
If you have those 3 options, which one do you prefer of those 3 quarterbacks?
It's Howard for me.
Howard for me as well. I like the grittiness and the size of that. I think he just fits the Mason Rudolph type build of a backup that you're looking for.
Jeff?
Yeah, Howard.
that's what
Coach
I was
JT Smith is the one that he said he has the intangibles that you want for a quarterback. So,
plus, if you go back and watch, I don't know, I love John Gruden when it comes to quarterback evaluation. Go watch the quarterback school that he put on with Will Howard. That was great must-see content for the draft season.
Well, did you watch the one with Jackson Dart? There were some very uncomfortable moments.
That made me really question some of his upside that he did.
Well,
has he been coached hard? I know Lane Kiffins is a nice guy for an interview, but I question his ability to get the best out of his quarterbacks.
Gruden says, "Give me your pre-snap count." He goes,
Yep.
"What's your cadence? Do you have a dummy? I'd clap twice." I mean, I don't know. That's the disconnect between some college programs and the NFL, though. They don't ask their quarterbacks to get under the center, and they don't ask them to make those type of calls and stuff.
So the Colts selection's in. It's DJ Giddens, the running back from Kansas State here.
Good player.
Really good asset behind Jonathan Taylor to have. I know they went out and got Khalil Herbert out of the Bears last year, but this guy's a great asset to have sitting behind Taylor in case he gets nicked. 3-down capability here, pass protection. He's not very passive in it, can catch the ball, more of a slasher type, but nice number 2 back to have behind Jonathan Taylor at this point. Well,
I thought he was a good stylistic fit for Pittsburgh too.
Absolutely. That zone blocking would have been a home run pick here in the 5th round. So a couple
Cowboys
guys
traded.
And their pick is in.
I was going to ask you guys, not that I wanted to talk about he who shall not be named much more, but did you guys see the reports that came out from the Giants?
Yeah.
About
especially Babel.
Yeah. He came in, he was unprepared. He didn't understand the X's and O's and just seemed – I mean, that's one thing you have to ask if his dad's been his coach for forever. How did they adapt things specifically for him that he's not ready to step in and understand?
And how much do they overlook it and just go back to Travis Hunter being Travis Hunter? And some of them other guys. You know, they had LaJohntay Wester and Jimmy Horn Jr. and Will Shepard did that mask a lot of deficiencies in his ability to, you know, you didn't have a lot of guys that were first like freshmen or sophomores making an impact in that offense.
Yeah.
It was
I mean,
guys
I'm not saying that's what happened. I'm just throwing some things out there that teams are actually, you know, saying, okay, here's why we didn't do it. So,
and he never turned his back on the defense. He was always playing from shotgun, RPOs and stuff. Never had to turn his back on a defense and make plays afterwards, make reads afterwards. So it wasn't a lot of translatable skills from a pre-snap situation.
Pick is in. Shamar James, Florida linebacker, Dallas Cowboys.
Thumper type at linebacker there. Has decent speed, but more your 2-down run stuffer, what you're looking for in that defense. Demarion Overshawn still coming back from his knee injury. You're going to see probably an early down thumper there at this point, add to the depth on the line.
All right, we're 3 picks away. The Bengals are on the clock.
yep. Okay. Yes, that's trying to get back in. I mean, I'm balancing so much stuff right now. I'm just trying to get locked in to what's going on.
That's why I'm trying to keep up with the big board here and stuff, trying to make sure people are coming off and making sure I'm not going to be misspeaking about a guy that may have already been drafted here.
I'm still pretty excited because there's players left on the board that I thought the Steelers would be very interested in at this stage of the draft or even earlier. So did Marcus Mbo ever go? I don't think he did.
He is still on the board here. He's my 45th ranked player as we're sitting here. It's a couple players have ticked off here. We have Mbo and Frazier as my 2 highest ranked. That was 45th and 82nd. A couple running backs, Damian Martinez, Ollie Gordon, both power backs. Chris Paul, the linebacker, from Ole Miss, Will Howard, and then your guy Torrey Horton is the last ones available on my top 100 board. And then a guy that I think everybody's going to regret passing up, one of my favorite players here. It was my 103rd, Xavier Restrepo. Slot type, but the guy just has heart written all over him. I know he ran a devastating 40 time, but had some injuries to his hamstring there. But you put on the tape when Cam Ward was throwing the ball, that's the guy he depended on. He was able to get open at will. Guy, you know, more of a Tyler Lockett maybe kind of guy. Julian Edelman type that just knows where the chains are and is making the third downs go back to first down, resetting it. So,
and Roy, I was just going to ask Roy. I'm asking just in case the Steelers don't go offensive line here. What's the name of the guy you liked with the last pick? That was the shorter guy that you kept taking.
Willie Lampkin.
Willie Lampkin
from
North Carolina.
Okay. Gotcha.
Yep.
I couldn't remember the name. So
5'11".
Did you guys say the Bengals pick yet? Rivers?
Jalen Rivers is the pick for the Bengals.
Guard
from Miami.
More of a mauler and a phone booth type guy from Miami, but real strong phone booth type. Think more like a Ramon Foster type that can win in short spaces.
Played in front of Cam Ward.
Real quick, Roy, since we just said a offensive guard, what's your take on year 2 for Mason McCormick?
I still think there's a little bit of growth potential there. I love his movement ability, and I actually think maybe we see him long-term be the replacement for Samalu because that's where he spent a lot of his time at South Dakota State, was at left guard. And him and Broderick Jones seem to really, really find a little bit of synergy there on the right side.
There goes Mbo, guard Purdue, to the Giants.
Sniped us.
Two picks ahead of the Steelers, who are on the clock.
Yeah.
Because the Dolphins pick is in.
Embo, to me, like I said, he's a little bit light in the pants, but when I watched him, I like guys that are unique, have some unique qualities, and his pass sets, he looked like a basketball player out there. He just reminded me a lot of Zach Tom. And for the Giants, I mean, that's a home run pick for them. They had a lot of problems. They had Illuminor at right tackle, wound up playing guard and even left tackle last year with Thomas being injured. If they can get him to hit some upside here and be a tackle, right tackle could be a long-term fit for them there opposite Andrew Thomas. And at worst, you're looking at improving over Greg Van Roten or John Runyon there at guard. So real value for the Giants there. 45th ranked player.
All right. Anyone seeing anything?
I'm still trying to get caught up. Though I still haven't got the Dolphins pick yet.
Nothing yet for me that I'm seeing here, but
Oh, I just got a text that I'm due for my next eye exam. Sorry.
Oh no. The important things.
Yes. If you guys have seen me when I look at Roy's paper, I have to move my glasses up so I can actually read it. I'm getting so old. So, yeah. Oh, see, and that's the one thing, because Sanders was taken, I didn't actually see what that trade ended up being. What did Cleveland get up to move up to do that?
the Steelers just traded out of pick 156 for 164 and 226, moving back.
Okay.
Miami is now on the clock.
Okay, so what was that trade?
The Steelers traded the 156 pick to the Dolphins for 164 and 226.
Yep. That
Dale
according to
always
Chris
says,
Adamski.
okay, with the Chiefs.
Yeah.
Or sorry, yep, the Chiefs.
Yeah.
My bad.
Jeff, I did not get that updated. Do we need to get that out, or do you think they'll be picking soon enough?
164.
That's only 9.
I'm sending it to breaking news here.
8 more picks.
Yep,
That's from Adamski.
226. Faraball has it too. Trading 156 for 164 and 226.
Mm-hmm.
So they gain a
7th rounder.
Oh no, Jeff, not a second.
Hey, it's still in front of what their last pick scheduled to be, so that's
right.
That's all right.
Yep, 3 picks in front. Yeah.
Okay. Jeff, do you need me to? Sorry to break down the fourth wall. Do I need to jump? Because I was doing knee jerk. I didn't update that for the future rounds.
Do you have a draft?
I do, but it's honestly from day one.
I'll take a look.
Here, I'll see how quick I can do it. Hold on, it's old. I'll find it. Bring it up more. Whew. I did not expect the trade back there.
With the Steelers, I think it's probably because they feel confident they can get one of those quarterbacks that they still like. Yeah,
Jeff, I don't need to do a breaking news podcast about them trading back with them getting only 8 more picks later, right?
No, you don't.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
Hey, Roy, how do you feel about, since we've got a little break here, then to wait? How do you feel about this Giants draft after them taking Mbo and then they grabbed Scadaboo in the 5th?
I like it. I'm not a huge fan of Jackson Dart. That would knock my grade down a little bit. But the Scadaboo pick I love with Tyrone Tracy. I think that's a nice 1-2 punch, the grinder and then the slasher. But as far as Scadaboo, and then I love Darius Alexander to that front off the Dexter Lawrence. I think he has some nice quickness and pass rushing ability off the Dexter Lawrence, who has some of the best pass rushing chops. And then you throw an Abdul Carter in there with them. That's a nice combination pick there on defense.
They're going to have a really good defense this year. They really are. It's going to be hard to do anything up front against them.
And if they can get a lead and have them pass rushers and that front get healthy, that's going to be nasty.
And Jackson Dart's not going to start this year unless Russell Wilson just stinks it up.
Yeah. And
do you think that Winston would come in before Dart?
I would say, because I think they want to set Dart completely. I think that's the plan going into it. The only way I could think we see Dart is if we see him late year like Mahomes did with the Chiefs.
Dante Trader Jr., safety out of Maryland, is the pick for the for the Dolphins?
So Trader Jr. is actually a pretty intriguing guy. He has a long history of being lacrosse background. So that's a translatable asset there at safety, that type of fluidity. So he has some pass coverage skills there. Tackling still needs to be ratcheted up, little consistency efforts there with pursuit angles, but that lacrosse background, it translates for coverage skills. So intriguing guy there from Maryland to the Dolphins.
The Chiefs are our pick is in with where the Steelers were. So I'm interested to see who this player is, who the Chiefs wanted to move up 8 spots for.
I'm thinking it could be guard Miles Frazier at this point. I think that with Thuney gone, they still have not long-term signed Trey Smith. I think that would just be a nice value add for them at this point.
I got to step away for a second to get a charger, so I'll be back in a minute.
Yep.
Jeff, I'm close.
It's okay. How far are we?
No, meaning
we're at pick 156, and the Steelers are at 164.
Yeah, 7 away.
Yep. And the Chiefs pick is in. It is linebacker Jeffrey Bassa from Oregon. Was one of the big-time guys that gained ground here from the Senior Bowl. He's a former safety, a transition to linebacker, but is a physical thumper here. So that's an intriguing add to that defense, even though they got to retain Nick Bolton. Leo Chanel is there as well, former pick. So this is a guy that's going to come in and be quality depth behind Tranquil and Bolton and Chanel. He's going to be a absolute massive presence on special teams as well. So maybe you're looking at a guy, Tranquil, who had issues with a neck injury a few years ago. They're just inflating themselves there and being a dominant special team.
Huh. Interesting.
And the Buccaneers draft a Steeler top 30 visit in Elijah Roberts, the defensive tackle edge rusher out of SMU.
And Roberts is an interesting guy. He's got some heavy hands too. More of an edge rusher of sorts there. And I always love a guy that has a neck roll that throws back to the 90s era edge rushers. So has some advanced usage of his hands and pass rushing ability there. So more of a tweener type. It's around 6'3", 285. So can play a little bit of both stand up and on edge there.
I'm looking at the teams that the Steelers traded behind here. Chargers, Packers, Niners, Eagles, Jets, Panthers. None of them feel like a quarterback destination except for maybe the Jets. So if they felt good about 2 or 3 quarterbacks still on the board, they would feel fine about having moved back in those spots there.
Yeah. And Rob kind of chimed in here. He's getting a little bit of a listen. My co-host there on the YouTube chat, he said, who do we think, each one of us, who do we think's having a really good draft? Who's some of our best graded teams throughout the process as we're at 157 here of the 5th round?
I mentioned the Patriots earlier. I think they're having a great draft. I like the Giants draft too. The dart move up is a little bit strange to me, or not strange, I guess, but of a reach for me. But other than that, I really like those 2 teams and what they've done so far.
It pains me to say it, but I really like what Baltimore's done.
Okay.
They're a good drafting team, though.
Yeah. I haven't paid attention to all their picks, but the ones that I have noticed, I'm still going to bring up Arizona.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And it pains me to say this one, but I'll actually say Dallas too. I like some of their picks. Booker, I think, was a little bit overdrafted, but as far as that team needing to establish some push on the line of scrimmage, Booker's going to be a home run with Tyler Smith on the other side. As a Raku from Boston College, opposite Micah Parsons, that's going to be a really good pick. And if Siobhan Ravel is able to come back and be healthy, Trevon Diggs might not get his spot back because that guy's a lanky corner. And then you inject some athleticism and juice there in the running system with Blue, and then some run thumping with Shamar James. So Dallas, I think, has been high quality there as well. And even Jacksonville, I like that they were so aggressive in going up and getting their guy in Hunter. And then being able to take a nice nickel corner in Caleb Ransall. I'm a huge Wyatt Millum guy. I think he's going to be their starting left guard this year. Ezra Cleveland, I think, is going to be replaced quite easily. And then Bashal Tootin, just a little bit of explosiveness with ETN not being so sure he's the back there. I kind of like the depth of that draft class as well for the Jaguars.
So what was the last one we got in? Did we get the Chargers yet? Keandre Lambert-Smith, wide receiver, Auburn.
We did not. He's a Penn State transfer here to Auburn. More of a big body type, 6'1", down the field type presence, but a speedster more than the big body type in that aspect. More of a downfield explosive target that went to Auburn his final year.
So, but I assume we got the one before. Sorry, I was doing so much of the work. We got the Buccaneers one though, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Just double check and make sure we're good to go, because now the Steelers are what? Well, the Green Bay Packers pick is in. We just don't know it. So the Niners are on the clock, and then the Steelers are 4 picks after that. So,
yep. One other team that I really like their draft despite the early selection of a running back. I think it was worth it. The Raiders have a good draft class brewing here too. Ashton Genty, I thought, was worthy of that pick. Jack Besh in the second round is a good pick for them. You had another receiver later in Dante Thornton Jr. And then the two back-to-back offensive tackles, Caleb Rogers before Charles Grant was interesting, but adding both of those guys to the offensive line gives you some versatility and some pieces to work with there, and they needed help on the offensive line. So I like their draft too for Pete Carroll.
Yeah, and Charles Grant reminds me a lot of Colton Miller. That's that athletic kind of guy that needs some development. They took Miller early in that draft class and had that athleticism from UCLA. So nice guy with that uncertainty with his contract. Maybe you sit him a year behind there and he's your left tackle for the next decade. So William and Mary finest there. I know Mike Tomlin's smiling about that.
Yep.
So we don't know Packers pick yet.
Don't know Packers yet. No. Do you put any stock into the Steelers having brought in Kyle McCord for a top 30 and not Will Howard? I don't really, because they went to Ohio State. They make that a big deal every year. And then they also, wined and dined each of these guys afterwards as well. So I don't think that McCord came in for a 30 visit would make him the higher priority over Will Howard personally.
Yeah, I don't personally. I mean, I think it was just checking the box. They were more familiar with Howard there at Ohio State, like you said, especially throughout the All-Star game process and the combine. I think they had more exposures to Howard than maybe McCord. And McCord, they just wanted to have those one-on-one conversations in their facility a little closer.
Colin Oliver, linebacker, Oklahoma State, is the pick for the Packers.
So Colin Oliver is actually he's a pretty intriguing guy. He was my second to last guy on my big board from Oklahoma State. He was 399, but he was kind of a player. He's kind of a mix between an edge rusher and an interior linebacker. They played him at both. He was better as an edge rusher, even though he's about 6'1", 220, maybe 230 soaking wet. He's a guy that's going to be that special teams demon, but going to be the last guy maybe on roster that can play both edge and interior linebacker there from Oklahoma State. Frenetic energy. And like I said, he has some bend to him, so he's a little better as an edge rusher, even though he's a little undersized.
All right, so we are, I believe, 4 picks. Yeah. The Steelers are the 5th pick, 4 picks away. San Francisco's on the clock. Then Philly, the Jets, Panthers, and then the Steelers.
Pick is in for the Niners now. Now, I know they don't show it on TV, but I assume every pick is still announced in the arena or wherever the draft is taking place by somebody, right? If it's not on the television screen, it'd be somebody live in person.
Yeah, it's usually one of the other. It's usually one of the other council, the Donna Ponte or some of the other folks like that will usually announce the picks.
There we go. So 49ers take Marquez Single. Safety, Kansas State.
Single. Yep.
Single.
More of a nickel.
Oh, yeah, there's no end there. Sorry.
Yeah. Nickel corner safety. Kind of wears a lot of different kinds of hats. Really good tackler. Really good quickness off the nickel and especially blitzing. Really don't have the length to play outside. So more of that strict nickel kind of guy.
And Smile Mondon Jr. is the pick for the Eagles.
I was going to say it's in already.
Yeah. He's a linebacker from Georgia. And then the Jets pick is in too. It's Francisco Magoa from Miami.
Now we're talking. Move this thing along. Let's go.
Moving it along, baby.
Moigo is an interesting guy. He's really athletic. I liked his tackling ability. I had him rated actually above Jay Higgins, who a lot of people really like, but just doesn't have the athleticism. So special teams guy, but has a chance to work up as a weak side linebacker there.
So where are you getting these from, Jeremy? Are they?
The Draft Network keeps popping them in on my Twitter notifications. They've been right every time, so.
Yeah.
And Smell London, the linebacker that went here from Georgia, he's athletic, sideline and sideline backer. It's just he's a little light in the pants, so he's more of your coverage backer than he is your strict downhill run defender.
Just trying to get everything going here. Like I said, give me a quarterback or a guard right here. That's what I'd prefer. But I wouldn't go against like a corner either.
Give me a double dip on the defensive line. I'd be okay with it.
Yeah.
I'd be okay with that too, yeah.
Yeah, that would be good too. Oh, Jeff, this was going to be fun if I ever have to dive into this pick, because this pick to Pittsburgh came from Kansas City, who got it from Philly, who got it from Cleveland, who got it from Detroit.
Dave's, or to let Roy know what he's talking about. Dave likes to do these articles where it's like how this player turned into this player, and it's like all
I turned. What was it? Kieran Fox into James Conner.
Wow.
Like that, yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
Nice.
Passing Kieran Fox.
Yeah.
Wow. Number 57, I think.
Yep. 57.
I always saw him flying down the field on special
about
teams.
Comp picks. That's what that one was.
Oh, here's a chart. Oh, here's a
The stupid stuff your brain retains. I don't know why.
Yes. That came because of Calvin Beecham.
Good old Kelvin Beecher, who's still in the league.
I know. I love that guy with the Steelers. He was my favorite player when he was playing.
Why?
He was honestly, he reminded me of me as an offensive lineman. That's why.
Huh?
So he was a 7th round pick, so I was pulling for him.
He played all the positions on the line too.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Smart guy, real smart guy.
Everyone always compares that next lineman like him to Beecham. Like it was Hubbard got compared to Beecham.
Mhm.
So
Spencer Anderson gets compared to Beecham. Like the gold standard for
Yes.
7th round draft pick.
7th round draft pick,
Yep.
offensive line. This gold standard 7th round draft pick on defense. That's Kiesel.
That's the beard, yeah.
Yeah. The
Steelers
Steelers are on the clock because the Panthers pick is in. We just don't know it yet.
I just saw a tweet from Deion Sanders from way back in 2018. It says, I love what the
Yeah.
Browns have done this offseason, but if I'm a young quarterback, ain't no way I'm going to Cleveland. I would pull an Eli Manning if possible.
Yeah. That
It's
was
stuff like
what
that,
the
why
Athletic that
he
cheered that. I
didn't
saw
go.
that.
I guess you pulled a Sam Howell and went in the 5th round to Cleveland, so you can't really.
Yeah.
Mhm.
But remember when Sam Howell was supposed to be the
Oh,
first
that's
round
funny.
quarterback?
Yeah.
Yeah. 5 deep in Cleveland right now. Yikes.
Mm.
Well, actually 4 because Deshaun ain't playing, but throw it all at the wall and see what will stick.
Anyone sees anything?
Iowa
Yeah.
nose tackle Yahe Black
Who?
Yeah, Black.
is
Is it his
according to
Steelers
Alan
stuff?
Saunders.
Yep.
Breaking.
Yeah, Black. I see it now too.
Put it in breaking.
You got it, Jeremy?
I've got
No, I mean, I've got either Aaron Becker or Alan Saunders, the only ones that I've got that have reported it.
oh.
So that's
I
a
mean,
that's a
I'm
nose
from
tackle,
other
right?
people.
Roy, what do you know about him?
Yaya Black is a massive, let me say it again, massive nose tackle from Iowa. He's about 6'5". He has long,
double dip into college.
long arms. Great at
Yep.
holding the point of attack. Not much at all as a pass rusher, but it's going to be your guy that's going to be your base downs nose stuffer, and that's about it. But when he's able to sink his pads, he can 2-gap with the best of them. That length, he's able to hold the point and let those linebackers roam freely. That's a good rotational defensive lineman that you're adding to the forte here.
You guys said take the double dip at D line. You got it.
Yep. I mocked him to the Steelers in mine, so I've got 2 picks correct there. So I feel good about that.
Yeah,
Wasn't until another round later, but
that's a really good pick. He's just a really solid player. Like I said, he doesn't have much upside on the pass rush, but real solid add to this defensive line.
And I'm just going to put it out there for people. You are not finding a starting quarterback that you're expecting to have be your starter in round 5.
No,
You're just not. If you're taking a quarterback here, it's to be a backup. And then if they overachieve, that's great. But my goodness, it's fine that they didn't go quarterback here still.
And at this point, you still have a lot of different guys on the board to take. And it's probably going to be there till next round, whether it's McCord, Howard, or Riley Leonard. Like we said, I think Riley Leonard, people forget about him. They only see him as the Notre Dame Riley Leonard that was running the ball. You go back and watch his tape at Duke, he was able to go through his progressions. He reminded me kind of a dollar store version of Ryan Tannehill. He has the running ability, but he's also able to cycle through progressions. It's just Notre Dame leaned into his athleticism more than his passing ability. So if we get him in the 6th, 7th round, that's a good long-term backup guy to be developing.
And according to Brian Batko, it's pronounced Waya. Is what he has. Waya. Like WHY-YAY. I don't know.
I don't know about that.
Yeah, that's I'm just putting that up.
Mitchell Evans was the Panthers pick before the Steelers because it still hasn't been announced on TV yet. Tight end out of Notre Dame.
Solid number 2 tight ends, dealt with a lot of injuries over his time at Notre Dame. that's really what they need, some solid productivity at tight end outside of having some guys that just haven't produced there in Carolina. So decent blocker, solid set of hands, just dealt with a lot of injury history there.
I'm a fan of the Steelers pick, really am. I think that they needed to double dip at the position, and they probably, in the end, Yaya Black making it into round 6 or 7 was probably not going to happen for them to do it there, and they feel more comfortable about the guys they can get at quarterback later on. If they even go quarterback at this point, I don't know. We'll see.
Well, I mean, like I said, if not, they're going to do an undrafted one to have another one out there. But the question is, are you having one who's going to be an upgrade of Skylar, assuming that you're going to get Rodgers, or another vet that's going to be there, that's going to be 1 or 2, along with Mason? At this point, are you having a quarterback that's going to be above Skylar Thompson, and he's going to be the guy out, or one that would be your 4th after Skylar Thompson? To me, that's the difference between taking one now versus undrafted free agent.
Or taking a quarterback that, like you just said, is going to be a 3rd or 4th quarterback over a guy that's going to be a rotational run stuffer. Yep. I'm going to see more. It goes back to that. We're getting guys that are going to contribute this year. Yaya Black, even though he might only play 5 snaps a game, might be 5 key running downs or goal line situations.
And he officially, based on his weigh in at the combine, will be the heaviest defensive lineman that the Steelers have. So I'm just waiting for it to actually show up on TV, and then I'm going to step out to do my breaking news, but was trying to find out more about him there. 10 1/4-inch hands. Dang.
Yeah. Massive.
83 7/8 wingspan.
That's what I'm saying. When he gets his meat hooks on you, look out. You're going somewhere.
Okay.
As far as being able to run stuff here.
Who's your comp? Do you have any kind of comp for him?
It's hard for me to do comps sometimes with lower level guys, but
Bleacher Report, they had a comp of John Ridgeway.
No, because Ridgeway was shorter armed.
Yeah,
that wouldn't be a very good comp.
Yeah, I don't even know who that is.
He was a guy that went. He's actually on the Commanders now.
Okay,
trying to think. More of a 2-down run stuffer that would maybe be a good comp for him. I like when people give me a challenge to think of a guy.
So, all right. Did they actually announce that yet on TV?
Nope, it's still waiting.
Yep, still waiting.
I like to get that because it's still not officially on the NFL.com website either. Once
and
the
Eagles just traded back from 165.
Yeah, to the Chargers. Are they waiting because they needed somebody because they needed to actually show an announcer? Because they have to show so many things. I think it's contractual with teams.
What's the Hayden Fry Award?
What's that?
Yaya Black was the Hayden Fry Award winner. And I'm not seeing what that means.
Probably has something to do with either leadership or in the weight room at Iowa.
Yeah. And he just turned 23.
Mm-hmm. I believe he was a 6-year player at Iowa too. So
he played
5.
Was he a 5?
Here's the Brett Kiesel pick here.
Oh, there's Kiesel. Yep. And he gets to announce a defensive lineman. I want to hear how he pronounces it. Did he say? I think he said yay. Why yay? I think that's what he. Sorry.
He said yaya.
I don't know. So am I saying yah when I do this? When I got to know what to do for this podcast, guys. What am I?
Google it.
Daniel Jeremiah said yeah, and so did Brett Kiesel. So that's what I go with.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, guys. I will be back shortly.
All right. There you go. Your boy's airline had him as a round 5 or 6. This falls in suit with that. So,
Yep.
I didn't see a comp though. Who would be your comp there, Roy?
I mean, that's a hard one. I would say it's probably a guy. I mean, he's a big nose tackle of sorts. I'm trying to think of a guy that has great length. It's more of a nose tackle. I'd even maybe go back to Joel Steed, maybe.
Oh.
Joel Steed might have had a little more quickness than him, though. But you remember Joel Steed was a heck of a nose tackle for us back in the early 90s.
60-minute men.
Yep. So Rob just hit me up. He said the award for Iowa player was who best embodied the values of leadership and teamwork and commitment. So thanks, Rob.
Nice. Yeah, thank you very much. I don't think I asked you for a comp on Sawyer. What's that? Who is that for Jack Sawyer?
Oh boy. Frenetic edge rusher that can also.
Don't say Anthony Chickalo or I'm going to be very upset.
No, I said Fournette. Yeah. I don't know if Chickalo could hold his jersey for him. Maybe a Chad Brown, because I mean,
Really?
Brown was a good player. Brown was a little longer than him though, so I think Sawyer could come in a pinch and start a game for you. And you know, when Brown was here for you, he started some games for us and had some good production. Trying to think of maybe another player it would be a good comp for Sawyer. See, I'm bad with comps.
Those are my favorite.
Like, unless there's one that I see like stylistically, it's hard for me to just come up with one on the fly here.
My guy Torrey Horton, wide receiver, Colorado State, goes to the Seahawks. Like that for them.
That's a really good pick for them. Really good pick at this point. Him and Jalen Milroe are going to be connected on some deep passes there, Jeremy.
Yeah, absolutely.
Only 10 picks left, and we slide to round 6.
Let's see here.
NFL Network's finally getting to the Dante Trader playing lacrosse.
I'm missing it. Dang it. I coached lacrosse for 13 years.
Nice that they finally showed up to the party.
Holy cow, that guy's this Yaya Black, 10-inch and a quarter hands. That's incredible.
He's massive. He's a massive guy.
6'6", 336.
Mm-hmm. And the Titans just made their selection at 167. They took the guard from Sacramento State, Jackson Slater. Guard, center, both. Is really good at pulling, strong at the point. Needs to gain a little bit more lower body strength when he transitions from Sac State up to the NFL. But nice kid to be able to have and develop here at this point of the draft.
I'm still trying to find where Yaya Black landed on the consensus board. Oh, 209 on the consensus board.
I had him at 194. So
I know Dane Brugler was higher on him than a lot.
I'm just still surprised at the amount of quarterbacks that still have yet to be drafted. That, and I actually missed this pick. The Los Angeles Chargers at 165 took Oronde Gadsden II. That's an intriguing pick right there. He's mostly a receiving type, more of a receiver itself. So with Justin Herbert there, that's going to be a nice target down the seam for him from Syracuse. He came back from a bad foot injury last year and was McCord's go-to guy there, him and Trebor Pena. So Rondé Gadsden to the Chargers is an intriguing pick for me as well.
Did you guys say the Eagles pick? Drew Kendall, Boston College center.
Didn't see it.
Yeah.
He's a gritty guy, gets the most out of what he has. Is good blocking on the move. Not the greatest in line at times because he's a little light in the pants, but good on the move here.
So
Bears are up, or their pick is in anyway.
Bears, Bills, Patriots. Next 3 up.
Yep.
Yep.
The Bears took Za Frazier.
Oh, okay. He fits their mold. He fits their mold, long, lengthy press corner type.
Yep. He's basically Tariq Woolen. Long guy, former receiver as well. Big time speed and length. Good project to be had developing behind like Jalen Johnson and that type. I had him 147 on my board. I really liked his tackling ability as well for a guy that just recently transitioned.
I'm going to throw out a name here on the consensus board. The number 156 overall player, where the Steelers would have originally made their selection, was JJ Peggy's.
Mm-hmm.
And I think he would have been my preference over Yahya Black at this point. And I don't know how you guys feel about, or how you feel about him there, Roy, but he was just an intriguing, fun player that I thought would have been a nice toy for the Steelers to have in their rotation.
Yeah, I really like his versatility. I like the size of Black a little better, being we want a pure run stuffer. Pegues to me is a little bit better of a 5 technique of sorts, whereas Black's more of the nose that they're maybe looking for. But like we talked earlier, that versatility of him being a short yardage guy, he was fullback, running back, tight end. But we could add maybe here in the 6th round, even we could triple dip at the defensive line and be able to fill another role here on offense as well. Wouldn't be a guy that to be the 53rd man on a roster. I would like that. Would like it a lot, actually.
Last year was very much an offensive trenches oriented draft. This year, it's been the defensive trenches. You got an edge rusher and then the 2 defensive linemen, sprinkling the running back. It's a stylistic draft. It's an approach that you're seeing out of these guys, and on a yearly basis now, where they're really trying to attack the trenches.
Mm-hmm.
So did Yahya Black come in for a visit?
He did.
He did.
Early on in the process, actually.
Okay.
Yep. So I loved how that Tomlin and Kahn both were like, it doesn't matter. Sometimes it's a smokescreen. We bring guys in. It's a pretty good indicator that you're pretty interested.
That's true.
It's pretty good indicator. I think, well, out of our total picks here, who's ones that have not come in for a visit here?
Sawyer didn't.
Sawyer did not.
So that's maybe the only one.
Yeah, that's the only one of the 4 so far. Jordan Hancock, cornerback, Ohio State, is the pick for the Bills. They just need to throw darts at corners until they get some good players there.
Yep. And he played a lot of nickel, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Yes, he did.
Played more nickel for Ohio State there, so you got that versatility. And I think he could also play in a pinch safety if you let him have the chance, because he has some nice tackling ability there.
I was gonna say he's good in run support from that slot. He's a little bit bigger body, and he was good coming up, playing forward on defense a little bit more than backpedaling.
Yeah, so that might be a guy they look to transition, like Micah Hyde or something like that. Jordan Poyer, maybe get him off the ball and use those instincts that he's good at coming downhill.
Yep.
I get in there. I will do a picture.
Have you guys seen the prank calls that Shadeur Sanders was getting?
Yeah, it's pretty
No.
messed up.
That's
It's messed up stuff. Yeah.
I'm all for good fun, but man, I don't do it at other people's expense.
No.
Yeah. Now you're dumping all your trash out behind you.
I think the Lions have had a pretty good draft this one as well. Plus, they got one of the sweetest haircuts in the draft with Tate Ratledge there going to Detroit. I think Dan Campbell will be liking that Kentucky waterfall going on right there.
Kentucky waterfall, love it.
Yeah. Yeah, love. We're not just a football aficionado here. We look at the haircuts of these guys too. I think that was a pretty sweet haircut.
Did they just trade out, or is this way behind this tracker?
Yep. It looks like they may have traded out here, or did they trade up? Did the Lions trade up? 171.
Traded up.
You can tell we've hit that point of the draft where even the NFL Network guys are starting to get their relaxation on. Daniel Jeremiah has lost the suit coat, so
yeah.
Yeah.
I always think it's funny that you'll have like 5 or 6 picks in a row where they were much further down their board, and then all of a sudden you've got the one that was like ranked in the top 100, and then Daniel Jeremiah comes back out with the graphics and everything like that, and it's just it's a whole production again. But
which I will say, out of the both productions, I used to be a staunch ESPN supporter with the draft coverage. I'm very much in the NFL Network. That's why I'm into there, because Charles Davis, personal friend, really nice guy, and Daniel Jeremiah, getting them both to know them during the All-Star Games circuits. Some of the most genuine people you'll get to know, willing to talk with no matter what level of media person you are, give you a couple of minutes and time of their day. So that always means a lot to me personally. I'm not somebody that went to college. I went through, just life experience and got to where I'm at here, and hard work, and them guys, seeing them be able to give you the time of day whenever they don't have to. Big fan of both of those guys, Charles Davis and Daniel Jeremiah. So we talked about Brugler and Jordan Reed and some of the other evaluators. Those are definitely two guys that I listen whenever they say something.
yeah, and Mike Mayock was the guy for me on NFL Network. So I always loved his brand and his coverage there. Him and Rich Eisen played each other well, and then Daniel Jeremiah was kind of the guy in waiting in that at that point, and I liked him a lot. So I always have liked NFL Network. I didn't like the drama of the ESPN broadcast as much with Mel Kiper personally.
Yeah. Well, and then even Kiper and then McShay left, and just I don't know. It just seemed like these guys were more qualified, more qualified eye, in my opinion, than even some of the people that ESPN's tried out there. Although I will say Matt Miller was a personal friend too, and I really liked his evaluating skills as well. So don't want to crap on all them guys, but just seems like sometimes it gets to the hot takey stuff, which ESPN has leaned into, whereas we're more of a actual evaluation and enjoy the interaction.
Are we in the 6th round yet, or what?
No, I think Detroit has just taken over the 5th round here and has been waiting.
Yeah, they are taking their dear old sweet time here.
Well, we don't have to argue that it's Shadeur Sanders no more, so we can at least. Be happy.
That's true.
Oh, it's a Germany pick. A pick from
okay.
Germany. That's why it's taken forever.
Mhm.
Is this a Miles Frazier,
That's a heck of a pick for him, right
offensive
there.
guard? Yep.
Long time starter at LSU, gonna probably come in. You know, you already talked about Ratledge. They got a guy there. Now you get Frazier, another guy that has starting qualities there. He was my 82nd ranked guy on my big board. Short trap puller, but also really good at the point of attack there. That's a steal at this point in the 5th round.
Yeah. Good process by the Lions there to land him. How did the Rams get here? This wasn't a trade up, was it? Was this a trade back from earlier? Yeah, this was
Seattle, it said. Or Minnesota, the Los Angeles.
this was Minnesota, yeah.
That's weird when it's a comp pick that's obviously only come out since, a month ago, and it's already on its 3rd team.
Wow. I hear the disembodied voice of Dave, and I don't see him. There he is. Oh, my goodness.
I just did enter, and then I tried to get caught up.
Oh, my goodness. Thought I was having a out-of-body experience here on day 3. But I do hate to say it, fellas. It is 3:30. I think I'm going to have to hop out of here. I got some family stuff to take and attend to here. So I just want to say thank you guys for letting me jump on the broadcast here in the live stream, and it's been fun. I'll be tuning in throughout the rest here when I can. And but thank you for all the opportunities. Keep up the great work, all you guys. You do amazing work, and God bless.
Thanks, Roy.
All right, thanks,
Don't
Roy.
kill the stream. Don't kill the stream on your way out.
Yeah,
I'm hoping not. I'm gonna hit leave studio.
4 hours, man. That's impressive. Woo.
If not, I'm sorry. So stay humble, be a blessing, guys.
All right,
Roy.
thanks.
He did it.
We're still here. All right.
Yay.
Now the question is, when's Wilbar coming in?
He said 4:30.
Okay, we got to carry an hour.
All right,
Oh,
Jeff. I hate
What's
to
up?
do this. Got to go. What the way Bad would say it, break down the 4th wall.
okay.
Are you adding this to your article, or am I? Because you did the last one before I could.
I'll do this one. I got it.
Okay. The other thing is, here's what I don't know if you guys talked about this while I was gone. Because of this trade, in the 7th round, the Steelers only have 2 picks in between their picks.
Oh, great.
So they have
just do them together.
226 and 229.
You do them together.
Yeah, I'm going to say for breaking news, I'm like, there's no way I can get one done before the next one.
The pick for the Rams is linebacker Chris Paul Jr. out of Ole Miss. Ole Miss had a lot of players in this draft, but Paul Jr. was pretty divisive as a prospect because he's a little bit smaller, 6'1", 222. But he's very instinctive. He comes up and plays the run well despite being a little bit smaller. And he's a good chaser in coverage too. So I think that he's going to be somebody that the Rams will like. They've needed to improve at linebacker, and they don't put a premium on it when it comes to taking those guys early. So landing Chris Paul here, who consensus wise was a higher rated prospect, he's probably a good pick for them.
Whew.
It's a rush.
Yeah. So other than Andrew, do we know if we have anybody else joining us today? Or
Big G was supposed to stop in at 2:30 and he did not. So
Big G, did he have the link? I just thought about
no, I didn't even think about it.
that. Oops.
But he messaged me last time and said, "Can you send it?"
Yeah.
And he didn't message me. So
No, that was nice. We had Roy, we had Greg.
yeah.
Since I'm the one who hogs Greg all the time on Pittsburgh Standard Time. So
The Bills pick is in. They select I'm trying to see.
Jackson
Jackson
Hawes,
Hawes.
Georgia Tech.
Tight
Tight
end.
end.
Yeah.
3
Yeah,
picks until round 6.
Yeah, I find right now, I'm finding these faster online than I am on social media.
ESPN's tracker is really quick.
Really quick,
NFL's tracker, NFL.com tracker is pretty quick too.
Hawes wasn't super productive. I like him though because he's just kind of a natural pass catcher. He's not going to wow you as a blocker or anything though. He needs some development, but tight ends you can develop. You can take your time on these guys.
Mm-hmm.
And he's got a good size for the position at 6'5", 253. Georgia Tech though, their scheme is still not very friendly to pass catchers, so you never really know what you get out of these guys until they get to the NFL.
How's everyone feeling about this draft so far? Anything change in day 3?
I felt the Yaya Black pick was a little bit of a reach, and Jack Sawyer was out of left field for me, but they're 2 good players, and they fit what the Steelers want and need on their roster as far as depth goes. So I'm happy with the picks. I would have liked to see one of the quarterbacks come off the board at this point, though, for the Steelers, personally.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so now it's weird now that they have 3 picks left and not 2.
Yeah.
So I would say let's go offensive line, quarterback, and cornerback. How does that sound?
Denzel Burke, cornerback, Ohio State, just went to Cardinals.
Okay.
Burke is fascinating because he was more highly ranked in the process, and at one point he was a 5-star recruit, I believe, coming out of high school. And many thought he would be the number 1 corner in his class whenever he came out in the draft, but it just never really came together for him. But he was a lot of fun to watch at Ohio State. It just never turned into the superstar that you thought he could. Why is the 5th round the longest round in the history of the NFL draft? It just feels like it is taking forever here.
Yeah. See, what Jeff wants to see happen is he wants to see the Steelers make their 6th round pick, or before they make their 6th round pick, use both their 7ths to trade up into the 6th round, just have 2 6th-rounders and call it a day.
Yeah, or just trade both 7th, go up to like the beginning of the 6th, and then let's be done.
Yeah, you mean like the 6th and both 7ths?
Yeah, let's do it. Give me a 7th next year. I don't care.
Yeah, there you go.
We'll trade that next year.
Jeff keeps pushing back those 7th round picks every year.
Gosh, I mean, I understand the value. Dave always talks about how you're not having to compete for undrafted rookie free agents, but geez, it's so rare those players contribute.
Steelers RB1 this year is one of those guys, though. So,
who, undrafted rookie?
Yeah,
Jalen Warren.
No, I'm talking about the 7th round.
Oh,
I thought you were talking about the undrafted rookies barely ever contribute, which is true, but they do have one this.
Just remember
Beanie Bishop last year.
Yeah. Well, and he was undrafted. My big thing is this. People want to write off Roman Wilson because he was injured and didn't play his first year as a 3rd round pick. But how many people wanted the Steelers to bank on Corey Trice as a injured 7th round pick coming into his 2nd year?
Yeah, nobody.
I mean, there were people like, oh, they've got Trice, they'll be fine. Last year. And I'm like, the dude's never played, just kind of like Roman Wilson. And I'm like, you can't do that with a 7th. Anywhere close you can as a 3rd. I mean, Trice could still be that guy. He's just got to be healthy. Because I know some people are like, oh, what are they doing at corner? If Slay goes down, what do they have? Well, they have Eccles, they have Trice. Yeah. So I really like I said, the Steelers have to, I say have to, they don't have to, but they really, you would think that they would add a quarterback in the draft or as an undrafted free agent. So that way they would be ready to have their 4. So that's the only thing I still kind of expect them to still take. But
Well, a lot of these quarterbacks are still hanging around.
yeah,
We're 2 picks away from going to the 6th round.
That's how bad this class was, guys. It's just,
I mean, like in our mock, we couldn't even get Will Howard in the 4th. He was already, I think he was gone before our 3rd round pick. Yeah. But that's the thing, and it usually is going to go one of 2 ways. Either they're going to massively rush for quarterbacks and overdraft them, or make everyone think that, oh, well, their quarterbacks are going to go high, but they're not. It's not the class that people have it, and then they're going to go way later, like in 2022.
Here's a question for you guys, and I kind of feel, I feel that the mock draft simulators often give fans a false sense of who's going to be available where, and it sets expectations, and then fans are disappointed because of the mock draft simulators, because nobody knows. These are like individual guys putting their big boards up, and that's the order these guys are getting drafted, and there's very little like real life scenario in it, especially later in the draft.
Yep.
Because I know I did simulators for the website, and there was never a time where the Steelers picked at 21 and there weren't multiple defensive linemen available that most would say are those top tier guys.
Yeah.
You know, Grant was still there. Obviously, Harmon was still there. Sometimes 3 were still there. And when it comes down to real life, there was only 1 there out of the top tier.
Yep. The Seahawks selected tight end Robbie Oots out of Alabama. 6'3", 274. He's a blocking tight end. He's not going to do much for you other than block. So,
Matt Spaeth.
Austs. I don't even know how you would pronounce his last name. And then the Jets select Tyler Barron out of Miami, edge rusher. He's a pretty athletic dude. I remember he ran a pretty fast 40. Oh, yeah, 4.62. 4.62 40. And that's the end of the 5th round. Finally,
thank gosh.
We are on to the 6th. Buffalo, Baltimore, Miami, Las Vegas, and Philadelphia, the top 5 in round 6. And the Steelers are 9 picks away from their selection.
That's it?
9 picks
away? That's right, because that's right. It was this was a pick they picked back up where they did the pick swap with DK, right? They
traded this was the pick they got back from Seattle in the DK trade. Yep.
Oh, okay. Nice. So we have a pick quick, and then we take a little break, and then back at it in the 7th.
A little break. It's probably a long break, Jeff. No, I'm hoping the 4th and 5th round took out all the places that they had to go to announce picks, and they can just roll. I'm hoping, but you never know.
Earlier, when my little one was over here watching, she pointed at you guys and she said, "Are those Steelers guys?" And I was like, "Yeah, they're Steelers guys." And she said, "Bleh, go Browns." Oh. So, chat, I need some help here. I need some help. How do I turn this kid into a Steeler fan? Here's a good point from Ronald Blake. Every pick that the Steelers have made in this draft has been a Big Ten
Big
player
10.
now that
Yep.
Oregon is in the Big Ten. Ronald Blake, good observation there.
Yeah, I noticed that before the last pick, and then of course double dipping from Iowa. Should have thought of that. But yep. Oh, they're talking to Mike Tomlin right now. Hold on.
I'm sure he'll say nothing.
Sorry, I'm going to mute so it doesn't come through for you guys. So.
Why?
And certainly, Derek Harmon.
Unless you want me to let this come through.
No.
That's probably copyrighted.
Yeah. Jerry Dulac says that it's Why Black, not Yaya Black.
That's what Brian Batko said, and then Jeremy Betts told me I was wrong.
I still think they're wrong.
Well, they just talked to him on the phone. They probably asked him.
Yeah, I would assume so. Or they
It's like when they drafted Troy last year.
I don't know.
When they drafted Fautanu, and he had to tell him it's Fautanu, not Fautanu and Fautanu and all these other ways that people say it. Some people still say it incorrectly.
I'm going to timestamp this so I can go back and listen to it. 3 hours, 43 minutes in to the recorded broadcast. They talked to Tomlin.
I'm sure he's given them a lot of information.
He did say that their picks were about reestablishing physicality up front.
Yeah, I think it's pretty obvious.
Yep. Are we missing picks here? Let's see. Nothing yet.
Nope. Like, how are you not ready, Buffalo?
Yeah, come on, Buffalo. Somebody mowing their grass.
It's my wife upstairs. It's my wife vacuuming upstairs.
I thought you were playing the song Intergalactic by Beastie Boys.
Dusty Savage knows my struggle. My little guy's a Ravens fan. Oh.
Dalmatian Street, Dalmatian Street, Dalmatian Street, Dalmatian Street.
Mike Tomlin sweating it up in this interview here. It's the third brow wipe I've seen. Are they talking about Aaron Rodgers?
Yes, they are.
Excited about what the
He said, I understand the angst in your community and the community that supports us. That's a line right there.
That's what I just heard him say.
That's a line right there. I love it.
Wow, that's cut bird. That's not all the way cut. I know it's missing.
Everybody talks about Mike Tomlin being good for TV, and I think he would be, but do you guys think Mike Tomlin has time for TV? Like, I feel like he would be like, I don't have time for this crap.
Sorry, my wife just finished patting.
I just feel like Tomlin would be like, the drama of TV, I don't know if I want to be a part of that. He's too businessy.
What can I make the bird sit?
This Bills pick, man, what is happening here? Surely they're not saying Mike Tomlin's talking. Just wait.
Pretty bird, but lost in my
All right, that's done, and I was able to take that in a little bit.
And we
So-
finally do have a pick for the Bills. It is cornerback Dorian Strong, Virginia Tech.
Where'd you get that?
Versatile-
Oh, there it is.
Versatile defensive back. I really liked him. I thought he could be in play for the Steelers. He's a little bit taller, but he's leaner, so he's more of an outside corner, I think, at the NFL level, personally.
Where are we?
Bills pick is done. Waiting on the Ravens. Always waiting on the Ravens.
Where are we? Ready for lunch or a nap? And it's almost dinner time, and I'm ready for lunch.
Yeah, I didn't even eat. I was just thinking about that.
I admit, I ate my breakfast, or I had brunch whenever we just started the stream. It's been a long time, been lots of fun. We still got a lot of people with us. We do.
Yeah.
I hope everyone's enjoying it.
Dang, 762 people strong. And we are 4 hours and 20 minutes into this thing. Crazy. Appreciate everyone out there. Really do.
Yeah,
No matter what
absolutely.
platform.
Yeah. So, how do you say the name again, Jeff?
Why, yeah.
Why, yeah.
Yeah, Jerry Dulac put it out there phonetically.
Mm-hmm.
This is a bird of.
Oh, wrong one.
Sorry, I'm listening to the phone call for Jack Sawyer. Meaning on his end, not the Steelers' end.
Gotcha. Another cornerback off the board to the Ravens here. Bill Hall Coney out of Western Michigan, small school prospect. He's got a leaner build too, but he runs really well. He's quick.
So we have Miami.
The Dolphins.
Oh, this thing. What's this going to end at 7 o'clock? I don't remember it ever lasting this long.
I don't know. At what time it started at noon, right?
Yeah.
With the 103rd overall pick. Let's get some math work here, Dave. How long has it been on average per pick? 178 minus 103. What's that? That's 75.
That's 75.
75.
We've been
picks.
here almost 4 hours.
3 hours and 53 minutes.
Mm-hmm. 3 hours and 53 minutes. You're talking 233 minutes. 233 divided by 75.
3 minutes and 10 seconds per pick has been the average.
I was trying to do it. I was like, it was 3 something. So
yep. That's not even that. It's 3 minutes and 6 seconds per pick. My bad.
Lions thought. This is not how it goes.
Rands 87, IROC Z. So will we draft a quarterback before it's over? I still think so.
Or pick one up as an undrafted free agent.
Or that.
They'll add one this weekend. Yeah.
Yeah, I could see them saying, like, if, let's say, Will Howard and Kyle McCord get drafted and they don't feel like drafting anyone and Quinn Ewers is out there, they might say, we'll just sign him as an undrafted rookie.
Yeah. Yep. That was interesting. Listen to the Jack Sawyer phone call.
What made it interesting?
He said his whole family and him were Steelers fans, and that's where he wanted to go more than anywhere.
Oh, that's cool.
And wasn't afraid to use some pretty salty language back to Coach T.
All right, the Miami Dolphins take a running back, Ollie Gordon, the second out of Oklahoma State.
He was still around?
Yeah, he's he was a Heisman candidate just a couple years ago, but the measurables weren't great this offseason. He had a bad 2024. So he slid down boards because of that, but he's an intriguing talent. He was, I'm just reading it again now, led the FBS in rushing yards and was second in rushing touchdowns in 2023. He was the more Najee Harris back, or the most Najee Harris type back of the draft, and he did come in for a Steelers top 30 visit.
Yeah, I remember the name from that.
Yeah. All the people saying Caleb Johnson is Caleb Johnson. I keep doing that. Caleb Johnson is Najee Harris 2.0. This is the guy who was Najee Harris 2.0, was Ollie Gordon. Caleb Johnson is a completely different player. Jeff, I know you said you hate giving grades to picks, but have you been happy with the Steelers draft so far?
Yeah. I mean, for me, it's someone just said the Raiders pick is in the live chat.
Yeah,
It is. It's the defensive lineman / fullback.
JJ Peggy's.
Well, we got our nose tackle already.
Yeah, that was a fun one.
I didn't have in terms of process, I think the Steelers, they have a plan. I think that it was Mark Cavalli who said it best on Twitter, because they've executed the plan to perfection so far. The question now is the plan they're executing the right one? And I think that's accurate. So
yes, that is the question to ask.
But no, they definitely want to get more physical in the trenches. You know, I mean, look at what they're doing.
Oh, guys, we got a quarterback off the board. The Eagles took Kyle McCord.
Oh.
So
Will Howard remains.
To dwindle. Howard remains. Ewers remains. But we do have a quarterback off the board here.
Who's a quarterback from? It's a lesser known. It's like a North Dakota State or something. I've heard people talk about him as like an undrafted guy.
Yeah, let's see here. I'm trying to remember his name. Cam Miller. Cam Miller's the kid. He's an incredible runner. But he's smaller build, 6'1", 212.
Sorry, I got to bring this up. They had the Coach Tomlin call to Jack Ewers. Jack Sawyer. What am I saying? Yours, Jack Sawyer. On social media, and I listened to it, but it wasn't as long as I expected it to be. And you know how it is on X; they'll just flip to another video. The video that I got was, in case a few guys had heard this or not, about the frat boys from Ole Miss that got Sanders' number and called him like Did you hear that?
Well, I
Yeah,
heard
I
about
was
it. I
looking
thought
at
it was
that.
kind of messed up, but
It is messed up.
Yeah.
That's just so wrong. Ah. Sorry.
they give frat guys a bad name.
Yep. Those frat guys.
I
Yeah,
did
sorry.
stupid
How
stuff
did
in
they get
college, but I
his-
didn't do that.
How did they get his number? Is what I want to know.
Yeah. So, and my thing is that I don't know if that's verified that they actually that's what it was. I assume it was. I mean, I thought I heard. I don't know. That's just bad.
The quote from Andrew Berry and the Browns on Shadeur Sanders is, "We think he will outperform his draft slot, outproduce his draft slot."
Who was that on?
He also said a quote from Barry that they love him as a person. Like that was never the question. It's like, okay, so then you question him as a quarterback and as a player. If it's not everything else. So I
Yeah.
thought that was a kind of a backhanded statement.
Yeah. Well, these teams will never, I mean, they'll never admit exactly why they let him fall so far, whatever it is. The Eagles replaced Kenny Pickett with Kyle McCord. I believe this is the pick that they got for Kenny Pickett from the Browns.
That's
Well,
funny.
they got DTR. Don't forget him.
That's right. Holy crap. The Eagles have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 picks in this round. 4 picks in this round.
Whew, yeah.
We should be getting close.
Yeah. I'm trying to get caught up with everything.
4 picks away here. The Patriots pick is in, but we don't know who it is yet.
Daddy, I'm sorry.
So it almost sounds to me like, did they just let Cam Hayward make these picks this year? See, he wanted Derek Harmon, he wanted Jack Sawyer, you know.
I want to sit over.
Whew.
Where's my?
There we go. A lot going on.
Yep.
So it's close. We're close.
It is close, yeah.
So it's
I'm going to go ahead and predict that this is Will Howard.
I
gonna say
would take that here.
Yeah.
I mean, so you're going pick 185,
Yep.
and then they
Which
don't
to me
pick
would
again
be
until
a-
226.
This would be a steal for me to get Will Howard in the 6th round. I had no
Patriots take a
inclination
kicker.
that he was like-
Patriots take a kicker. Andres.
They sure did.
Borregales. Is that how you say it?
Andreas Borregales.
Yes, kicker from Miami.
Dicker,
The
it's not
Titans
Dicker
pick
the
is in.
kicker.
Saints are on the clock. Then the Steelers are next. Steelers are in the hole.
There you go. Love the baseball terminology.
No, that's a track and field terminology.
Baseball uses it too.
Do the officials actually call it out with every person who comes to perform as their official thing to say who's going on?
Oh, yeah. And they do say in the hole.
I mean, do
I
they
saw
actually
it on
announce
deck.
that?
And what?
Like in track and field, when I was officiating, with every person who came up, I had to say, like Hartman up, Betts on deck, Schofield in the hole.
My high school team said it.
No, I'm saying
like
this was did the umpire say it?
Well, no.
Oh, see, this was the official that had to do that. So it's a little bit more. It's a little bit more of a track thing than a baseball thing.
Okay.
That's only because baseball sucks. Baseball sucks.
For those that can't play it, yes, absolutely it does. That's like people that say golf sucks. I mean, you must suck at golf, and that's okay.
No. What I can't stand is people that say that watching golf on TV sucks. Watching golf on TV is great.
Speaking of which, I need to check on my picks.
It's America's pastime is golf now, actually.
Yeah. Like, honestly, that's my number 2 sport to watch behind football. Sorry, behind NFL football.
NFL football. Okay. Mine's still hockey. And then golf. Titans pick is Marcus Harris, cornerback out of California. He's got good ball skills. Lots of interceptions on his track record.
Saints and Steelers.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Jarrett Bailey already says that the Steelers are drafting Will Howard.
I wouldn't listen to that. Could be true. I mean, that's probably an opinion more than a report.
Alan Saunders says Ohio State quarterback Will Howard is the pick.
Yes, it is. There it is.
I'm pumped.
19 seconds ago. Yep.
Put it in.
I like this one. I like this one. My goodness, you got him in the
double
6th.
dip from the same school.
Yes. You got him in the 6th and still Big Ten.
Can someone put that in the breaking news channel?
Sorry. Lost you guys there for a second.
If Jeremy can grab that, because once again, I'm trying to get knee-jerk reaction article and breaking news podcast.
This is incredible value for Pittsburgh here. I could not be more excited to land Will Howard.
Yeah.
He's been my guy the whole process. Awesome. Did I cut off when I was saying the Steelers double dip?
Nope.
From school? Okay, you guys heard that?
No, I already used double dip in Iowa because they double dipped the defensive tackle and double dipped the Iowa. So this is an additional double dip.
Is this a triple double dip? Triple double?
Well,
This.
it's all in how you want to look at it.
The Saints pick was running back Devin Neal out of Kansas, so another running back going there before the Steelers make theirs. Awesome. This is a fun draft, you guys. This is a fun draft for Pittsburgh.
Yeah, I like this one. Yep.
Will Howard's top traits to me are that he is not afraid to throw over the middle of the field. He can play from under center if the Steelers want him to, and he's got prototypical size. He's got more athleticism than a Mason Rudolph in the same type and same body type, but yeah, he's got some upside. He really does. So I think that this is the perfect mix of value, upside, and zero pressure that the Steelers were looking for at quarterback in this draft.
Yeah, like I said, in our mock draft that we did Tuesday night with the live chat, we would have loved to have had him in the 4th round. But I don't think he was even available to us in the 3rd. And here goes in the 6th, which I think is really good value here. Yeah. Which, like I said, this is filling that Landry Jones role. This is a guy that and even now in the 6th round, even now it's just not even hoping that it's that. This is a flyer that it could be that when you go 6th round, that even if it doesn't work out, what do you do? But probably now you're saying at best you can have a backup for the next 4 seasons. I mean, probably not even this season. It would probably be beyond this season, but get him ready this season to be the backup next season, just like Mason Rudolph was.
Yep.
And to do that,
the Steelers have their
round,
Yep.
Yeah.
And the Steelers have their 4 quarterbacks now because Aaron Rodgers will be signed at some point. So this is their training camp group, and Will Howard's going to push Skylar Thompson off the roster, I believe, when it's all said and done. And
Yep. So this is part of this one was one that they got this pick this high because of part of the DK Metcalf trade. They got some of that back where they got the 6th back.
Yep. And
Now,
Will Howard
Dave
was the go ahead.
It's pronounced Will Howard. Just so you got that before you do your podcast.
Okay, I got that this time. Okay, here it is on the TV now. Oh, this is the Ireland guy. This is the guy that was on Mark D's podcast. So, except he talked a lot on Mark D's podcast. I wonder if he's ever going to get to it here.
He said maybe with the pack.
Yep. All right. So.
Will Howard was the 102nd ranked player on the consensus big board. So great value here in the 6th round. This is a really, really good pick.
Yep. Is he from PA? Did someone say that?
I don't think so.
I mean, granted, he had 16 games to do it, but threw for over 4,000 yards last year. And 35 touchdowns.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
I'm sorry. He is a Westchester kid.
Mm-hmm.
So he is a Pennsylvania kid. Jeff, you watched his Gruden QB school episode, right?
Did. I got to see two of them. I saw Kyle McCord and Will Howard's. Those are the only 2.
They were both impressive, but I thought Will was very impressive in that one.
He was more demonstrative when they were in the not on the field. The on the field stuff was the same, but when they were in the room and Gruden was grilling him with all these different things, he was way more demonstrative in the way that he handled it than even McCord. And we already referenced what Jackson Dart was. That was it was very cringeworthy to me.
Yeah.
Just thought I'd put this out there because I'll put it on the breaking news podcast that I'm about ready to go do. That Bleacher Report's pro comparison for him. Guess who you think it is?
Mason Rudolph.
Right.
And that was in January that they did it. So that was before he was back with the Steelers. I think that's interesting. So guys, sorry I'm going to leave you as just to do well, but I got to go take care of this, and I'll be back as soon as I can.
Yeah, you got to do. And we should have Wilbar here soon, I think. 4:30 is coming up, and we'll need him for sure to bolster the lineup as we enter the 7th round.
Yeah.
So 2
Get
picks
some
in the
actual.
7th. Let's talk about Will Howard for a second. Here's the weaknesses. Let's talk about the weaknesses. This is according to NFL.com. Lance Zierlein said very gradual in his setup and release. On 3-step drops and RPOs, can be mechanical and predictable from the pocket, will struggle to beat NFL corners when throwing outside the numbers or into tight windows. Not enough eye manipulation to keep defenders guessing. Content with half-field reads instead of getting through his progressions, and had some contested throws bailed out by receivers. Great ball skills. Would you agree with that?
I would agree with the estimation that he was bailed out by good receiver play at times for Ohio State. And yeah, he can be very mechanical. Those are definitely areas of his game where he's going to need to improve. I think that he, in the 2 places he played, the offenses, CJ Stroud had the questions about, is he going to read the full field? Is he going to get out and be creative? Because Ohio State plays a very wide open brand of offense that is very quarterback friendly. So he didn't need to make full field progressions at times, but when he was asked to do so in the playoff games, he showed the ability to do that. It was more in flashes, but it wasn't, and not consistent, but it was definitely there on tape. So I think that he can improve in those areas. My biggest question mark is, can he drive the football, down the field into tight windows with consistency, because he doesn't have the biggest arm despite being a big bodied quarterback. He's definitely more of a touch thrower in the middle of the field and as a deep ball specialist, if you want to give him that thought process there. But those weaknesses do play.
I have zero concerns about this pick based on the fact that he's a 6th round draft pick.
Correct. Yes.
So my tiers of, okay, 1st round pick, I've said this a bunch on all my podcasts. 1st round, I expect them to be a contributor in year 1. 2nd round, if you can get a contribution in some way, even if it's as a backup and just spelling people, that's expected. 3rd round, if you play, that's fantastic. After round 3, special teamer, getting a helmet, that's the stuff. Making the roster. Shoot, if Will Howard goes into camp and he doesn't beat out Skylar Thompson and he gets cut, it's no skin off the Steelers' back. It was a 6th round draft pick. Give me a break. Who else are they going to take right now that everyone would say there's so much more value with this guy? I don't think that player's available. So I'm totally fine with this pick. If you would have told me, and I think Dave said this earlier, if you would have told me they got Will Howard in the 4th, I'd have been okay with that. But they waited, and that's why I've said all the time, everyone says how aggressive Omar Khan is. I think patience is more of a good descriptor of Omar Khan than aggressiveness.
Yeah.
And getting lucky sometimes.
Yeah. Well, you have to.
Yeah.
All the good ones do. You think the Patriots had planned out the Tom Brady thing? It's as much a guessing game as anything. So, and so that's why.
Go ahead.
I was just saying that's why I don't mind dart throws, like in trades either with these late round picks, because what are they really returning you overall? So adding these, getting rid of them, using them as trade compensation. It's all dart throws.
Oh man, the Ravens just took a place kicker.
Did they? Was it
Tyler Luke?
Tyler Luke. There you go.
Justin Tucker's time might be done in Baltimore.
It might be. That's funny.
But let me give a quick cautionary tale for all the Steeler fans that are listening or watching. Don't have any expectation for Will Howard. Like none. If he turns into something great. It's just like when Drew Bledsoe was the quarterback of the Patriots and they took Tom Brady. No one had expectations for Tom Brady. No one said, man, this 6th rounder, he's supposed to come in and really turn our heads. No, it had just happened. That's the same approach you should have. This is a 6th round draft pick. He could be gone in a year or 2, or maybe not even make the team this year. And if he is a backup and becomes whatever, don't put expectations on this guy. You want to do that with Derek Harmon? Yes. Put expectations on him. He's a 1st round draft pick. A 6th rounder? No expectations.
Yeah. 0 expectations. And I also think don't get up in arms if the Steelers didn't take your guy in the 6th round at quarterback, right? That it's all 6 one way, half dozen the other at this point when you're talking about the quarterbacks. If you're a Quinn Ewers fan, if you're a Kyle McCord fan, if you're a Will Howard fan, those guys were all in the same range for all these teams. So it's not that you're not missing out on one superstar over the other by taking Will Howard here and not McCord last round.
And on top of everything you said and what I said, next year, if they want to go up and get one in the 1st round, it's not like, well, we just invested so much in a quarterback in 2025. No, it was a 6th round draft pick. So you're talking a day 3 pick. Who the hell cares?
Right.
So
if the earlier you make the pick, the more commitment you have to the quarterback. And the Steelers didn't want to commit to somebody in 2025 for, more than just let's see what you've got in preseason this year. And if you have to step on the field, it's probably not a good thing for us anyway in 2025. So develop behind the scenes, and we're going to go try to get our guy next year.
Yeah. And the Who was it? Just took a safety.
Texans just took
Jalen-
Jalen Reed out of Penn State.
Out of Penn State.
And he was a top 30 visit for the Steelers.
Okay. I thought that name looked familiar.
Yep. 6 foot, 211 pounds. He's a bulky downhill safety. And the Titans just took running back Kalel. I always say his name wrong. Kalel Mullings out of Michigan.
Okay.
Blake Corum's replacement from last year. He and Donovan Edwards were not as effective in 2024 as a combo as they were, or as Corum and Edwards were in their national championship run 2 years ago.
Oh, man.
Two Colts picks in a row here next.
Boy, that's crazy. You don't see a lot of back-to-back picks in the NFL draft. You'll have one and then another after.
Yep. And we had the Raiders earlier.
Yeah, that's true.
Today. As of right now, the Steelers are 37 picks away from making their next selection.
Yikes. That seems like an eternity.
I'm gonna send a message to Andrew to see if he's getting close.
10 minutes away. Well, I'll take this time to tell everyone that's watching to do me a favor and go and check out steelcurtainnetwork.com. It's a website that Jeremy contributes to. Obviously, I do as well. A bunch of other people that you see on the podcast platform will write articles totally free, but it's a growing website. It's actually grown a lot since this off season. We got a new look, new comment section. Definitely looks and feels like it should. So go check out steelcurtainnetwork.com. We're updating it as we go. Eric says Jeff's going to look like napping Cavalli in a few minutes. Sometimes you see me staring and I'm just doing work on the website that I just mentioned. And I'm not even on the tab for the live stream. So my apologies. I do not want to look like Mark Cavalli at any juncture of my life.
Jeff, don't worry about that. I think you're fine. That's
so
funny.
Okay, so do we have any of the picks from the Colts in?
Yeah, the Colts just took Riley Leonard, quarterback out of Notre Dame.
So here we have the day 3 quarterback run.
Yep. Jordan Schultz says that Shane Steichen and Chris Ballard have been targeting Riley Leonard in this draft for his athleticism and leadership qualities.
He's out of Notre Dame, right?
Yes, he was at Duke the year before, or a couple years before that, and then played at Notre Dame last year. I just don't think he's going to be able to make throws in the NFL. He barely could do it in college. So
yeah, I watched obviously the playoff games with Notre Dame, and sometimes you can see the most in the biggest games, and you're like, yeah, I don't know about this guy.
Yep.
6th round pick though. That makes sense. That makes sense.
Yep. And fairly prototypical size, 6'3", almost 6'4", and then 216 pounds. But definitely very mobile, definitely a good runner and charismatic.
Yeah.
So we'll see how far charisma and running ability get him in the NFL. But
interesting pick though by the Colts, based on the fact that when you look at the moves they've made, obviously Anthony Richardson a couple years ago, they bring in Daniel Jones on a 1-year deal, and they draft Riley Leonard. I've always said that the Colts could be a sneaky quarterback needy team that no one was talking about.
I thought they would have been in play for Shadeur Sanders a lot earlier.
I agree with you.
Class. Now, that room of 3 there, now that when you're talking about it, all 3 of those guys have rushing upside. And they play a very similar style. So Shane Steichen probably likes this because he won't have to change his offensive structure no matter who's in the game.
Yeah. Remix says about the Ohio State quarterback, I don't want to call it a jinx, but it's certainly a narrative about how they struggle in the NFL. I think CJ Stroud probably put an end to a lot of that, but it's still there. It's going to need more than one player to do that. So
yeah,
we'll have to see, but
we will.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. So Dave joins us again. Dave, how's it going?
It's going. I know just 2 of you. I didn't want to leave you hanging. I'll try to come back, even though I'm still trying to get this other podcast produced. I have to say, how much talk was there about the Ravens having to take a kicker?
We did mention it. We've been talking a lot about Will Howard, but we did mention it, and that's very intriguing.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they had to add another kicker.
But how have you not addressed it yet as a team and as an organization? That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
The dude's been accused of Deshaun Watson level massagery, if we'll put it that way. That's not a word, by the way. And you're just now like talking about it. Like you're like, how do you have you not released him? Like what is going on? It's weird.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I will say this too, going back to the Ohio State quarterback thing. You know, how many years did Will Howard play at Ohio State? I know he's at Kansas State. He only played 1 year.
For Kansas State.
Yeah, like that's what's crazy about this transfer portal now. It's not like you have these quarterbacks. It's very rare that they come into the league and I've been here for 4 years. I mean, hell, look at Jalen Hurts. I mean,
recruited and stashed by your college team is almost a thing of the past. Yeah.
Right. So
and it's okay if they're only 2. When it starts to get you is when they're on their 3rd team.
The Colts' 2nd pick is in. Defensive tackle Tim Smith out of Alabama. He's a interior pass rusher type.
Oh, I missed that Riley Leonard went to the Colts.
Yep. Riley Leonard, yep.
Eagles are on the clock.
They are.
Yes.
Their pick is in, so now the Seahawks are on the clock.
Then the bungholes are up.
Mm-hmm.
Let me ask you this while we wait. Who do y'all think had the best draft of the division of those 4 teams so far?
I forget who everybody took.
Yeah.
Honestly.
I think you'd have to pit it between the Ravens and the Steelers. They've been the best at letting the value come to them, and while also meeting some of the needs of the roster. But the Ravens, that they're throwing a ton of picks at it. They've got 11 picks in this draft. So if you're just talking about adding players to the team, the Ravens probably win from that perspective. But Steelers have been really, really good at adding appropriate talent at good value.
See, but the Ravens have done that for a while where it's the Najee Harris of drafting. It's the success by volume.
Yep.
I'm sorry, I'm laughing because you want to talk about winners. Mark Malone's comment about Justin Tucker in the live chat is a winner. For
All
sure.
Right. I'm still producing my show. I'm trying to let me get back to it.
Hey, top notch.
A plus for the terminology. There we go.
Great stuff.
That's fun. Here's a good question from Bingo Winchester. Is it best available at this point, or are you still trying to fill needs?
It's the 7th. Jeff, what's the 7th round? What do I say?
It's players you don't want to negotiate or bargain with in the undrafted free agent pool. So you're just like, okay, this is a guy we kind of like. We probably typically wait for him to be an undrafted rookie free agent. We don't want to wait, so we're going to draft him in the 7th round. So I think it's best player available.
Yeah.
You're often looking for either like really good football players who outplay their athletic profile, or you're looking for athletic upside guys.
Yeah. They're flyer picks. Let's be honest. That's all they are.
Well, I'll tell you, I said this on the Breaking News podcast. Spoiler, you might want to go in to hear more about it. If Will Howard takes a non-preseason snap in the black and gold in the NFL, he overachieved his draft position.
Yes.
I mean, usually, 6th and 7th round picks at a quarterback, that's a guy that you might give a little bit in the preseason. He might end up on a practice squad. He's not necessarily, he might be your third option, which unless there's all kinds of terrible things going on, which we've seen that in Pittsburgh, but hopefully not again for a while, meaning if he makes it to be a regular backup that would actually then have to come into a game, that's overachieving as a 6th round pick as a quarterback. So that's what I'm saying. That's why it's good value there.
Now, if I'm trying to guess, like, okay, what position would I want to take or see them take in the 7th? Again, let's go. Give me an offensive lineman in the 7th. I'd love to see a versatile offense like a Spencer Anderson type, who was drafted when? Pretty sure he was a 7th round draft pick 2 years ago, wasn't he? I don't have that tab up anymore, but someone like that can play guard, could swing out the tackle if necessary. If you needed him to play center, that's fine. In a pinch, you're talking like your typical Kelvin Beachum type.
Yeah. No, but Kelvin Beachum is, long time starter in the NFL. You don't expect to get a starter in round 7.
You don't expect it. That's what I said when you were doing your breaking news podcast. I was kind of told all the viewers out there, listeners, that listen, don't go into camp, OTAs, rookie mini camp with any expectations on Will Howard. That's the way to do it. Yeah. And say, this guy's just a backup. And then if he turns into something, great. And if he doesn't, it's a 6th round draft pick. That's why I was totally okay with the pick.
See, like right now, this is what I say. I have no expectation of the next 2 draft picks being someone that's actually makes the 53-man roster.
Say that one more time.
I don't have any expectation of either of these next 2 draft picks for the Steelers to be someone who makes the 53-man roster. It's going to, think about it. Unless if they're finding a steal somewhere and they could upgrade the bottom of the depth chart, that's good. That's good.
Bingo Winchester says he's totally ordering a Howard jersey.
So is that Brian Anthony Davis in disguise there?
I was going to say, you aren't alone. Brian Davis will probably have a Will Howard jersey. Just
the question is, how many of these draft picks is he going to have? By which draft pick? Well, it depends on how long it takes him to come in, because sometimes it takes him forever to get the order in. But he'll have them ordered. I was almost going to say, which NFL draft pick from this year for the Steelers, unless he gets one from the Raiders, will he be wearing whenever we do the schedule release show?
I think it'd be the 1st round pick. I think it's Derek Herman.
He's probably already ordered it. As soon as that 99 came out today, it's probably ordered.
Brian will probably also order a Caleb Johnson and a Wyatt Black Iowa jersey, and it'll look just like a Steeler jersey, but he'll have to tell everyone, well, actually, it's an Iowa jersey. So,
Jeff, I hope it's okay that I put this out there.
Okay.
Doesn't he already have a different number 8 jersey?
A Kenny Pickett?
No.
Oh yeah, he already has an Aaron Rodgers jersey. I think he ordered 2 of them. He's got a problem. He has a serious problem.
What does he do with these things?
Oh my gosh, he has so many. You wouldn't even understand, Jeremy. I've never seen, he just has, I don't know if he gets rid of the old ones. I don't think he does.
I think I saw it one time where he was trying to sell some off or something like that. I don't know.
This guy bought BJ Finney game worn pants and actually wore them. So
heard around the world.
Yeah, you want to see something funny, you got to dig back way back into the YouTube treasure chest of our videos when we did the kick herd around the world with Brian and Dave. It's still there. You can go check it out. It's an old video, but it's hysterical.
Okay. I'll have to do that.
I know, it's still getting views. That was the moment that I realized I was old, that I could not do what I had just been able to do. It seemed like it had been just the other day that I was coaching football and everything. And I didn't realize how long it had really been, and I just couldn't do the things I once did.
Yeah, it happens to all of us. Let's update our draft. So we've had a lot of picks come off the board. So the Eagles, Miles Hinton, Michigan offensive tackle. The Seattle Seahawks take Bryce Cabaldu. No idea.
That's a pretty good attempt there. I'm reading it right now.
Kansas offensive tackle. The Bungholes took Taj Brooks, Texas Tech running back. Jalen McLeod, Auburn linebacker, goes to the Jacksonville Jaguars. And then last pick is Chicago Bears, Luke Newman, Michigan State offensive tackle.
Newman.
So offensive linemen are still in high demand right now, and this 6th round is never going to end.
These are the guys that you're talking about upside. I mean, Cabaldu is 6'6", 315. So he's got height and length, size. Miles Hinton is 6'7", 323. So you're talking about physical traits. These are the types of players you can go after here. And then Luke Newman, there's not much on him, but this is what's interesting here is that this was part of a trade with the Bears with Pittsburgh for something.
Wait, Justin Fields.
It's from Pitt through the
Texans?
Through the Rams?
Oh no, the Rams, that would have been Kevin Dotson? Didn't they get a 6th in exchange for a 5th for Dotson?
Oh yeah, from the Rams. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. And then that was the only one that they had that they sent to Chicago.
And what was the player again?
Oh no, wait a second.
Chicago?
No, with Chicago, I was thinking the Justin Fields, but that's a different pick. Sorry, I'm not. That's pick 26 in this round that the Steelers got from Houston for Kendrick Green, that the Steelers got, and then they used that to trade in the Justin Fields trade, and then Chicago traded to the Rams, who then traded to Minnesota. So yeah. So that Pittsburgh one, that was the one that they swapped a 5th for a 6th, I think, for I think that was part of Dotson, or it might be something else that I'm missing.
You know what I'm looking forward to most about the NFL draft in Pittsburgh is just how loud the boos will rain down for the Browns, Bengals, and Ravens picks. You won't be able to hear the announcement from the stage.
That's true.
Ahmed Hassanine, edge rusher from Boise State, goes to the Lions. They realized last year you can't have too many edge rushers, so they are bringing in a bunch.
Where's your boy Wilbar? He's late.
He is. You said 4:40.
Oh, jeez.
So.
I was going to say, hurry up. I need to go get a cup of coffee, and I don't want to leave you two by yourself again. So, yeah.
Well, you don't think we can handle it, Dave?
Jeremy, I'll tell you this. If you want to take a break, do it now. Because if you need to take a break, because once the 7th round starts and once the picks are done for the Steelers, Dave and I have to go do another show, and you'll have to close this thing out.
I might go do that, actually. I might go, as soon as Andrew hops on, I might go get some Lupper.
Well, Dave and I can handle it if you want to go now.
Yeah.
Neither of us know these players, and that's okay.
That's the problem.
We'll probably talk about Rita's and different things that have nothing to do with the draft.
Tatanka.
Yeah.
Tatanka. See, do your homework. You should know that WWF legend.
Should I?
Do you like wrestling?
No, actually.
I've
never watched a second of wrestling in my life.
Yeah, I did it as a kid. As a kid, like WWF and then even Stone Cold, that era, like that was great. I don't watch anymore, but
sure. My dad would know.
I was in elementary school and then again in college, and that was all.
Go take a break, Jeremy.
It was the whole like I said, I was at the arena when Stone Cold got run over by the car.
What was that in Pittsburgh?
No, that was in Detroit.
He went to Detroit for a wrestling event.
I did. A friend of mine that I watched wrestling with, they had got tickets. They'd gone to Survivor Series for several years, and he offered me one of the tickets, and I went. I saw the professional wrestling debut of Kurt Angle, and that was when Stone Cold got run over by the car that I guess that they ultimately found out was driven by Rishiki, which was ultimately a big letdown of what they could have done with that storyline.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see here.
That's after I made the transition over to was still WWF at the time, because I was there for WCW when Goldberg lost his first match to Kevin Nash, where he got hit with the cattle prod from Scott Hall. That was in DC. And then the next night was the finger heard around the world which basically killed all of basically the very next night they killed WCW. That was when it was Nash versus Hogan for the title the night after Nash won it from Goldberg, and that's when Hogan went up and put his finger was talking to him and put his finger on him, and Kevin Nash fell down. He let him pin him. That basically killed the whole the company.
That was awful.
It was.
All right, NFL wise,
let's get back to the football.
Still the Lion, Ahmed. It's an edge rusher. We already talked about him from Boise State. The Houston Texans are on the clock. 21st pick in the 6th round.
Yeah. Because we have 40 picks in round 6. And then the Steelers, they pick at 226 and 229. So they pick. Oh, they're actually I thought they were. Oh, I said that wrong in the breaking news. These are both early in the round. They're 10 and 13 in round 7.
Yeah, it's nice. So once we can get through the lull.
Yeah, we're getting close, everybody. I don't know, Jeff. Do you think they'll trade back into the 7th round? Give up one of next year's 7th round picks to get back into the 7th this year?
I'd trade both of my 7th this year to take a 6th next year or something like that.
I'd trade both my 7ths to take the next pick on the board and be done.
Yeah, let's do it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's always a long weekend. I always think today's Sunday. It's not Sunday. It's Saturday. I just feel like it's Sunday. What is taking the Texans so long? My gosh.
Do they have to show this one because they're on commercial on TV?
Probably. Well, I gotta say, but I feel pretty good about this draft.
Yeah, I mean,
I like what they've done.
Yeah, I mean, I do. I did not expect an edge rusher, but it didn't hurt to take him there. If you're going to take an edge rusher, you didn't need to take him higher than the 4th round, because then when's he going to, he's not going to work in to be a starter. But you didn't want to take him too much lower. You didn't want to take him lower than the 4th round, because is he even going to be good enough to make the team? So you take one. So you take a good one in the 4th that could have been in the 2nd or 3rd, and you're good. You're in good shape.
The Steelers from Jerry Dulac. The Steelers were impressed. Howard played his best in the biggest games. 82. He was 82 of 109, a 75.2 completion percentage for 1,150 yards with 8 touchdowns, only 2 interceptions in 4 college football playoff games. So there you go.
Yeah. Oh, I forgot to ask you. Did you grab the podcast?
I did.
Okay, good. So, I've been in this chair a very long time.
Same.
I'm going to vacate it and say I don't want to come back here again until Tuesday. Yeah.
See here.
I'm sorry if people have a problem with the Will Howard pick at that point. I don't get it. I mean, if your problem is that you wanted a better quarterback higher in exchange for what? Who? In exchange for what player that the Steelers ended up with? That's the question you would have to answer.
Yeah.
Yeah. Did you want a Milroe over Caleb Johnson? I mean, Andrew Wilbar did, but I didn't.
So I'm trying to think. The only quarterbacks in round one, there were two. Obviously, Cam Ward, Jackson Dart. In round two was only one. Tyler Shuck goes to New Orleans, correct?
Yep.
Third round, Jalen Milroe. Was he the only quarterback in round three?
No, there was 5 total. It was Milroe. The last one was Dylan. Yeah, it was Milroe and Dylan.
Okay,
yeah, because
so
there was 5
two.
total. There was 5 total in the first 2 days. Yeah.
Oh, here we go. Wilbar.
Is he here?
He's in.
He's in.
There he is.
Oh, he's
Andrew.
even got. Wait, does he even have the glasses?
He's got the.
on?
I don't know if he has glasses on.
Got the glasses on today.
He's got the hair slicked back. He's got his Mel Kiper look. He's ready. What's up, Andrew?
It's going well. Excited to see how this day 3 ends out.
So what do you think about how day 3 has gone for Pittsburgh so far?
I think Jack Sawyer was a good value there. I wasn't expecting the Steelers to go edge rusher early, but I think when you just look at his skill set, I know a lot of people are pegging him to a 4-3 team, a 4-3 defense. I think that he's a better fit in a 3-4. He's better, gets a better get off in a stand-up position. I think he's going to be a solid backup being able to learn from TJ Watt would be wonderful for him. He's already a very good run defender. Just needs to learn to finish as a pass rusher. He had a really good playoff run, had a couple sacks in their playoff run toward a championship. I wasn't a big fan of the YA Black selection. I know Jeremy's a little bit higher on him than what I am. I didn't see it. He's just very stiff and not very versatile. I didn't really understand that one. But Will Howard, where the Steelers got him, makes a ton of sense.
Any positions that you would want them to target in the 7th with 2 picks now after they traded back in the 5th?
I'd say wide receiver. Xavier Restrepo is still there. He'd be an excellent selection, at least as far as I know. I haven't seen him taken. I haven't been able to follow every single pick today. But Tej Johnson's still on the board. It looks like there's still several really good receivers available. I didn't expect that to be the case.
Graham Mentz, a quarterback, Florida, goes to Houston.
Graham Mertz.
I'm sorry. Small
Yeah,
text away
yeah.
from the computer. Green Bay's on the clock.
This one will probably take forever because it's in Green Bay.
Yep. Nope, it's already on the board. Here we go. Georgia defensive tackle, Warren Brinson.
It was cool to see the selection earlier for Baron Sorrell when he was there at the draft and him walking out on stage. That was really cool.
Yeah.
I didn't see that.
I did. I'm like, what's going on? Yeah, it was someone he was just coming to check out the atmosphere. And then not only did he get drafted, he got drafted by Green Bay.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
The NFL gave him permission to go back and, walk out on the stage. He always wanted to. So he got permission from the NFL to be there, even though he wasn't an early round pick. He's like, I don't care where I'm getting drafted. Wherever I get drafted, I want to walk out onto that stage and shake the commissioner's hand. So he did it.
So I guess we got to ask Andrew, what do you think of other drafts in the AFC North? Why don't you start with the Cleveland Browns? Is he frozen?
I don't know if that is just delayed. You there, Andrew?
It just froze a little bit on my end.
Okay, there he is.
And as well, I might try refreshing the page and trying to come back in, see if that helps.
Go ahead, do that.
Yep. What's today? Yeah. I'm sorry. People are did you see people point out the receipts, Jeff?
Of
Where
what?
Filipponi says there's no way the Steelers are drafting Will Howard based on something I just heard, like 0% chance. That was on the 23rd of April. He said that.
Telling you, he plays that up perfectly. But the Chargers did make a pick. A Pitt player, Branson Taylor, offensive tackle.
Who'd you say it was?
The Chargers.
Oh, I didn't get that one. It's still not on mine here. So then we got Jags, back-to-back Vikings.
Is that any better now?
I don't know. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Yep.
All right. So what do you think about the Browns' decision to go get Shadeur in round 5?
I mean, competition is good, and it's going to drive Shadeur. I'm curious to see who ends up getting that spot between him and Gabriel. I know Gabriel was taken first, but I can't help but think that this is going to motivate and humble. Did I freeze up again?
A little bit.
Just, yeah, slightly.
So I think it's going to motivate Shadeur. It's a good landing spot for him. Kevin Stefanski's offense is great for his skill set. It's going to help him learn to get rid of the ball a little bit quicker. But in terms of in the pocket, his presence, his patience, I think that fits really well with what Stefanski wants. I think it's a great fit for him. I understand where they're coming from. If they're going by best player available approach, I mean, who cares what everyone else thinks about taking 2 quarterbacks? Go for it. You can never have too many.
Interesting. I think it's funny that when you talk about where we are in the draft, 6th round, going into the 7th, so to speak, that this is when scouting departments are like, here's who we want to focus on for undrafted rookie free agents. Like that conversation has already been ongoing. And so I'll be curious on how the Steelers release this. Dave, wasn't it last year the Steelers did like 5 players one day, the next day announced?
That was the last 2 years. Yeah.
Okay, so they've done it like in waves almost.
And like they don't complete it, and they didn't complete it for like a week. So
Really?
under Omar Khan, it's been different.
Because they used to wait a while, a couple days at least, and then they would just announce we've signed 12 undrafted rookie free agents. They're doing it different.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's see where we are. The Jaguars take Rayuan Lane, the 3rd, Navy safety.
Rayuan Lane.
All right. So I'm going to read this, even though it's from Brooke Pryor, because it's just reporting something from Will about Will Howard. As an infant, Will was a poor sleeper, so his parents invented Baby Merlin's magic sleep suit, which now has become the family business.
Yeah.
Had you heard that?
He talked about that on John Gruden's quarterback camp.
Okay.
It was the first thing Gruden asked him actually when they sat down. Tell me about Baby Merlin. He had to tell him they created this thing and it actually turned into like a family business. Pretty crazy story.
Yeah. I hadn't heard that.
Dave, you would actually really enjoy the Gruden thing with him.
I don't even know where to watch it.
You can just go to Barstool Gruden on Twitter, and it's all on Twitter. You can watch it on Twitter in its entirety.
Yep. So Andrew, I know you said you weren't a big fan of the Waya Black. It is Waya, right, Jeff?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
What did you think about getting him after trading back?
I'll answer that after I see what the Steelers get with that pick in the 7th. Just the options that were available, it's still at wide receiver. I thought the receiver options were available. The Steelers could have, if I remember correctly, Kyle McCord was still on the board. They could have gotten Kyle McCord there. Would have been happy with that.
Over Will Howard?
I had McCord rated higher than Will Howard.
But like knowing that you could have Howard in the 6th versus McCord in the 5th?
I would have. I mean, again, I'm fine with Will Howard in the 6th. I think it's solid value. But I believe McCord has a little bit more upside in just terms of his ability to drive the ball down the field. Howard has the size, but he doesn't have the same velocity on the throws that McCord has deep down the field. And he has the ability to drive it a little bit better. I think that just bodes more to his upside long term. He reminds me a lot of Kirk Cousins, honestly, the way he plays the game. And his development this past year and just processing inside the pocket was incredible. From his year at Ohio State to Syracuse, just a complete 180. So I would have been a little bit bigger fan of that, but I can understand why the Steelers like Will Howard. And I'm not sure what Black really does other than maybe get milk the louder milk off the roster. Maybe. I don't know. We'll see.
Well, I mean, it's something we talked about earlier with Roy Countryman. I was saying if the Steelers aren't taking a wide receiver in the first 4 rounds, how easy is it to make it on the roster? Because the Steelers they love Ben Skoranek. That's why they gave him a 2-year deal, because he's their special teams guy. He's going to hold your last spot. Your other 4 are DK, GP, CA3, and Roman Wilson. It would be really tough to even find a roster spot for him. And that's what I've been saying with the Steelers' most recent picks. And that's why I thought the quarterback in the 6th round made the most sense, because I'm looking at spots on the roster saying, where can you even find somewhere that you're going to get somebody good enough that can beat out what you already have? So, and like I said, wide receiver, if they don't take one in this draft, I completely understand why, because of that kind of that big unknown with Roman Wilson. If they weren't going to go big, that was, I had positions like safety and wide receiver of either go big or go home. So that's why I wouldn't be shocked if they throw a wide receiver in here, but honestly, I don't even know if they'll make the team.
I understand that philosophy. I think it depends on the value at the end of the day. And Xavier Restrepo is the guy. I mean, I had him 79 on the big board. I know he ran that horrendous 4.83 time at his pro day, but when you watch his tape, he's so smooth in and out of cuts. Yeah. He's physical. He's a do-it-all guy. He can block. He can catch. Had a couple concentration drops this past year, but I think that will get cleaned up pretty easily. He's a special player. He could be a really good slot option in the NFL, and that's where I think it would, the value would meet. Okay, maybe the Steelers don't have a spot they need to add an extra guy at the position, but I think a little competition would help the back end of the roster guys. And Restrepo, if he proves he can play, I mean, he could be in long term as a potential slot option.
Yeah, and I think people are right in the live chat. That would be double dipping at wide receiver because they already had one. They took DK Metcalf in the 2nd round.
DK, yeah.
So also, just to answer something from the live chat to Ronald, when we said that about Kyle McCord, I'm like, the Steelers would have had to take him in the 5th, is because he was taken 4 spots before the Steelers picked. The Steelers didn't have the option for him in the 6th round, so they would have had to take him in the 5th. That's, even if he went 1 spot before the Steelers drafting in the 6th, the only other option they would have had to have him would have been to have taken him in the 5th. So that's kind of how that's why our conversation went the way that it did, because you are correct. He was a 6th round pick.
I'm still amazed. I knew that there were going to be some running backs that fall through the cracks, but the running backs that are still available, this is incredible. Mm-hmm. We knew that the class was deep. Yeah. Donovan Edwards is still available. LaQuint Allen is still available. I mean, these are guys that have the tools to be starters in the NFL, and they're just falling because there's so many of them.
Yeah.
Twitter remains undefeated.
Wow, what's that?
It showed a video of Shadeur Sanders running and jumping in a pool, and he's excited. But the video caption says, "Awful. Shadeur Sanders tries to drown himself after finding out he got drafted by the Cleveland
Browns." Big G, what are you doing in the live chat? You should be on screen.
Yeah, he signed up for a time and he missed it. He's been fined. That's right, yep. Big G, you've been fined big time.
Your fine is redacted if you end up.
That's
here.
True. I'll send you the link if you want to come in, Big G. All right, where are we in the picks? Let's see here.
205.
Kobe King, linebacker, went to Penn State. Gavin Bartholomew, Pittsburgh tight end, went to Minnesota. LeJonte Wester, Colorado wide receiver, went to Baltimore. Jerry Cornelius, offensive tackle, Oregon, goes to Dallas.
That's a good pick for Dallas.
Bingo Winchester said that Big G's on George Pickens time right now. So oh, the Betts is back.
Sorry, I keep stopping to listen to the Coach Tomlin phone calls.
Yeah.
What up, Wilbar?
How's it going, my friend?
It's going good.
I'm sure it is for you. Like your dream draft.
All my boys are coming to Pittsburgh.
Big G says he could be here in 15. Hopefully that's before the Steelers picks. That'd be nice. Mm-hmm.
Okay, it's $5 from Believers. He's a member of the Ride or Die crew. He said, want to thank you guys for the great coverage all draft. Thank you for the tip and thank you for the kind words.
That's the Ride or Die crew poll of the week, right?
That's right. Yeah. I mean, honestly, we've been on for 5.5 hours. So it's been a long time.
Jeff has been here almost the entire time. And other than me, I have not gotten out of my chair other than me having to do the breaking news podcasts. I've been here as well.
Yeah. Last year I did it. I did take a lot of breaks because we had a lot of people on it was like, oh, we'll fill the spots. And this has not been the case this year. So
no. Jeff didn't take a lot of breaks. Jeff disappeared for like 2.5 hours.
Yeah, that's true. I might have done that. I don't know.
I don't know if it was 2.5, but it was. Remember we had that huge gap because they didn't have a fifth, right?
Yeah.
They had a fourth and then 2 sixths. And we were on for like, it was a long time in between.
I think I went for a walk. I was like, I need to get outside.
Yeah.
Kane Madrano,
Andrew,
out of UCLA.
Okay.
To Washington.
To the
solid athlete.
Tommy.
The end is near. We can almost see the end of this draft, of this round. This is fantastic.
Yep. Well, I'll be back in a couple minutes because I'm going to go grab a cup of coffee.
Go ahead.
I need it to get to the end.
Go ahead. Do what you got to do.
Get that coffee, Dave.
All right. The Three Stooges are still here. I don't know which one's Larry, Curly, and Mo, but still. We are getting close, guys. What do you think for 7th round Steelers?
Xavier Restrepo, I would absolutely love. Get Cameron Williams. He's in my top 100 too. He's still sitting on the board, which I can't believe. Very talented tackle. Could even move inside the guard.
Hold on 1 second, Andrew. Let's talk about this. You have a guy that was in your top 100, and it is going into the 7th round, and he's still available. Does that say more about the prospect or your rankings?
I believe it has more to do with his lack of experience. He was only a 1-year starter at Texas, played right tackle. It's a risk when you take a guy like that. I can understand why he's falling down the board. But when you look at what he did in that 1 year, especially as a run blocker, I mean, a lot of Jaden Blue's success was when he ran on the right side of that line. And Cameron Williams was an absolute bulldozer in the running game. He could move inside. If he can, he's not good at landing his punches. If he could become better at his punches, he could easily move inside the guard. But there's some versatility there. He's one of the youngest prospects in the class. I think he just turned 21. So a very young guy, a ton of upside. He'd be a good fit for the Steelers. Add a nice depth piece.
Would you say that your evaluation could have been a little off? I'm not trying to bash your rankings. I'm just curious about when you look at this and you say, well, damn, he's still around and it's going in around 7. Like, what do you think? Man, I might have missed this one. I got to go back and maybe check some things out.
Definitely. Whenever a player goes this early on, or the player goes way earlier than expected or later than expected, you always have to kind of reevaluate, okay, what's going on here? And I think a lot of it also is not, I've obviously never interviewed this guy. He's actually one of the guys I tried to interview. I tried to reach out to his agency, but they never reached back out after they had promised to set up a time like 5 times for interview on the DDP, but it never ended up happening. But with any of these guys, like not being in the meeting rooms, not knowing them personally, that has, I think, a bigger deal than even the tape that these guys put out. And that's not something that we have access to. I'm just going strictly off of what I see, what I think, and I just go with it.
And that's fair for all people that are not within an organization that have to do big boards, rankings, etc. You're just basing it off of what you know, and you're basing it off of secondhand information. Yeah, I'm not upset with anything. And like Remix says in the live chat, Mel Kiper misses every year. They all miss every year. You know, some are more egregious than others, but still, just was curious about your take. But you can go ahead and talk about the offensive line. I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, you're good. It just finished up with Cameron Williams. I think he has starter potential. He's raw, but I think he would be a nice developmental piece to play behind, potentially become a swing tackle behind Broderick Jones and Troy Fautanu.
Okay. What about you, Jeremy? Where do you want to see the Steelers go in round 7?
Oh, well, they've addressed basically everything that I wanted them to. I do think that they could look at receiver. There's some guys that are still intriguing out here. Isaiah Bond is so fast. And Restrepo is such a technician, in the middle of the field. But even a guy like Brew McCoy out of Tennessee, who was – yes, that's good. Even a guy like Brew McCoy, who was kind of a higher ranking prospect at one point in his college career, fell off because of poor production over his time in college and some injuries. But I think that his skill set is interesting. So I wouldn't mind a wide receiver, but I think the next line, sorry if I'm cutting out here. I think the next play is offensive line, like Andrew's talking about.
Sorry.
Cameron Williams was just taken by the Eagles.
Sorry if I'm cutting in and out over here. My internet.
The Bills took Chase Lunt, UConn, offensive tackle with pick 30 in this round. And then Cameron Williams at 31, 207 overall goes to the Philadelphia Eagles. So right on cue, Andrew. There you go.
Eagles are having themselves another great draft.
Only 9 picks left in this round.
Sorry for my connection over here going in and out.
It's Bush League, man. That is Bush League.
I know it. I don't get what's going on. Maybe it's the fact that I've got the TV on, 3 windows open. I'm sitting right by my router, though, so I don't know what's going on.
Windows? What does Windows have to do with anything?
Well, you got multiple things running, multiple things processing at a time.
Okay. Oh, Windows on your computer.
Yeah, Windows on my computer. You must have a Mac. I don't know.
I don't have a Mac. I have an HP. Okay. So it's like, what the hell are you talking about? If you have a window open right behind you, what does that have to do with your computer?
Come on, Jeff.
He uses the router in broadband, and he gets better broadband with his windows open.
That's right.
It's like he has an antenna sticking out his window or something. Oh my gosh. Okay. So Carolina says I'm like slap happy at this point. It's been almost,
hey, there's Cameron Williams off the board, Andrew.
Yeah, we already said that.
Did you see that already? Okay.
Up until I was 15 years old, at our house, we had an indoor antenna where we had to you had to set it up a certain angle on the couch. And I can't tell you the amount of different positions I had to put my body in just to get the TV to come in. If you move a muscle, it doesn't work. I can't tell you how many times I would watch Steelers games with one leg in the air because that was the only way to get the antenna to work.
That was TMI, Andrew.
Yeah. Pick 32.
It's daydream. We're all at that point.
Yeah. Jimmy Horn Jr., Colorado wide receiver, goes to Carolina.
He's small, but
he was
fast.
An intriguing prospect. He's just a small player, 5'8". I think he's not even 180 pounds.
How tall is Calvin Austin III?
5'9", I think.
Yeah, he's 5'9", maybe on a good scale with heels on.
Yes.
To answer John's question in the live chat, I was not an Arthur kid. I was more Curious George.
Okay. For us no cable kids.
Feel that?
Arthur was it, man. How about those Batman shows and stuff that would come on like ABC and stuff like that?
Saturday morning sometimes they'd have something on CBS, but Not very often.
I'm before your all's time, so different shows we're on.
Yeah.
Eagles are up again. Now, I haven't been here for all of the selections. Does anyone know if Brashard Smith, running back from SMU, has been taken?
That name doesn't
He
ring
is
a
not.
bell.
Okay.
He is still available.
Okay.
Damian
Really?
Martinez, Brashard Smith, LaQuint Allen, Kyle Monange,
Donovan Edwards.
Donovan Edwards, Phil Maffa, Corey Kiner, all these guys are still on the board. Raheem Sanders.
Absolutely. Tej Johnson, I think he's still available right at receiver.
Yep.
I mean, we were talking about him as a potential second-round pick before he ran that 4.51.
Yeah. He was supposed to be their wide receiver 1 this year. Matthew Golden wasn't even like projected to be anything more than a secondary piece, but he took over.
Yeah. Marcus Yarns, running back from Delaware, is another guy on the board that intrigues me. I had a late 5th-round grade on him.
Were you surprised at all by how late some of these quarterbacks stayed available?
Yeah, I think Shadeur was the one that kind of started it all. Once Shadeur's gone, it's like, okay, we can take the rest of the quarterbacks now. I think the rest of the teams were just playing chicken. Like, we're not going to take another one of these quarterbacks until somebody takes Shadeur. So, I mean, after that, then you had McCord going off the board. I thought that was later than what he should have gone off. And then the Steelers get Will Howard. So, I got 3 of the Steelers selections right. Just 2 of them were at the wrong pick number, Caleb Johnson and Will Howard. And, then, of course, the Derek Carr pick. So.
Right. I'm looking at the offensive line. I still like Clay Webb out of Jacksonville State. I like Joshua Gray out of Oregon State. Xavier Truss is a big, tall guard prospect out of Georgia. So there's some guys here still that are intriguing. The Ravens just selected Aeneas Peebles, Andrew.
The Ravens?
It's a good pick it's a good pick for the Ravens.
Yeah, he fits with them. He's undersized, but he does good getting low in that ground game and just being slippery enough to disengage.
That's the first defensive lineman off the board for the Ravens, unless you count Mike Green.
I'm still mad about that pick. They got Mike Green.
Yeah.
I don't want to face him.
The Ravens' first 3 picks were really good value for them. And then it's kind of fallen off a little bit, in my opinion here. So Peebles. How many picks are we away from Pittsburgh at this point?
Well, there's still 1, 2,
That's
3,
226,
4,
right?
There's 6 left in this round.
And then in round 7.
Yep.
They're the,
so
10th, they're the 10th pick in round 7.
So we're 16 and 19 picks out for the Steelers, round 7 picks.
Are the 2 Steelers picked pretty close together?
Yes. There's only 2 picks in between them.
Would you have an issue with double dipping at running back, Jeremy?
Not for the right guy, I guess, but it would need to be like a speed back at this point, like a Donovan Edwards, like a true home run threat.
But why would you draft that guy?
Home run threat, yeah.
Yeah.
Unless you're thinking, because Gainwell signed a 1-year deal. So unless you're thinking, okay, even if he's inactive most games, we'll have him for the years after. Maybe I get it. But this year, I don't think that would make much sense.
Competition would
True.
be the only answer there. Yeah.
Sweet smell. It's sweet.
4 dogs, 2 bones, if you will.
True.
Yeah, I think 4 of
I
my
would
top
like-
5. Go ahead.
Sorry, I was going to say I would like RJ Mickens, safety from Clemson. That's a legacy player, not for the Steelers, but he's got some range. They've been looking at the safeties in this class.
Yeah. I'm looking at where I've got him on the board. I think I've got him right inside the top 200. Yeah, I've got him at 194, right ahead of Maxton Hook, right below Katan Crawford from Nevada. Aiden Connor, guard from Texas to Arizona. That Texas line is going to be entirely new next year. Jake Majors, I think. Did Jake Majors get taken, or is he still available?
I think he's still available. Let me check.
That whole Texas line is going to be new next year.
Yeah, he's still on the board.
The Eagles have gone pretty much all defense in this draft, and they have plus Kyle McCord and Drew Kendall. Yeah, 10 picks, and then they go offensive tackle. Man, Eagles are having a good draft.
Yeah, and their draft is over. They have made their final pick unless they want to trade back in for some reason.
Howie Roseman's a genius.
I wonder how many teams are all done picking. The Eagles, the Tennessee Titans are done. The Commanders are going to only end up with 4 picks in this class. The
I still
Jets
find
are
it
done.
hilarious.
Huh?
I still find it hilarious that Kalel Mullings actually went ahead of Donovan Edwards.
Yeah, I did too.
Uh-oh, here we go. Big G's joining.
Big G.
Gentlemen, what is cracking with y'all, man? What's going on? Good to see all you guys. I had to double dip, as you can see. I represent my Steelers, but my daughter, we didn't know that my daughter was going to be honored for the Ohio State University from the education department. We found out last night. So they had all this honors banquets and meals and all whatever else. And then I'm sitting in all these locations, and I started seeing these Steelers draft them Buckeyes, and I said, "Well, let's go Bucks. let's go Bucks. Run them to the podium." So yeah, I'm a little bit better today concerning the Steelers draft, considering what we did, and I really like what we did, man. I think we plugged the holes. The issue now is, does 12 sign? And if 12 signs, then we got a shot. We got a shot to fight for our division, because you win your division first before you start talking about playoffs and everything else. If 12 signs, we got a shot, man. We got a legitimate shot.
Let's talk about those Buckeyes. The 2 that they've taken in day 3. Yeah. Jack Sawyer, Will Howard. Run it down, Big G. What do you think?
Will Howard is a project, but if you hit with him, you got something. I mean, he's Josh Allen's body. He doesn't have Josh Allen's arm, but he's Josh Allen's body. And he's an athlete. This kid's like a legit. I mean, I saw him run. So, I was at the combine workout for the Ohio State Buckeyes. I was at the Woody Hayes Center. I've been around him and seen him. All these guys, I've been around them because of my son-in-law, you know, what he does for him. And he graduates from Ohio State University today as a GR. So, man, I mean, a GA. So a lot going on with the Buckeyes. So I've been around a lot of these kids and saw them, man. And so Howard fits if we can develop him from a project standpoint. He's got a stronger arm than what a lot of people think, too. His arm is a lot stronger. Howard's issue is he has to have confidence. If he knows what he's doing and he's confident in knowing what he's doing, we might have stole one. Realistically, might have stole one. And we might not have to go get big time in 2026 if we can develop him. Now, Jack Sawyer, on the other hand, I'm telling y'all, he's a pro's pro. And so some folks was like, he's too small to play in the defensive line rotation for Pittsburgh. Absolutely not. But that's not where he's going to play. He's going to rotate with Highsmith, with Watt, with Herbig on that outside. And listen, they got problems. Based on what we did with that defensive line, and now we got those 4 guys to be able to go into rotation and rush in the quarterback, we fixed a lot of stuff up front for the Steelers. And that's where we got gashed. As the season went on further and further, teams started being able to run more and more on us. No, not this upcoming year. They in trouble a little bit. The AFC North is in big trouble, Jeff. Big trouble.
Hey, I love that. I like when the rest of the AFC North looks at the Steelers and says, "Oh crap, they got that guy." Yeah. So we'll see. Just your take on the draft as it's played out, though, Big G. I think we spoke after was it before round 1 or was it after round 1? I'm trying to remember. When were you on?
After.
Okay,
Yeah.
So after, so you spoke about Harmon a little bit. You can speak on it again if you let it resonate a little bit in your brain. And what about the drafting of Caleb Johnson in round 3?
At first, I was upset, man. Because I was being biased. I got to call bias on myself. I wanted C.J. Givens. I wanted that kid out of Kansas State. But going back and evaluating it, and because like I said, I saw Caleb Johnson play twice, up front and personal. He's an upgrade from Najee. Najee's like a 4.66, 4.67 guy. Caleb Johnson's like a 4.53, 4.54, but he's played in traditional zone running schemes the entire time at the University of Iowa. So I think that he fits for us to be able to get to the second level to where Najee was getting hit for 3 yards, 4 yards. Johnson might be able to turn that 3 and 4 yard run into an 8 to 10 yard run, or maybe even a burst for 20 or 25 yards. So it's an upgrade from Najee. I like the pick.
Better fit for outside zone?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, that's what he ran in Iowa the whole entire time.
Bottom line, yep.
Yeah. So that number one, but then also what he does as far as the play action ability. Caleb Johnson sells play action. I don't know how much tape or evaluation you guys have done, but I do my research. So he sells play action big time because Iowa couldn't even freaking throw the ball. And when they did get somebody when they threw the ball, it was for big plays because of how good he sold play action. So where Najee, I think, suffered a little bit in selling play action for the Steelers. So I like Caleb Johnson's pick, man. I really like that pick, Jeff.
Okay. And you like the Harmon pick, if I recall correctly?
Yeah, I do. But Yaya Black I was pounding the table for Yaya Black, man. I was like, go get that kid, man.
Don't let Andrew hear that. Andrew didn't like that one.
Man, are you crazy? Man, that kid is a monster, man. Listen, they say he's 6'6". I'm telling you, I stood like 15 feet away from him. He's every bit of 6'7", every bit of it. And he's every bit of 340 pounds. He's every last bit of it. Jeff, you ever seen those guys where they just look like a mountain of a man?
Yep.
That's what he looks like, man, in real life. I was like, this is one of the biggest dudes I ever seen Iowa ever have. Now, this is the deal. This is the truth of it. The truth of it is he plays long, where he's got to learn how to get leverage concerning in the NFL. He has to learn how to drop his shoulders. But a guy like Cam Hayward will show him how to do that. So it's not like he's not going to learn the position. But he's a steal. And he's our nose tackle. He's going to play nose a lot more than Harmon is. Watch what I'm telling you.
Harmon's going to play there at all, according to Coach Tomlin on Thursday night, that they're going to keep Benton. I mean, even when they were talking about the Black, Carl Dunbar's like, well, yeah, he'll be there for depth, but we got a good nose tackle in Benton. That's what Coach Dunbar said today. So it's like you don't have to put pressure on the kid. But I mean, I would say that's probably thanks for your service, Travis Adams, most
Yeah.
likely.
Yeah.
It's an upgrade. It's there. So yeah, and use
And
that he can just play in certain. I mean, kind of like what they did with Mark Robinson, where he just played against the Ravens. He could literally be a guy that you're like, we're going to lean on you in 2 games this year. Be ready for them.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I think that he's got a chance to be your answer to short yardage goal line type plays and maybe somebody who pushes back on the tush push. He's a gap filler and a heavy person in the middle of the field that you just haven't had in Pittsburgh for a while.
Yeah. I hope that they come to the understanding that they need to move Keanu Benton off the nose.
Mm-hmm.
I hope they come to that understanding and put him in his correct position, as far as a 5 technique defensive end. If they move him and now you got Keanu Benton, Hayward, Jack Sawyer, because he can slide in and out, Yaya and Harmon, man, yeah, we're cooking with gas a little bit, man. We're cooking with gas a little bit in Pittsburgh as far as the defensive line. And we will not get gashed. It's not going to happen. You're not going to come and run for 299 yards on us in a playoff game. That's not going to happen, man. It's not going to happen. As long as everybody stays healthy. That's a lot to do with it too. But I like the picks, man. I think and like I said, I think with Will Howard, now listen, they already said they're going 4 quarterbacks. Well, we got 3. We know we're waiting on 12. So you add 12 to the mix, there's your 4 quarterbacks. You got a wily old veteran that maybe a young kid can learn something from. And we got 2 picks to go. So I'm going to be biased. I'm telling you, I hope the Steelers pick a running back. I hope they take Rock Sanders. I swear I hope they take him. Because now somebody's going to have to step up to be that guy. We only got Warren for what's the 1-year deal? Yeah, go get Rock, man. Go get he's faster than Caleb Johnson. Rock's 4.42 at 228 pounds. So go get Rock. Put him in there, man.
This is what I've been saying. I know. Sorry that I was gone so long to get my coffee. I got a phone call, but Jeff knows how that is.
Mm-hmm.
To me, these last 2 picks is when you have to take off. Sorry, I'm going to pick on Andrew a little bit because he's in the tie, man. He's Mr. Draft expert. You got to take off your draft expert hat and put on your friggin' Pittsburgh Steelers hat and start to think about, I like this person. I like this person. Where is there a spot that they can actually make the roster?
Yeah.
That's really what, and that's why I want to ask you guys. We're almost here to round 7. What do you think these 2 positions are? Because, I mean, you could say, oh, wow, they add a running back, but is he going to make the roster?
Yeah.
I mean, he could be maybe number 4. I mean, that's why did the defensive tackle / fullback ever get drafted?
Yes.
No. Did he?
To the Raiders.
Oh, did he? Okay. That's what I couldn't remember with everything. But I mean, where are you going to use someone? Like Andrew saying wide receiver. Unless they keep 6, they're not going to make the roster.
Facts.
So that's why it's like you've got it could be a wide receiver, but it's got to be someone that the Steelers think they're going to be special to us, that they're going to be better here with us than what everyone else is having them. And that's why, and they're going to overachieve that where they are, because if not, they're probably going to be someone who you doesn't make the 53 and you hope to get on the practice squad, maybe, and we'll see. I think it's very concerning that players that don't make the Steelers 53-man roster over the last several years aren't landing on other 53-man rosters.
Facts. Yeah.
That means they're not deep enough.
Yes, facts.
If you're actually getting enough players to where now, hey, you're going to be cutting players like a Montravius Adams, maybe a DeMarvin Leal or Isaiah Loudermilk, players like that could instantly get caught up in waivers. We look at that as a bad thing, but it's actually a good thing because it just goes to show that you actually have that roster, that bottom end of the roster that's attractive to other teams.
Yeah. That's our history, Dave. If you go back when we were very successful as a franchise and, contending for Super Bowls, we cut a guy and they wouldn't even make it through the freaking waiver wire.
Yeah.
A team would pick him up. They'd be like, man, I get that dude right now.
Yeah.
You know, so yeah, that's our history, man. So that makes a lot of sense, man. A lot of sense.
Jeff, you probably have picks update, don't you?
We're almost out of the 6th round. Cam Miller, North Dakota State quarterback, just went to Vegas.
You had mentioned the North Dakota State quarterback.
I just heard people talking
two more
about
quarterbacks before Quinn Ewers too. You had Tommy Mellett out of Montana State as well.
Ewers is hurt, fellas. Ewers is banged up real bad. He's hurt, man. He's hurt. He's got nagging, lagging injuries. Nagging injuries, especially with his feet. His feet aren't any good.
Ugh.
Yeah.
That's not fun.
So the Broncos are on the clock. That is the last selection of round 6.
Yes.
Hey, Jeff, Dave, Andrew, and Jeremy. How y'all like Kobe Bryant, the defensive back from Kansas?
That'd be great.
Yeah, I've been looking at him too. I've been paying attention to Kobe Bryant, man. I haven't heard.
Actually one of the few that was on my radar this late in the draft. That's very rare for me.
Yeah, I've been watching Kobe Bryant to see if he falls because I'd love to pick him up too. I like Kobe, man.
There's a couple names to keep an eye on at corner that could be better slot options. I think like that's the way the Steelers are looking at Kendall Paul from East Texas A&M, cornerback. Got extreme speed. He ran, I believe, a 4.29 at his pro day. His tape's pretty solid. He's got some good ball skills. And then Jacob Robinson, from BYU. His tape was fantastic. I believe he had 5 interceptions this past year, a few extra pass breakups. Just a really solid all-around corner. He's physical at the line of scrimmage, can play man or play off coverage. He's a really versatile guy. He's going to be limited to the slot in the NFL because of size, but he's a fighter.
I'm trying to update my board to look. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, I know they're not going to take this kid, but man, listen. Do you guys know anything about Fidel Diggs?
Yeah.
Syracuse edge rusher?
Yep.
That'd be crazy if they went 2 edge rushers.
He's an athlete.
I look at Dave when you talk about what position groups would a guy make the team on, that plays into like what position groups do you keep the most on your roster of? And that's offensive line.
Yeah. I think an offensive lineman here would make sense.
Yeah, you keep 9 offensive linemen most likely, or at least 8.
And sometimes.
Right? Yeah. Sometimes 10.
Yeah.
So I think that's where they would go next here, probably. But I don't.
The picks are back to back, so you got to group them together since there's only 2 in between them. Yeah.
I don't know, if you strictly say, is a guy going to make our roster before drafting him? Because, with competition comes some people rise, some people fall. And so, you're not married to Kenneth Gainwell. You're not married to some of these guys. So, like, if you go get another running back and he ends up being the better option or the better fit, then you go a different direction. Maybe somebody becomes a trade candidate, or, maybe you're able to cut somebody and lower your cap hits and your roster size. So there's a lot of ways to look at it, but I think if you're going to go with somebody who could help your team this year, you're probably going offensive line at this point.
Yeah.
I don't bet, but in the event that Donovan Edwards was there in the 7th or fell to undrafted free agency, if I did bet, I would bet a good bit of money that he could beat out Kenneth Gainwell for a roster spot.
You love your Michigan,
Andrew. It also hasn't been out of the realm of possibilities of the Steelers keeping 4 running backs. It's a lot harder under Arthur
in an Arthur Smith offense as well.
But it's harder under Arthur Smith because of the number of tight ends that they keep.
Correct.
So it's not impossible. I could, like I said, you could go running back here, and that would be fine because, once again, 7th round picks are guys that are undrafted free agents that you don't want to fight for, that you know you have the rights to them. So you really could go anywhere. But I'm saying if you're trying to get super position specific, it is a lot easier to say, the Steelers still haven't added a blah blah blah. It's just tough because you're never guaranteed to make the roster, and I say 5th round and beyond. So these are guys that, hey, you take a flyer, and notice they've had their lower round of draft picks for the last 2 years just so happened to spend pretty much the whole season on IR.
Facts.
So
What if
Hey,
you
I'll-
keep the
Go ahead,
Big Ten vibes rolling here, guys, and you draft a Jack Nelson from Wisconsin, or you draft a Thomas Fadone, tight end out of Nebraska. He's got some upside.
I'm gonna be biased. I want Seth McLaughlin, center guard, Ohio State University. I'm gonna be biased. I think he feels a huge. I think he feels a huge need. He can swing. He can swing behind either guard, and he can play center. I mean, to me, that's a huge need.
Jeff,
We're in the 7th round. The Denver Broncos took a punter.
Jeremy
And so-
Crenshaw.
or Crawshaw.
We are in the 7th round officially. That is
Rich,
absolutely
Rich,
second
Jeff,
highest rated
you
punter.
should give Big G your trivia question from earlier, since he's an Ohio State fan. See if he gets it.
Okay, I still remember. Before today, who was the last player the Steelers drafted from Ohio State? Do you know what year he was drafted?
It wasn't Ryan Shazier. There was a guy after Ryan Shazier.
That is correct. It was after Ryan Shazier.
So it would be 2000. Was it a tackle?
Nope. The defensive secondary.
Oh, I don't know that. That's wild. I don't know that. A DB?
Doran Grand.
You know what? I know.
2015.
You know what's crazy? I know his brother. That is so funny, man. I know Taj. His brother's name's Taj Grant, man. I know Taj really well, man. So that's crazy. I didn't know Dorian. I didn't remember Dorian got drafted by Pittsburgh.
You got to remember, that's why sometimes you got to say when things happen later in the draft. I mean, he only played 3 games in the NFL, and he was a 4th round pick.
Yeah.
I think he got hurt.
remember. Yeah, he did. I remember him starting at Ohio State. But he was a tweener at Ohio State. He was between a safety and a corner. They played him. They played him at both spots.
If I recall, when he was drafted, they classified him as a corner, but I think he was playing safety for the Steelers.
Yeah, he was a tweener at Ohio State.
Or it might have been they might have drafted another safety that same draft too. So maybe it was corner. I can't remember.
Yeah, I remember him at Ohio State.
See, because
what year was it?
2015.
He was along with Wes Golson.
Yeah. He was a tweener because that's when we had Marshawn Lattimore. This is right after the national championship team. Mm-hmm. So Marshawn Lattimore pushed to start with Malik Hooker, and what was the other kid that played the opposite corner? Oh, I can't think of the kid's name. He played against my high school here. And he's a beast.
Look at that Steelers draft in 2015. They took 3 players in the secondary: 2nd round, 4th round, 7th round. They played a total of 3 career games, all by Grant.
Yeah.
That's it. That's all they got from took 3 secondary players and got nothing from them.
Well, the run of defensive backs during that time, Dave, was horrible. Yeah. I mean, we drafted Artie Burns somewhere in that run. In the first round, it was horrible. He was horrible, man. I think it might have been. He was horrible. Horrible, man. Telling you, man. I couldn't take it.
That's why they had to
There
turn
are
around
some
and
draft classes to forget from that era.
That's why in 2016 they had to draft in the 1st and 2nd round defensive backs, because they took them in 2015 and none of them worked out. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
All right, so not to interrupt the conversation, but the 7th round is underway. The Dallas Cowboys took I think it's Toia, UCLA, defensive tackle. The Atlanta Falcons are on the clock. The Steelers are only 8 picks away.
Woohoo! 8 and 11.
That's right.
Jerry Jones.
Toia is a big dude. Yeah. That's a big dude. He is 340 pounds.
Holy smokes.
Jerry was out there talking all that.
Yeah, 6'2" frame. He is big and compact.
They didn't get Dak no help. Jerry was talking. Jerry was talking strong. They didn't get that dude no help, man. Same
They
old
did.
Cowboys. Same old Cowboys, man. I can't
They
stand
still have
Dallas,
one
y'all.
more
If y'all
pick.
didn't know, man.
Wait,
it's
sorry.
over.
They still have 2 more picks.
It's over. It's
Yeah,
over.
they're going to make a big difference in the 7th round.
Yeah. Oh, Jerry out there bumping his gums. I got a personal bias towards the
Falcons took
Cowboys.
Jack Nelson, offensive tackle, Wisconsin.
Ooh.
Oh man, that's my guy.
Does
He's,
Warren Big Boy from Florida come off the board? What if the Steelers took him? He about 490.
I mean,
Yeah.
to go 3 defensive linemen in a draft would be crazy, but
About 490, man.
He
490,
picks up
man.
2 people.
Man, Lord.
Yeah, I was
Hey,
gonna say that's 2 draft picks in 1 right there.
Hey, if we get the fullback, there's the fullback. Short yardage, bring him in. Bring him in. He's gonna, man, listen. Whoever meets him in the gap, it's over. Whoever meets, it's over. It's over, man. Pile drive right in the gap. That's refrigerator. That's like having 2 refrigerators. That's a deep chest freezer. And put him in a fullback, man, and just hand him the ball. Get the hell out the way, man. I'm telling you, that's a big dude, man. Because they say
I
he's
agree with the
474, but he close to
I want
490.
Desmond Watson from Florida.
Yeah, that's big boy. They're 21. About 490.
Yep.
Swole up, man. Swole all the way up. I mean, he's huge.
What size
He's
of helmet
huge,
does
man.
that guy wears that I want to know?
Man, so my dude told me that he wears a 4X glove. And I was like, what? So, I mean, he has huge hands, man. A 4X? I'm a big guy. I wear a 3X glove. A 4X? Man, that's a big guy, man. That's a big dude.
Thomas Stone.
yep, tight end.
my 2 recommendations back to back here.
That
Yeah.
went to the Giants.
The Giants had a good draft sneakily.
6 picks away.
They did.
The Giants
Those
had a real good
Patriots
draft.
did too.
Yes,
Big G,
they
those
did.
Patriots going back to the playoffs this year, I think.
Oh
No
my
way.
gosh, you keep
No
pumping up your
way.
own
No
bench.
way.
That's about
No,
the time we've heard this. No, this is good that Jeremy is saying this because remember, every time Jeremy speaks it out, the opposite happens. Oh, there hasn't been a real defensive tackles yet. Boom,
Man.
there it was.
No, they still got the defensive tackle.
Jeremy,
yeah,
you
but
gonna
there
make me
was
get
a
my
run
sign.
on them. They only had 1 left. Yeah.
Man, he's making me go get my sign, man. Let me find my sign.
both the Bears
I
and
wasn't
the,
trying
and
to
the
go there
Patriots are
today,
making
man.
the playoffs this year.
There you go, Jeremy. Stop it. They're not making the playoffs, man. It's not happening. No, never. They're not going to make it. No, they're not going to the playoffs.
You said the Bears and the Patriots, Jeremy? That's a little
Bears and the Patriots are both making the playoffs this year.
in the NFC North.
The Bears ain't making it.
Yep, the Bears are.
No.
The Bears might win the division this year.
What?
No,
Yeah.
stop. Come on.
Nah.
Now I got to hit him with another sign. There you go, boo. Boo.
Y'all
boo,
watch it happen.
Boo.
Y'all watch
Boo.
it
It's not
happen.
happening. Listen, the too many teams in the NFC have improved. Atlanta is the truth now. Tampa Bay is the truth now. Seattle's going to cause problems. You know, it's too many teams in the NFC that got better, man. The Commanders is waiting to explode. Philadelphia, the Super Bowl champions, it's too many teams. Detroit, Green Bay, it's too many, man. They're not no.
I would
They're-
argue
they're
Detroit
close.
I would argue Detroit got worse this offseason because they lost the best offensive coordinator in football and one of the best defensive coordinators, and it's hard to come back from 2 guys like that. The Eagles couldn't do it a couple years ago.
But to fall all the way out of the playoffs, that would be a long fall.
I'm not saying that.
Yeah.
I just think the Bears, with their improvements, are in the running for that division now.
No, it's all going to come down to the injuries. It really
The
is.
Vikings are going to be playing an inexperienced quarterback this year. Hasn't taken an NFL snap before. The Packers is the Packers. They'll probably be in play, but how much
At
do you
least-
trust Jordan Love?
at
I trust
least
Ben
one-
Johnson.
At least one playoff team from each division is not going to make it this year, and it's probably going to be injuries more than anything that causes them to drop. I mean, I'll say this: if if there's an injury to Jaden Daniels, you're probably not going to see Washington in the postseason.
That's facts.
Yep.
So So that's one of those. I mean, honestly, if there's an injury to Baker Mayfield, I don't know. I mean, are they ready for someone behind him in Tampa? I mean, but then again, I think between Tampa and Atlanta, you're still only talking one playoff spot, probably for the division winner.
And the Buccaneers
Maybe.
did nothing to improve their defense this offseason.
Yeah,
they've got a tough defense, struggle of a defense, and I'll believe it when I see it with Raheem Morris in Atlanta. I've bought into them too many times only to be let down. So we'll see. Yeah. We'll see, Big G. But
yeah,
Atlanta can get after. Atlanta can get after you, man. The Atlanta can get after you. They can get after you.
They can now. We'll see if they can turn it into actual production here.
Tell you what. Well, I don't know. Jeremy's. I don't know what it is in North Carolina. If you can do this, if they have DraftKings where you can do it in North Carolina. Do they?
They do. Yep.
Okay. You need to go in and take those two teams for making the playoffs because you could probably get pretty good odds on them right now.
Yeah.
Even if it's just $1, and then you say you put your money where your mouth was, and then you say, "Hey, I won that bet."
There you go.
And if you don't, then you just say, "Man, I just threw $1 on that."
That's right.
The Pats ain't making it.
Yeah.
The AFC is too tough. The Pats ain't getting in, man. That's wasted bread. That's not happening, man. They're not. The AFC is entirely too tough.
Speaking
man.
of the Patriots, Marcus Bryant, offensive tackle, Missouri, to the Patriots.
Finally, that pick was taken forever.
It took a long time to come in.
They're trying to trade.
Teams aren't allowed to trade anymore. Jeff Hartman decreed it. That would take too long.
Jeff said it was ridiculous. He said, "This is ridiculous. You're taking the whole time. Just run the card to the table."
Seriously, you know who you're going to take. Just take him. Come on, make the announcement.
That's fact.
I mean, you should have your list, and all you have to do is say, "Okay, this is our guy. We'll wait till these 3 or 4 picks come in. As long as that's not the guy this late, then you take it. The only thing that screws that up is if someone does take it right before you go."
Yeah, absolutely. But those player personnel departments on those teams, man, I've been privy to some of that stuff, man. It's ridiculous how much those guys fight. When they're set, well, like this group of guys is set on this guy.
Guard Jonah Moinheim,
Trojans.
Center from USC. They just changed it from guard to center. While I said that.
Yep, he's center.
Mm-hmm.
I forgot.
He's got 30 inch arms.
Yeah, he does.
Ooh.
I forgot Ricky White's still on the board. I forgot about that kid too. Ricky White a little different for UNLV. I like him too, man. I forgot he's still on the board.
Both of these picks is going to be like, it's not going to move the needle for me a ton because I'm probably not going to know anything about them. And I'll just need to learn about them later. And then I'll, like I say with every pick, tell me when they're in their black and gold, and then I'll go fall in love with them.
Dave, Black, the defensive tackle from Iowa. He's a dog, Dave. He's a dog.
Is that your favorite one so far? I don't have a problem with that. Yeah. See your favorite pick so far?
Nah,
even over the Ohio State guys?
Come on, man. You already know. Let's go Bucs. I'm biased. I'm biased, man.
Yep.
I'm biased.
My favorite pick is still Caleb Johnson.
Oh, we knew that one.
That one was my dream come true there. But Derek Harmon's a close second to that because I've been eyeing him for the whole draft process.
Okay, the Raiders. I didn't give their pick, did I? Cody Lindenberg, linebacker, Minnesota.
Yeah.
Wait, Lindenberg, wasn't that the blimp?
That's the Hindenburg.
Oh, okay.
Hindenburg.
Yeah. So Seattle's pick is in. Houston's on the clock. Then it's Arizona, then Pittsburgh.
Hey, the Houston, this is another reason why New England ain't making the playoffs. The Houston Texans done regrouped. The Houston Texans is regrouped, man, and they ready to ride. They got both of them boys from Iowa State. Oh my, it's gonna get ugly. With Nico,
my argument for the Patriots is that I think they're the second best team in their division now, behind Buffalo. Miami's fallen down, and
You can make that argument. I'm not going to dismiss that argument.
I will not trust the Jets over what you can get now with the coach bump from Mike Vrabel. I mean, he's one of the few coaches that moves the needle for me in year one, like Jim Harbaugh did for the Chargers, to get you back in that conversation.
Yeah, shout out to Braves, man. Braves, what's cracking, bro? What's going on, man? If you watching, wherever you watching out there, what's cracking, man? Shout out to Braves, man. Braves is an all-time Buckeye great, man. Great dude. Loves high school football here in the state of Ohio. I played against his brother. I'm just a little bit older than him, so I had an opportunity to play against his brother. But Braves has been the dude since he was in high school, man. The guy.
That was the Sawyer comp on the NFL Network.
Yeah.
That was
No. Sawyer's big. Now, don't get me wrong. Sawyer's a big kid.
I'm just telling you, that's what NFL Network had as their comp.
Yeah, but Vrabel a little bit different now. Vrabel, that's a big dude, man. Mike Vrabel is a really big man. And he was like that in high school. He was freaking the two biggest dudes that I ran up against in high school, that as far as like skill position from a defensive standpoint. Vrabe's brother, but I saw Vrabel, but I didn't ever play against him. And Andy Katzenmoyer. Oh, Andy Katzenmoyer was freaking huge, man. Well, like at 15, he was huge.
Seattle takes Damon Martinez, running back Miami.
Oh, them Cowboys.
That's a good pick for them in this round. That's a great pick.
Yeah, the Cowboys sick.
I think he was the highest player left on Roy's big board. Yep. Roy had him as 85.
Who's Seattle running backs?
Charbonnet and Kenneth Walker.
Oh, he can push. He can push.
Yeah, he could.
He could push.
I had Martinez as the fourth highest rated player on my board, but at 89.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's value. That's value.
You still have guys inside 89 available, Andrew?
The Texans select
I've got
Hamilton.
Okay, hold on. Steelers are on the clock.
I've got Xavier Restrepo.
All right,
Xavier Restrepo still available at 79. And then you got Donovan Edwards running back at 86, LaQuint Allen 87. So those are the guys ahead of Martinez.
Okay. So
give me Seth McLaughlin. Get Seth McLaughlin, Rocket Sanders, Kobe Bryant, or White, the wide receiver out of UNLV. One of those four dudes. And I'm okay.
Like I say, anyone the Steelers think that they could sneak in as an upgrade to someone on the bottom part of the depth chart at a position?
Watch them take
because they're getting good value here. Go for it. Okay.
Anyone got anything?
Not yet.
Not yet.
Nope, nothing from the insiders.
Yep.
The Steelers haven't even done their tweet that said they're on the clock.
Yeah.
Fairboss said it, but yeah.
Man, it's slow, man. Normally by now the pick would have been in.
Well, it's because they haven't technically done the pick for the Cardinals yet in front of them.
Yeah.
So they might have already turned, but it hasn't been leaked yet.
Dennis Boyd said Bond on his way to prison. I say a Bond ain't going to prison, man. Stop that. Stop that, man. That ain't happening, man. That's not happening. Stop that. Come on, Pittsburgh. Or come on, NFL. Jeff, they got to speed up this process, man. They're killing me.
Hey, I've been saying it for 3 days now.
Man, they got to speed it up, man. This is ridiculous.
Everyone got all mad at us. They always do every day one because we're breaking picks early. It's like, well, the NFL's slowing up everything on the broadcast. They need to speed it up.
They're killing me, man. Come on, y'all.
The NFL needs to make it a 1 week event, do one round a night.
Oh, good God.
Oh my God. Oh my God. A week?
Let's see. Oh no, I thought someone said it was a pick. Here was they're listing people who are available. Sorry.
Yeah, Saunders.
Yeah. He almost got me because he actually had it first with
Dave was about to be like, and the Steelers selected these 10 guys.
Yeah.
Man.
I mean, this could be wide receiver. This could be the Cardinals took safety Keaton Crawford from Nevada.
Yeah.
And the Steelers pick is in, according to NFL.com.
Come on
with the tweet.
They didn't trade back again. Oh, Jeff, they didn't trade back to the last spot.
Thank goodness.
They still have a chance to.
Don't do it.
Stop it.
It's
Have
the
the
seventh
Steelers
round.
ever picked a Mr. Irrelevant?
No, not that I know of.
Not that I know of either.
All the insiders must have taken the night off. No.
Tired
Yeah.
of refreshing.
Yeah.
My thumbs giving me problems.
I had to switch fingers.
Dang, Benson.
We got you. Hey, we've been here all day.
I understand. I mean, I understand,
All
man.
right. Oh no, wait, that's not about Yaya Black.
This is hour 6 hours and 23 minutes we've been on this.
Woo.
Right, 1,000
Marathon.
people just
This is
about.
another one of those
Yeah. People were here because it's
picking
back
out
to back
from
close
out country or
picks
something.
together. This is you want to catch these. Jeff, are you doing 2 different articles or just one?
2.
Okay.
Man, come on. Run the card to the table. Do whatever you got to do.
I mean, they had Kiesel announced. They had the Marquis D's buddy that announced it in person. It shouldn't need to be anything for TV.
Oh, the Dublin guy. The Ireland guy. Was
Yeah.
that the Ireland guy?
Yeah, Marquis D had him on his podcast several weeks ago.
Yep.
Come on. Don't tell me NFL.com's going to get it before the Steelers stuff.
Any of y'all got anything? I don't have nothing.
Nothing. Bet you're letting me down.
Sorry.
You had Will
Betts'
Howard
fingers is numb.
early.
My fault. I know.
Betts' fingers is numb, man. He can't take it anymore.
I had Will Howard 3 picks before they actually were on.
Yes, you did.
Supposed to be on the clock.
Yeah, beautiful.
I mean, the Steelers themselves
Come on,
haven't even
Steelers.
tweeted like on the clock yet or anything.
Nope, they haven't.
Yeah.
They're trying to trade, Jeff. Watch them trade.
That doesn't.
Jeff's gonna be sick. Like what?
Hey, if they trade out altogether, no, it says the pick is in. Like ESPN's tracker says they made a pick. It's just
They haven't announced it. And I just can't believe that none of the beat reporters have it. Usually that's where we've been getting it. But none of them said a thing. It's almost like they don't care. Steelers are picking Washington linebacker Carson Bruner. That sounds right. Yeah, Mark Bruner's son. This is from Nick Faribault.
Oh, yeah, there it is.
I had a feeling some people were like, are they going to take him in the 7th? Well, they had 2 7s, and yeah, they did. That does not surprise me one bit.
what position does he play?
Linebacker.
Linebacker.
And his father played tight end for the Steelers, right?
And is a
He's a
scout
scout.
for the Steelers.
Yeah.
So,
Oh yeah, that's it makes
Northwest
sense.
scout,
Yep.
regional
Yeah.
scout.
So he scouted his son for the Steelers.
Yeah.
I'm,
Let me
I'm
see
fine
what
with
that kid's
one.
measurables is.
I forgot about that. That was one that was on my radar a while ago, and then it was one of those I just didn't even think about it.
Best available. I just want to see how big this kid is.
Mhm.
Linebacker.
They're making the announcement on
Who is
TV right
this-
now.
Who is this announcing this?
Someone from the Pat Tillman Foundation, I think.
Okay. Yep, there, just showed it. It just showed up here on the website that it was Carson Bruner.
Yeah, watch the next pick be Dino Tomlin.
No, that's got undrafted free agent written all over it. So yeah,
He's
6'1",
6'2",
227.
Yeah. Let me see what he ran.
He's gonna be a good special teamer.
Let's see.
Projected as a 6th to 7th round pick. So this is
Does anyone have a tweet in the channel yet?
do you need
Come on,
it?
guys.
Sorry.
Nasty.
Jeremy's done it every time. I
We're
haven't.
in the 6th round,
But Jeremy's
7th
been-
round.
There you go. There's
Thank
the
you.
fair ball.
He had a 4.58 40-yard dash.
Mm-hmm.
Ran a decent 3-cone, almost 32-inch arms. Yeah,
So
he's
he would have been he would have been a Falatanu teammate, right?
Yep.
Unless he just landed in Washington for 1 year, which I don't think that's the case.
His split wasn't bad either. His 10-yard split was 1.57. Yeah, he's not a bad. He's a pretty good athlete. Special teamer, but pretty good athlete, man, at that size.
Sorry about the tweet. I saw the Steelers official one, and I was just going to throw that in there, but then it went away. So, trying to find it. But it's in there now.
He got nice sized hands. Yeah, he got big hands. Almost.
He sheds blocks really well for a small guy.
Yep.
Shed blocks well. He's got good athleticism. His three-cone time was sick. He had a 6.77 three-cone time.
Yeah, I just
played all 4 years at Washington.
Yep.
He's good
Instinctive.
instinct.
Good size too.
5 interceptions, 3 of them last year.
Yeah, he's gonna make an impact on special
104
teams
tackles
year
in
one.
13 games. That's not bad.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
You watch his games. He finds the football. He's got a good nose for the football, and he's honestly relatively fluid in coverage too. He doesn't have elite speed, but I mean he had 4.58 time at the 40, which was faster than what I thought he was going to run. And you watch him on tape; he's fluid when he drops into coverage. I think he's better in zone, dropping into zone than he is, one-on-one against a running back. But and what I saw of him, I was keep pretty impressed. I had a early sixth round grade on him. He was my first 6th round grade I gave. I think he's 176 on the big board. So here at 226, that's not bad value.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know what that is to me? Gets to battle it out with Mark Robinson for the last spot.
Yep.
The Steelers are on the clock again because the Chiefs pick is in.
Okay. Oh, did we say that Curtis Rourke from Indiana?
Patriots now have Mr. Irrelevant. The Chiefs traded up.
Yeah. So did you guys say about the quarterback from Indiana going to the Niners? The Chiefs took
Curtis Rourke.
Rashard Smith.
Yeah, he just went. Curtis Rourke just went to the 49ers, like you said, Dave. Yep.
I'm trying. Last one. Stop.
All right, so here we go.
Let me see.
I know Jeff's busy working.
Steelers are back on the clock.
Got to get you the new.
Let me see.
Yep.
I'm trying to get it refreshed to see if it'll refresh fast. It's not nothing.
And the pick is in. Did someone say the pick is in?
I didn't get it.
Yeah, the pick is in. We don't know what it is yet.
Yeah.
Strepo, come on.
Dino Tomlin next.
For Strepo.
Xavier, you're talking about Miami? Miami wide receiver Strepo?
Dante Kent, cornerback.
Dante Kent, cornerback, Central Michigan. That's from Dale.
Let's go.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's it.
Is he a slot guy?
He is a slot guy. He was one of the guys I highlighted on the Sleepers podcast for the Steelers and the DDP. He had, in 2022 and 2023 combined, he had 29 pass breakups.
Yep.
Had a down year this past year, didn't play as much, but you go back to his tape 2 years ago, this guy finds the football. He's aggressive on the outside. He's going to battle up. He's going to be in the competition for slot. He's going to be playing slot in the NFL. I like him a lot. He's physical for a small guy. He's willing to help support the run. There's a lot to like about Dante Kent. I've got to see where I've got him ranked on the board, but I ended up ranking him a little bit lower just because of a lack of production this past year. But there's a lot of things to like about him. So even though my rating of him in general is lower, I like him a lot.
Is this a battle it out with Beanie Bishop for a roster spot?
Could
maybe
be.
Find a way to get them both on. Maybe not.
Could be. I had him at 259 on the board because he did practically nothing this year, but I really do like this pick, even though the ranking on the board may not signify it. There's a lot of things to like. There's a ton of upside with Dante Kent. Let me pull up his numbers real quick from his pro day. He had a really solid pro day. So he mentioned at 5'10", 187, 31-inch arms. He had a 1.53 split time, 4.38 in the 40, 14 bench reps, 7.153 cone, 4.38 short shuttle, 38.5-inch vertical, 10'3" broad.
Yeah. And what's his arm length? Again?
31.
Yeah, slot corner.
Yeah. 31's plenty long.
Yeah.
4.38, 40? Is that what I saw?
Yeah.
Fast.
Yes.
Yeah.
Let me pull up his stats from 2 years ago. I had a screenshot of it, but I think I might have lost it. For some reason, Sports Reference now doesn't like my computer. It has to check that I'm human, and it doesn't think I'm human. So
you are kind of robotic sometimes.
So in 2024, he had 52 total tackles, 7 passes breakups. So it's 2021 and 2022. My bad. 2021 as a sophomore, 14 passes defended. He had 15 passes defended in 2022. So he finds the football. He's not great at converting those into interceptions. He only has 2 in his 5-year career, but he knows how to find the football. He has good ball skills. He knows how to track the ball down the field. I'm just looking at other notes that I had on him doing his evaluation. He gives good effort against the run, not the strongest player at the point of attack. He can get out bullied by more physical slots, but willing run supporter, great man coverage guy. I think he's going to be fighting with Beanie.
Eccles is in that rotation too to fight for a slot corner as well, right?
Yep.
Yes, it's Beanie, Eccles, and him. Okay. It's not bad. That's not a bad move for a slot corner.
Competition.
Yeah.
But it is funny to me how the Steelers just don't value the nickel cornerback spot. They don't draft those guys high. They don't go get those guys.
And that's nuts because they're in nickel 58% of the snaps.
They
like
are.
you need a dog at that spot.
Yeah. You'd think with the obvious devaluation of the nose tackle in Pittsburgh that they would have had a correlation of an improved evaluation of the nickel corner spot, but they don't. They just kind of throw whoever out there and say, make it work. We'll pay other guys elsewhere.
It's not going to work.
The Steelers have traded back into the 7th round.
Stop it.
That's
Jeff.
official.
I'm just kidding.
No, that's not official. Jeff would be sick.
No, I'm just kidding.
Ready for this thing to be done.
Kidding, yeah, I'm just joking.
I know.
What do we talked about it though? Like you want guys who had big time college production, or you want traits guys. Both the last 2 picks for the Steelers were guys with big time college production.
Correct.
4-year starters.
You'll never know what happens in camp. That's a lot of guys, I mean, at some point it becomes value of position and pick, because are we going to keep a 2nd or 3rd rounder versus keeping a 6th or 7th rounder? But if a guy just outplays a guy, I mean, and that's why you need production, because production gives you an opportunity to fight a guy at a position especially a position of need at the next level. So you get a production guy on the field, man, you never know what that's going to turn into. You never know. And a guy like that, he might not get 1 reps right away, but there'll be times, especially on 7-on-7s, where, I mean, if he holds his own against Calvin Austin III, or if you run him out there on GP and see what happens, and he holds his own, he'll fight for a spot, man. That's what we need. We need guys that will literally fight. I don't mind those type guys, man.
Quinn Ewers is off the board to the Dolphins.
Okay.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's good value for them.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Who is that making that
I
selection?
think I'm going to have to hop off now that this is over.
Well, I'm going to be going here shortly to record.
I mean, unless someone wants to stick around for the whole rest of the round, we can just end it.
I'm willing to, but that's up to you guys. If there's anyone else that's wanting to.
No, sir. I'm with you guys. I thank you guys for an opportunity just to come on, man. And I apologize for this morning, man. I just got, like I said, man.
Oh, it's fine, man. I'm just giving you a hard time.
Oh, man. It's the Buckeye time, man. It's that time.
Buckeyes, let's go.
Let's go.
Tell your daughter congratulations.
Yes.
Thank you, man. Yeah, my daughter, my son-in-law, my youngest daughter, my son-in-law graduated today from Ohio State. Last year, my middle daughter graduated from Ohio State. And 2 years before that, my oldest daughter graduated from Ohio State. So,
well, congratulations. And I'll be the one to say it. After 6 hours and 37 minutes, we're going to kill this stream. The Steelers draft is over. Dave and I will be back for a roundtable discussion in a few minutes once he does his breaking news podcast. For everyone that participated, for everyone that watched any part of this Steel Curtain Network, Fans First Sports Network, and Draft Nation live stream day 1, day 2, day 3, doesn't matter. Thank you all very much. We do appreciate it. Check out steelcurtainnetwork.com, FFSN.com, and draftnation.com. All of those. Hey, next year it's going to be even bigger because it's in Pittsburgh. So be on the lookout for that stuff. But in the meantime, thank you all very much.
Lots of
and
fun,
we'll
guys.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you all. Have a good.
Thanks, everybody.